Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Page 1. In Marvel, too many S-class talents to use. Author, The Faraway Place. Book description, as an ordinary person, after traveling through Marvel, he unexpectedly became a traitor to the Hydra organization. Fortunately, the Krypton Gold system has been awakened. All abilities and talents can be exchanged for money. Super self-healing, immortality, demigod body, god king body, supreme mage, god of dimensions. I'm quitting. I can't go through another day of this B-class. From then on, the Marvel world had a bounty hunter who fought for money, Su Ming. Su Ming, Tony, leave a last word. Someone is willing to pay $3 million to kill you. Stark, the great Tony Stark, am only worth $3 million? I'll pay $5 million, let me go. Su Ming, as a bounty hunter, please respect my professional ethics. Tony, $50 million, bounty hunter, let me go. Su Ming, deal, Mr. Employer, welcome to your business. There is nothing in this world that cannot be solved with money. If 100 million is not enough, then use 10 billion. If 10 billion is not enough, then use hundreds of billions, trillions, 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 and trillions. Making money is the ultimate romance for men. This story is purely fictional. Chapter 1: Hunter Awakening. Brooklyn, New York. Midnight streets. Long live Hydra. The thugs in suits shouted slogans and fired bullets from their submachine guns indiscriminately. All traitors must die. SHIELD agents were monitoring this group of thugs who seemed to have religious fanaticism not far away. The future Iron Man, Tony Stark, is busy flirting with hot girls at the dance. This is the world of Marvel. Su Ming was lying on an iron bed that smelled of disinfectant, with blood still oozing from the bullet hole in his left shoulder. The fluorescent light on the ceiling was buzzing, and 3 flies were licking the blood flowing from the wound. $300, sir. A doctor wearing a skull mask shakes a pair of rusty surgical forceps. Or you can choose to pay with your kidney. Licking his cracked lips, Su Ming's memory still lingered on the scene before the time travel. The award ceremony, the delivery electric bikes in the heavy rain, the dazzling high beams, and the rainbow vortex that suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. When he opened his eyes again, he was the unlucky guy at the center of a shootout on the streets of Brooklyn. Ding! The host's vital signs are detected to be below the critical value, and the Krypton Gold system is activated. The retina suddenly exploded with a golden data stream, and a holographic interface unfolded in the bloodstain before my eyes. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical fitness, 5. Current account, $0. Already existing talent, none. Gift pack talent, primary. Self-healing factor subwolverine level recovery, $5,000. Eagle Vision Dynamic Vision LV1, $3,000. Basic Fighting Jeet Kune Do Mastery, $2,000. The gift pack talent price is not a reference. Gradually regaining consciousness, Su Ming recalled how he had struggled to come to this illegal clinic after being shot. But am I not delivering the order? Where is this? Have I traveled through time? Hiss. The severe pain in his shoulder kept sending alarms to his brain, and Su Ming realized that his physical condition was probably very bad. But this black-hearted doctor in front of me actually wants $300 for treatment. Where can I get that damn $300? Also, this Wolverine level recovery? Is it the same ability as the Wolverine I remember? If that were true, maybe there wouldn't be a need for this awful doctor. But the problem is, it costs $5,000. That's the price of the gift package. When did you charge for the gift packs? Damn capitalism. Hey, is the yellow monkey listening? The doctor's surgical forceps suddenly pressed against Su Ming's Adam's apple. Or do you want to try to retrieve the bullet without anesthesia? Su Ming stared at the Glock 17 on his waist, and the price tag suddenly appeared on his retina. Used Glock, with 12 rounds, estimated value, $350. Can this system also estimate the value of weapons? Is it limited to weapons? Hold on. Su Ming's mind raced, and he suppressed his dizziness by reaching into his trouser pocket, where he touched a metal object, the gold medal rider badge he had held in his hand when he traveled through time. The gold-plated nameplate shimmered on the system interface. Two 4K gold-plated work badge estimated at $50. It seems that the valuation object is not limited to the type of items, so the question is, can it be cashed out and how to cash it out? Exchangeable items found. The mechanical sound vibrated inside the skull. Do you want to exchange it? Su-Ming was shocked and muttered to himself, exchange. The ID card vaporized instantly, and the account balance jumped to $50. His hands clenched excitedly in his pockets. Su-Ming was excited that his guess was confirmed. But it is not enough, far from enough. His eyes searched the room until he saw the large gold chain around the doctor's neck. The system immediately popped up an estimate. Gold-plated alloy necklace estimated value $3. Eyebrow twitching. It seems that we have to resort to some unconventional means. At the critical moment, Su-Ming decided to give it a try. Fake. The doctor was stunned for half a second by the curse words that came out of his mouth. It's now. The blood-stained palm grabbed the surgical forceps and twisted it with the backhand. The sound of the wrist twisting mixed with screams exploded in the clinic. As soon as the Glock 17 was pulled out of the holster, Su-Ming's knee had already broken the doctor's nose, and blood instantly soaked the mask. Unknown weapon detected. Valuation required. Valuation. Exchange. Glock turned into a blue data stream in his palm, and the account balance soared to $400, but it was still not enough to exchange for the self-healing factor. The severe pain in his shoulder blade was devouring Su-Ming's consciousness. Boom. The back door of the clinic was suddenly kicked open, and 3 thugs in suits armed with submachine guns rushed in. Long live Hydra. The scar-faced leader pulled the bolt of his gun. Dr. White, how dare you treat a traitor to your organization? Before he finished speaking, Su-Ming placed his palm on the blood-stained operating table. The system prompt flashes wildly. Multifunctional operating table estimated value US $4,400. Medical alcohol 5L estimated price $50. Adrenaline X3 estimated value $150. Su-Ming seemed to see the light, his eyes brightened. Exchange all. Deafening gunshots rang out, and a torrent of bullets swept through the clinic. The moment Scarface's bullet pierced Su-Ming's chest, his retina exploded with golden light. Account balance is $5,000. Do you want to redeem the self-healing factor? Exchange. It was as if lava was injected into his blood vessels. Su-Ming could clearly hear the crackling sound of his bones growing. The feeling of weakness quickly subsided, and strength returned to his body. 3 submachine guns spewed out flames, but the blood holes caused by the bullets healed in an instant. Those who kill will always be killed. Scarface's terrified expression was frozen in the smoke. As Su-Ming crushed his throat, he heard the crisp sound of coins entering his account. Kill the Hydra bounty thug, reward plus $5,000. Account balance is $5,000. Do you want to redeem the remaining recommended talents, Dynamic Vision and Jeet Kune Do Mastery? Exchange. As Su-Ming's vision refreshed, everything in his eyes became extremely clear. Darkness is no longer an obstacle, and the eyes can always follow the fly's flight path. At the same time, a flash of enlightenment came to his mind. He could easily deal with various close-range attacks, intercept them and deliver painful blows. Su-Ming took a deep breath. The gunshot wound just now made it impossible for him to breathe. I sighed in my heart that the talents of this system gift package are really smart. Self-healing to solve injuries, vision to see through darkness, fighting and self-defense. Page 2. More importantly, the price is not outrageous. Very good. A smile appeared on his lips, but turned into solemnity in an instant. Through the dirty glass, he clearly saw a group of thugs in suits running towards him a few hundred meters away. The weapon flashed coldly in the dim environment. Bazooka? You really think highly of me. Without saying a word, he ran away. A message was left in the air. Thank you for the surgery, bed, doctor. Brooklyn at midnight has 2 faces, clean, luxurious, and bright, and dirty, poor, and dark. Successful people are enjoying themselves at the party, while homeless people are dying under bridges or in the shadows at any time. There are more civilians who are struggling to make ends meet. They live in their homes with doors and windows closed, and their pistols loaded, always on guard against the arrival of $0 shopping. But Su-Ming didn't care about it at all, because he was running for his life. Although his healing factor allows him to survive bullets, it doesn't mean he is willing to feel the power of a rocket up close. As the ace rider of a certain regiment before the time travel, he was very confident in his speed. After walking through a few alleys, I felt a little dizzy and thought I had lost those people long ago. Su-Ming's brain was spinning. Such an outrageous thing as instantly healing a gunshot wound would always be unbelievable if it didn't happen to you. But combined with the system label, Sub-Wolverine level recovery, a tough guy wearing a jacket, with a strange hairstyle and a beard on his cheeks appeared in Su-Ming's mind. And the idiotic slogan of the thugs in suits, Long live Hydra. Su-ming seriously suspected that he had come to the world of Marvel. Thinking about his current abilities, Su-ming knew that he at least had the capital to choose what kind of life he wanted. The title of Ace Writer before the time travel was not an honor to him, but rather a shackle. That's a man's responsibility. Now that I've traveled through time, I'm sorry, no one can try to morally blackmail me, not even myself. Thinking about the system where you can redeem various talents with Krypton gold, Su-ming's mouth curled up. From now on, focus on making money and growing bigger and stronger. Chapter 2 Blonde. Just as Su-ming was thinking and skillfully dodging the obstacles under his feet, the oncoming high heels suddenly appeared larger in my eyes. Su-ming raised his hand to block, crack, thump thump thump. The heel hit his arm with a loud noise, and his arm was deformed. The huge impact force made Su-ming take several steps back before he could stand firm. The bones healed silently, and Su-ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. She wore a tight leather jacket and tactical gear, was tall and curvy, had blonde hair and blue eyes, and had three-dimensional features, a rose with thorns. The sexy curves blocked the only light source in the alley. Golden girls, Alyssa Sweet clapped softly. Not bad reaction, handsome boy. While staring at the woman in front of him, the sound behind him aroused Su-ming's vigilance. It was just an ordinary car. Don't worry, those guys in suits are already lost. You're running so fast, like you know this place very well. Alyssa glanced at the surrounding environment, and when her curious eyes swept over the vomit next to the trash can, it turned into a look of disgust. Who are you? He was not at peace in his heart. The high-tech gadgets hanging on the other person's waist brought Su-ming a little pressure. Besides, if someone kicks someone's arm without warning, he must be up to no good. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm being paid to take back something that doesn't belong to you. Then he took out a photo. The man in the photo had an oriental face, with black hair and dark brown eyes. His eyes were long and narrow, and his facial features were delicate with a hint of nobility. It was Su-ming. Su-ming's pupils shrank and he murmured, "Bounty hunter?" Then he was stunned. He didn't understand the strange words he blurted out. It seemed like some kind of profession. Suddenly, several images flashed through my mind. Abandoned docks, dim bars. The man in a suit with a scorpion tattoo on his face patted his shoulder. "Ming, I leave it to you." Su-ming subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. There was really something. At the same time, a flood of memories came flooding back. Su-ming looked at his suit full of bullet holes, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. I'm actually from Hydra? Su-ming stood there in a daze. The two memories before and after the time travel kept colliding, which made him feel an unreal sense of being torn apart. But there was no time to hesitate. The enemy attacked. Seeing that Su-ming ignored her, Alyssa attacked in anger. Various melee moves instantly surrounded Su-ming. Su-ming used the talent he exchanged for Mastery of Jeet Kune Do to neutralize all the attacks. The more I play, the smoother it gets. I can't help but sigh. Brother Shalong is indeed a master. Soon, Alyssa discovered that the opponent's moves were strange in every way. She was always intercepted just as she was about to make a move, and the feeling of being unable to use her strength made her feel suffocated. Realizing that fighting was useless, Alyssa did a backflip to distance herself, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Su-ming. I regret. Su-ming looked at the gun in Alyssa's hand, and a price tag appeared on his retina. Used Glock 26, with 10 rounds, estimated value $400. Wait. Su-ming was about to speak. Oh. A wisp of green smoke drifted by, and the bullet passed through Su-ming's shoulder. Under Alyssa's shocked gaze, the bullet holes under the tattered clothes healed visibly. Su-ming sighed softly. If bullets were useful, I would have died dozens of times already. First, find out where this woman comes from. He walked slowly to Alyssa, gently took the pistol, and showed his gentlemanly demeanor. Ma'am, it's very rude to suddenly shoot someone. I'll keep the things. I'm sure you don't mind, right? An unowned weapon has been detected. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange. The small Glock 26 pistol disappeared into his hand as a stream of data, and the balance in his account rose to $400. Alyssa's pupils trembled, and she didn't react even when Su-ming took away her pistol. Thank you very much. What did I see? The bullet had hit him, damn it. How could he be okay? Damn it. It was just an ordinary business deal. Why did I have to encounter such a monster? In this case. With a roll of her eyes, Alyssa was ready to escape from the freak in front of her even though he was very polite. But the other party held her wrist tightly. Don't leave so quickly. You haven't told me yet who hired you. Feeling the silky and cool touch in my hands, I looked into her deer-like blue eyes that contained a hint of fear. Su-ming's other hand slowly moved towards her waist. A missing master tool was detected. Do you want to estimate it? Detected missing owner rope. Should I estimate the value? An unknown device was detected. Should I value it? There was a hint of smile in his eyes. Valuation. Exchange. The bounty hunter nicknamed Blonde, Alyssa Sweet, encountered the darkest moment of her career. A man whom she could neither beat nor kill captured her and forced her to tell him the source of the mission. As a professional bounty hunter with integrity, Alyssa felt insulted. He glared at Suming fiercely and gritted his teeth. "It's Baron, Scorpion Baron, from Hydra. Retrieve it, or kill you. $2,000 commission." I almost got all the colors of my underwear. A big man in a suit with a scorpion tattoo on his face appeared in Suming's mind. Baron Turt. It was the boss of his predecessor. Didn't he hand the things over to him? It seems that some things need to be clarified. A thought flashed through his mind, and Suming felt that this bounty hunter in front of him, who confessed everything after a little intimidation, was quite interesting. He hadn't suffered any loss, so what would be the harm in letting her go? Suddenly, he heard a noisy discussion about searching for himself, and it was time for Suming to leave. After saying that, he left the woman standing there in a daze and ran away quickly. Alyssa looked at the handprint on her wrist, recalling Suming's eyes, with a hint of fear in her eyes. He was just thinking about killing me. Suddenly he realized that all the weapons and equipment he was wearing were gone, all his money was gone. He fled from this place in fear and didn't dare to accept any mission for a long time. Page 3. At this time, Suming was preparing to rush to a place he remembered, an abandoned dock. He casually knocked out an agent who was chasing him and changed out of his suit that was riddled with bullet holes. To be honest, the suits distributed by the Hydra organization are of very good quality. Looking at the handsome young man with an upright posture, broad shoulders and a thin waist in the glass, Suming raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded in praise. Taking the time to study the system, a golden data stream formed a holographic interface before my eyes. Name, Suming. Age, 28. Physical fitness, 5. Current account, $10,200. Existing talents, Subwolverine level recovery, Dynamic Vision LV.1, Jeet Kune Do Mastery. Surprised that the equipment on the blonde woman was so valuable, Suming opened the system mall for the first time. Infinite Gems, Blue, USD. Infinite Gems, Green, USD. Magneto-Magnetic Control LV1, $20 million. Superman Man of Steel LV1, $10 million. Dr. X Telepathy Level 1, $6 million. Strange Mage Item Summon LV1, $5 million. Looking at the familiar names, Suming discovered that most of them were abilities from the Marvel world. I'm afraid we've arrived in Marvel's territory. Oh, can you redeem unlimited gems? When you look closely at the price, $1 trillion? US dollars? Okay, excuse me. In addition to the Infinity Stones, a wide variety of talents appeared in front of Suming, totaling hundreds of pages. The cheapest one is no less than $10,000. This made Suming realize how cute the 3 talents that the system proactively pushed and came with a 10% discount were. That's a talent that originally cost $100,000. It seems that as long as you have money, there is nothing in the system that cannot be exchanged. If so, why the hell am I still working as a slave at the bottom of Hydra? As far as I can remember, my predecessor was just a low-level cannon fodder in the Hydra organization, barely surviving on a meager salary. Making money is king. Change jobs. You must change jobs. Wouldn't it be great to be a bounty hunter, earn money, improve your strength, and then continue to make money? However, it is still necessary to understand the current situation clearly. It is not a pleasant thing to be chased by a group of people all the time. Having made up his mind, Suming stopped a taxi. Chapter 3 Physical Strengthening. There is a hidden tavern near the abandoned docks called Sunset Pens, which is the home of the Scorpion Balan. The Hydra organization is well-funded and has many industries in major commercial streets and office buildings, but the regional head, Bahrain, does not seem to be interested in the extravagant environment. Coming from Texas, he is more accustomed to the life of a cowboy, taming wild horses and fighting against wind and sand on the vast ranch during the day, and gathering in dim bars at night to measure the boundary between freedom and loneliness with whiskey and stories. At this moment, he was bragging about his wit with his men. "I've always disliked that kid. It's only right for the yellow-skinned monkey to go on a dangerous mission like this. Ha ha ha." The scorpion tattoo on the 2-meter-tall man's face became more and more ferocious as he laughed. Bahrain's words caused more than a dozen agents, including several Asians, to burst into laughter. The smoky bar was bustling with activity. Boom! The wooden door broke away from its frame and landed not far in front of Bahrain, raising a cloud of dust. The bar suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at the door, gradually becoming serious, their fingers slowly reaching towards the guns on the table. Suming's slightly casual voice came. "Dear Mr. Balan, may I ask, when did I, who was working hard to complete the mission, become a traitor to the organization?" "A few minutes ago." Suming browsed through the system mall in the taxi. He was still bothered by the fact that the blonde woman had kicked and broken his arm. Even though his self-healing abilities were strong, his body was still too weak. If only there was something that could improve physical attributes. Found it. Physical enhancement permanently increase physical fitness by 2 points, $20,000. Although the blonde woman's equipment was exchanged for a lot of money, more than $10,000. But it is still not enough to exchange for physical enhancement talents at the moment. At this moment, the taxi slowly stopped in a remote place. The driver turned his fat body and pointed the black muzzle of his gun at Su Ming. "Don't move, robbery." "Taxi driver? Robbery?" Su Ming raised his head and looked at the driver and the revolver in his hand in confusion. Hints appeared in the eyes. Used Ruger GP100 revolver, with 6 rounds, estimated value $180. "Mr. Driver, what did you say?" It seemed as if he didn't hear the driver's words clearly. "I say, take out all the money and valuables you have on you." The driver waved his gun threateningly. Oh, seeing the thick dust on the meter, Su Ming suddenly realized, how could a meter be as useful as a gun? Smiling at the driver, "Sir, there's a famous Chinese saying, you'll pay for what you've done sooner or later." Just as the driver was stunned, Su Ming kicked his nose and broke it, and several teeth flew out. The driver was then pulled out of the car and given some social practice education which impressed him deeply. It was not until the driver fainted and expressed his willingness to pay the tuition that Su Ming decided to drop the get out of class. Looking at the 80% new taxi in front of him, data appeared in his eyes. Used Ford Explorer hybrid estimated price, $31,000. Exchangeable item found. A mechanical reminder sounded in my head. Do you want to exchange it? Wait a moment. After that, he picked up the revolver beside the fainted driver, threw it into the car, and clapped his hands. Exchange them all. The taxi vaporized before my eyes, and my account balance soared by more than $3. Account balance, $41,380. Do you want to redeem for physical enhancement? Exchange. Su Ming's slightly baggy suit and slightly long trousers gradually became fit after a dozen seconds. Even the slightest movement to stretch the muscle can make it incredibly hard. Congratulations, your body has improved overall. Open the Properties panel and the holographic interface appears before your eyes. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical fitness, 9. Current account, $1,380. Existing talents, Subwolverine level recovery, Dynamic vision level 1, Jeet Kune Do mastery, Physical enhancement level 1, 2/5 heavy. Okay? My physical fitness increased by 4 points. This was something Su Ming had not expected. He thought that spending $2 in exchange for increasing 2 points of basic physical fitness would be the end of it, but it could be stacked. 2/5 stacks? Does that mean it can only be stacked 5 times at most? Currently at level 1, how about upgrading to level 2 or 3? Take a closer look. Physical enhancement LV1 Physical enhancement LV2, permanently increases physical fitness by 20 points. $200 million. Physical enhancement LV2 Physical enhancement LV3, permanently increases physical fitness by 200 points. $2,000 million. Physical enhancement LV3 Physical enhancement LV4, permanently increases physical fitness by 2,000 points. $2 million. Su Ming had a blank expression on his face. He had thought his physical fitness limit was only 10, and he had been feeling rather smug about having reached 9. He hadn't expected physical fitness to have an unlimited limit. Thinking about the world I live in, I soon felt relieved. Oops. Su Ming suddenly realized that he had been robbed before he even arrived at his destination, and he even lost his taxi. Kicked the driver randomly. Nasty guy. Swish, bang. Page 4. The driver's fat body spun around close to the ground for more than 10 meters before crashing into a big tree across the road. His pants were torn, revealing his fluffy white thighs. This? Su Ming looked at his legs in disbelief. He clearly didn't use much force, so how could it have such great power? Is physical enhancement so abnormal? With a hint of excitement in his eyes, he recalled the direction of the abandoned dock and broke into a run. The whistling sound of the wind became louder and louder in his ears, and for the first time, Su Ming experienced the feeling of being free from physical restrictions. In one word, I won't get tired at all. The swift figure quickly disappeared at the end of the road, and the excited calls under the night sky woke up the sleeping birds. Yahoo! Sunset Fence Bar. The Hydra agents were on their feet when the door landed, cocking their guns and staring at the door. If anyone dares to act wildly here, they will pull the trigger without hesitation and shoot the other person into a sieve, they swear. Scorpion Balin recognized Su Ming's voice, and the vigilance on his face turned into disdain. He gave the people around him a look as if he was ready to shoot, and said loudly, "Long live Hydra." Ming, my brother, is the mission accomplished? Come on, let's have a drink. But I was wondering, I had arranged for someone to deal with him, but this guy didn't die. The information about the vibranium transaction has been obtained from other channels, and Su Ming is no longer a useful chess piece. Waste of my efforts. What about the bounty hunters? These idiots who claim to be trustworthy take the money but don't do anything. Damn it. Su Ming heard Balan's enthusiastic greeting, but did not comment. He walked slowly into the bar and held up the thing that Balan had handed to him personally, an envelope. Dear Mr. Balan, I'm very curious, what could have caused a low-level agent like me to be hunted by both the organization and bounty hunters? As the envelope was slowly torn open, Su Ming's mind flashed back to 2 days ago when Balan patted his shoulder and warned him, "Don't open the envelope." Balan's face looked a little ugly. Su Ming's behavior was tantamount to slapping him in the face in public. But the contents of the envelope cannot be revealed to others now. There are too many people watching him, and this will help them. Ming, my brother, listen to me, your mission does not allow you to open it. To do so would be betrayal. Seeing Su Ming's hand about to pull out the letter, Balan tried to dissuade him. At the same time, the pistol under the table was slowly loaded. With a casual smile, Su Ming looked at the agents in the room. They were all second-level agents whose status was second only to Bahrain. He raised the letter paper in his hand. Gentlemen, are you curious about what's written inside? Although there was no response, the flickering eyes revealed the agent's thoughts. Okay, now let me. Oh. Su Ming was halfway through his words when gunshots suddenly rang out. Chapter 4 New Careers. After the gunshots, the bar fell into silence. Everyone was staring blankly at a blood hole the size of a ping-pong ball on Su Ming's chest that healed rapidly until it disappeared, leaving only a hole in his clothes. What the F? Although the smell of gunpowder overwhelmed the cigar, it did not dispel the shadow in Bahrain's heart. I opened my mouth unconsciously. He thought that the large-caliber pistol in his hand would blow Su Ming away or even directly explode his chest. But I never thought that such an incredible situation would happen. All the agents in the bar were shocked beyond words by the scene before them. They had seen countless scenes of bullets passing through human bodies, bloody, cruel but routine. The scene in front of me, which seems like something out of a science fiction movie, just doesn't make any sense. Su Ming looked at Balan reproachfully, very dissatisfied with his impatience. He unfolded the letter as if he was not the one who had just been shot. There was only one sentence on the letter. Kill the yellow monkey delivering the letter in front of you. After reading the contents of the letter, Su Ming asked curiously, Mr. Balan, if you want to kill me, why don't you just do it yourself? The scorpion Balan finally exposed his stinger in anger, fired his gun and roared. What are you all standing there for? Kill him. The roar of bullets leaving gun barrels instantly filled the small bar. The wall where the gate was located was instantly turned into a uniform sieve. Seeing that the tense and exciting confrontation session had arrived, Su Ming licked his lips excitedly. Running for more than 10 kilometers was just a warm-up for him. He lowered his body and disappeared in an instant, turning into the god of death in the dark night. Every pause of a figure flashing in the crowd takes away a life. What kind of power will a fully enhanced body plus self-healing that ignores bullets plus mastery of Jeet Kune Do bring? The answer is obvious. In the blink of an eye, a group of agents were lying on the ground in various shapes. In mild cases, the nose is facing the buttocks. In serious cases, the nose is facing the butt, and there are 100 or 80 bullet holes. After dealing with all the agents, Su Ming looked at Bahrain again. The poisonous scorpion had lost the aura of a superior and collapsed to the ground. His legs instinctively pushed against the ground, trying to retreat, even though his back was already pressed tightly against the bar. Several gunshot wounds on his body were caused by stray bullets, and he was bleeding profusely. Oh, by the way, Mr. Balan, there's something I forgot to tell you. Su Ming squatted in front of Balan with a relaxed expression, picked up his tie and wiped the blood splattered on his hands. You're fired. It has been many years since old Balan was as happy as he is today, because he got information about the vibranium transaction from the local bosses in Hell's Kitchen. The higher-ups in the organization have assured him that if he can find the source of vibranium, his agent level will be further improved and he will be promoted to a higher level in no time. I knew it. The organization will never miss any opportunity to seize vibranium. So when he first heard the news about vibranium from Hell's Kitchen, he spent 2 nights thinking with his not-so-bright bald head before coming up with a plan. It's about finding some unlucky guy who gets into the heart of Hell's Kitchen first, no matter what he does. At the same time, he spread the news that a traitor who had information about vibranium appeared in the Hydra organization. In this way, he can blatantly send his forces into the core area of Hell's Kitchen, and Kingpin's vibranium transaction will inevitably be affected. Muddy the water first, then fish in troubled waters. This is the most common method used by Hydra to infiltrate all sectors of society. Unexpectedly, the Kingpin organization is not a monolithic entity. Just as his plan was being implemented, those greedy guys under Gene Bing came to him and shouted, "Fresh vibranium information, reasonable price." In the end, the intelligence was easily obtained with a mere $50, and Suming naturally became a useless chess piece. But he didn't expect that just when he was feeling proud of this matter, this damn Suming turned into a devil and came back to ruin things. The worst part is, this guy killed almost half of his own core staff just to fire me. Just quit? Big brother, Hydra isn't a legitimate company. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal about something as trivial as resigning? Is it necessary? Even though I sent people to kill you, aren't you fine? Isn't it enough for me to apologize? Bahrain is on the verge of collapse. Ming, my brother, let's talk it over. Resigning, huh? As you wish, let me go. Looking at Balan, whose face was full of desire to survive, Suming thought that the cruel and ruthless scorpion in his impression was more suitable for this fat face. As if remembering something, he looked at Bahrain expectantly. Mr. Baron, since you agreed to my resignation, can we now discuss compensation? Both the mission and the pursuit were orchestrated by Balan. Suming believed he deserved compensation, and this wasn't extortion. Blackmail, blatant blackmail. Poor old Balan looked at his right leg, which was gradually losing sensation, and complained bitterly in his heart. His hands were very attentive. He picked up the phone and started operating it. Ming, my brother, your request is very reasonable. I plan to give you $50 as severance pay. The premise is, send me to the hospital immediately. Suming didn't react at all. 100 million. Seeing that Suming didn't say anything, Balan gritted his teeth and doubled the price. At this moment, Suming was calculating in his mind how long it would take him to earn $50 by delivering food. The answer is, you can't earn it in your lifetime. There's no way. I just traveled through time, and my mind hasn't adjusted yet. Just as Suming was still immersed in the shock of the $50, Bahrain called out a new number. $200 million. Ming, my brother, this is all the liquid funds I have. If you don't send me to the hospital, I will die. For God's sake. How much? 200 million. Suming's eyes lit up when he realized what was happening, but the impression of Scorpion Bahrain's cunning style reminded him not to trust him easily, unless the money was transferred immediately. Make a deal. Suming agreed with a smile. Page 5. But, I want it now. Otherwise you can't go anywhere. Balan had no choice but to do as he was told and made a phone call to ask his subordinates to transfer the money to Suming immediately. The waiting process is agonizing, and not all banks are open at midnight. Balan felt very cold at the moment, thinking in his mind that no matter what kind of connections his men used this time, as long as he could accomplish this, he would be my next favorite. Danglang. A few minutes later, the sound of gold coins colliding rang in Suming's ears, and the system prompted. Transfer received. Account balance $2,001,380. Suming felt as if he was in a dream. How could he get so much money so easily? If this is takeaway, wrong. The occasional smell of blood and the corpses all over the room made him realize that he was no longer the food delivery rider who got up early and worked late, braved the wind and snow, and had to please everyone's mood. What is that? A Hydra agent? Not right either. After all, I just fired my boss and received a large sum of compensation. Thinking of this, a blonde and blue-eyed beauty appeared in Suming's mind. Although I don't know her name, the profession of bounty hunter seems to be a perfect match for my current situation. Snapped his fingers and decided. Next new profession, bounty hunter. Suming was lost in thought and did not hear Balan's cry for help until he was so weak that he could hardly speak and his face was as pale as gold paper. Suming finally reacted. Oops, sorry, Mr. Balan, I almost forgot about you. I will send you to treatment right away. When Balan first saw Suming ignoring him, he thought that he would turn against him after taking the money, just as he had done many times before. Feeling very desperate, suddenly hearing Suming's words, her eyes lit up with hope, her lips trembling and unable to speak, she nodded repeatedly, wishing Suming would turn into Superman and carry her to the hospital. Thanks so much. He killed Boss Balan. Kill him. The agent who had just returned saw the miserable state of the bar and instantly made a judgment. Da. Long live Hydra. The light in Balan's eyes went out. Damn hail Hydra. Chapter 5. Nick Fury's attention. I rolled down the car window and let the cool night breeze caress my face. Suming looked at the brightly lit buildings on the opposite bank. That was the night view of Manhattan. 3 or 5 Hydra agents were certainly no match for Suming, but the unlucky Bahrain was hit by a stray bullet again and met God on the spot. Recalling the information revealed by Balan before his death, it turned out that his trip to Hell's Kitchen to deliver the letter was just Balan's first move to invade the heartland of the Jinbing organization. Unfortunately, before he arrived at the mission location, Bahrain was impatient and spread the information that Su Ming was a traitor and was in possession of important secrets of the organization. What Bahrain had not expected was that the hatred of these fanatical believers in the organization towards the traitors was so great that their work efficiency was greatly improved. This eventually led to Su Ming's desperate counterattack and death. With Su Ming's current strength, he no longer cares about the conspiracies and intrigues between gangs. But he knew that a secret vibranium deal would take place in Hell's Kitchen within the next month. Vibranium. This metal is in Captain America's shield and is also used in Black Panther's suit. Although this metal is very expensive, Su Ming has no idea for the time being. The information is too vague and he cannot find any useful clues from it. However, one place aroused Su Ming's deep curiosity: the underground exchange located in Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. This is a mixed bag. As long as you have money, you can get medicines, women, drugs and even arms. Similarly, this is also the place where various capitals issue bounty missions. As a bounty hunter, even if you are still a novice, you should at least know where to receive the missions. Su Ming was attracted by this point. He found that he had killed at least dozens of Hydra agents, but the only one who earned him a bounty seemed to be the scarred man in the Black Clinic. In the unremarkable memories of its predecessor, the Hydra organization infiltrated all walks of life, and even their presence could be seen in SHIELD. But there were actually not many agents who were rewarded for doing dirty work. This made Su Ming decisively give up the idea of hunting down Hydra agents to earn bounties. When it comes to money, a proud man with a mustache appears in Su Ming's mind: Tony Stark. Stark Industries is the world's leading weapons developer, and he's incredibly wealthy. This genius with an IQ that is almost unbelievable seems to have not yet turned into Iron Man. The $2 million that Bahrain voluntarily transferred opened a new door for Su Ming. This is definitely not extortion, but a transaction based on mutual consent. Right, that is it. There are more than $2 million on the books, and although it can be exchanged for some abilities, Su Ming still plans to get to know the new working environment first before making a decision. As soon as he thought of this, Su Ming stepped on the accelerator deeply, and the Mustang sports car roared. This was once Balan's favorite sound. With the powerful support of dynamic vision, a speed of 300 km per hour could not cause Su Ming any tension. The bright red taillights disappeared at the end of the road in a blink of an eye. Washington. The Triskelion building stands quietly on the island. The night wind rustles the leaves and creates ripples on the surrounding water. National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. The sound of rapid high heels rang out outside the director's office. Nick Fury, a bald, one-eyed black man in a black leather trench coat, turned his gaze from the distant Washington Monument to the interior. Maria, what happened? Maria Hill skillfully placed the document in her hand on the director's desk. Director Fury, this is news from Brooklyn. His cool appearance revealed a capable military style. He fell silent after a sentence, as if to say, the file is right there, take a look for yourself. Nick Fury looked at the graceful young lady in front of him and felt a little playful. For some reason, my eyes haven't been feeling well lately. Hey, you know, my eyes have endured too much over the years. There is absolutely no intention to read the documents yourself. Maria Hill quietly rolled her eyes and spoke quickly. The head of Hydra in Brooklyn has been killed. What? Nick Fury immediately grabbed the document on the table and read it carefully, his expression extremely serious. I remember Balan has been entrenched in Brooklyn for nearly 10 years. What powerful character could have taken him down? A mutant? At the end of the file was a photo. The man in the photo had an oriental face, black hair, dark brown eyes, slender eyes, delicate features and a hint of nobility. It was Su Ming. Oh, it's a young man. Fate. Maria Hill added. It's Su Ming. Director Fury. When our people arrived, they found that all the Hydra agents present had been killed in one blow. Their necks were broken. Balan appeared to have died in the gunfight, with estimates suggesting at least 1,000 bullets were fired and one wall of the bar was almost completely destroyed. However, no bloodstains, DNA or other information about Su Ming was found. Through investigation, it was discovered that the Brooklyn branch of Hydra was recently hunting Su Ming, claiming that he was a traitor to the Hydra organization and possessed important intelligence. Interestingly, a taxi driver on the road to the Sunset Fence bar before Baron's death said he had been robbed. Through questioning and comparison, we confirmed that it was this person. Nick Fury put down the documents and walked back and forth in the office, muttering, Scorpion Balan, we've been keeping an eye on him for so many years, and he was just killed by an unknown young man. Maria Hill said seriously, Director Fury, I need to remind you that anyone who can uproot a Hydra stronghold is definitely not a good person. Nick Fury licked his lips and nodded slowly. Agent Hill, Have the brothers in Brooklyn keep an eye on Su-Ming. I want to know more about him. Su-Ming drove across the famous Brooklyn Bridge and was not in a hurry to go to the location he had found out. Instead, he booked a room at a Manhattan hotel, took a leisurely shower, and changed his clothes. The battle-damaged suit he was wearing was already in tatters, and after several battles, Su-Ming's body was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, which made him very uncomfortable. Looking at himself in the mirror, Su-Ming felt that this standard Oriental handsome guy's appearance was still too ostentatious in the city of New York. So I looked through the system mall to see if I could find any product that could change my appearance. After flipping through dozens of pages, just when Su-Ming was about to give up, his eyes locked on a talent. Did I walk into the wrong set? A thought flashed through my mind. As Su-Ming opened the talent introduction, he let out a long "Oh." Tuxedo mask, faceless mask, $100,000. Instructions: when you put on the mask, you will become the noblest prince under the starry sky. It is suitable for hiding your identity and appearance. Exchange. After waiting for a long time, Su-Ming didn't feel any changes. Puzzled, he opened the panel. Name: Su-Ming. Age: 28. Physical fitness: 9. Current account: $1,901,380. Page 6. Existing talents: Subwolverine level recovery, Dynamic vision level 1, Jeet Kune Do mastery, Physical enhancement level 1, 2/5 heavy, formless mask. New talents are included. After asking the waiter for a semi-covered ball mask, Su-Ming prepared to see how effective his new talent was. After putting on the mask, Su-Ming suddenly felt that the aura around him had changed. Looking at myself in the mirror, my whole body exudes a strange charm, and the eyes under the mask become noble and evil. It's poison to all women. This is a bit too handsome. I accepted this gift with a wry smile. Since I can hide my appearance, I might as well be handsome. Appearing on the streets of Manhattan again, Su-Ming looked tall and handsome in a well-tailored suit and a British-style windbreaker. The girls coming and going at the cocktail party all looked sideways. Su-Ming touched the mask in his pocket and walked in one direction, relying on his memory. Chapter 6 about Tony's commission. If Su-Ming, with his outstanding temperament and exquisite clothes, was just a little eye-catching when he came out of the luxurious Manhattan hotel, as he gradually walked into the heart of Hell's Kitchen, he became out of place. Neon tubes flickered on the peeling brick walls, and whispers of drug deals could be heard from behind rusty iron doors. The glass windows of the abandoned bar were covered with grime, and skinny drug addicts huddled inside. Foul white mist was rising from the sewer outlet, and there seemed to be a pair of greedy eyes behind every door. Even stray cats were carrying coins with bullet holes in them. This is Hell's Kitchen, a paradise for criminals. Su-Ming, wearing a mask and transformed into a noble prince, ignored the woman who came to chat him up and went straight into an antique shop. While the shelves are filled with musty old books and skeletal statues, biometric scanners are embedded in the walls. After confirming that Su-Ming had no weapons on him, the guard in secret relaxed his grip on the gun, and the entrance to the underground exchange slowly opened. It was my first time here. After a flight of stairs going down, there was a spacious hall. The lobby is not luxurious but clean. The air filtration system wafted in the scent of cedar, a stark contrast to the stench of decay on the ground. People of all kinds were moving between the rooms, but when they saw Su-Ming, they all looked at him in amazement. There was even a person who looked like an attendant who came to invite Su-Ming to have dinner with his hostess. After smilingly refusing, Su-Ming came to the service front desk and called out twice before waking up the receptionist, who was looking at him with a crazy look on her face. After selecting the sign to receive the task, I entered a small room according to the number on it. There was only one chair and a screen in the room. After Su-Ming sat down, he seemed to hear a faint female voice coming from the speakers. "Oh my God, beautiful boy." After closing the door, a dense array of bounty tasks automatically appeared on the screen, scrolling in a loop. Searching for people, assassination, kidnapping, threats, chopping off hands and feet. Su-Ming was never satisfied with the bounty amount. Of course, anyone who receives $200 million in one lump sum will look at other sums and think, that's just the way it is. Suddenly, Su-Ming's attention was attracted by a scrolling task. Protect Tony Stark, $100 million bounty. Because among so many missions, there are almost no commissions to protect someone or serve as a bodyguard for someone. It was as if the people who commissioned the mission all tacitly believed that the gentlemen of Hell's Kitchen were better at killing and destroying. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This Tony is really a popular figure. If for no other reason, Su-Ming had already seen several commissions regarding Tony Stark, most of them were assassinations. The maximum bounty is only $80. The mission to protect him costs as much as $100 million, which is the highest price of all bounty missions so far. There are so many people who miss Tony. Without any hesitation, Su-Ming chose to take on the task of protecting Tony Stark. At the same time, people in other rooms of the exchange saw the notification that the bodyguard mission had been accepted and started discussing it. He dares to take on missions related to Tony Stark. This guy must be tired of living. That's right, those who are targeting Tony are all business rivals of the same level, as well as ruthless people who have been offended by his bad temper. The retail investors who can only receive tasks in this underground exchange are not even enough to fill their teeth. Good luck, brave fellow. Su-Ming didn't know all this. He only saw a drawer suddenly pop up at the bottom of the screen, with a phone and a card inside. Just as he was looking at the card in confusion, the phone rang. The first time I came here, I didn't know the rules, and the staff around me reminded me. Employer calling, please answer. Su-Ming suddenly realized and picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Courage, I'm glad you accepted this mission. The encrypted dialing and fuzzy voice could only allow Su-Ming to barely hear the content of the call but could not distinguish the voice. Mr. Stark will be going to a Fuhan for business soon. I will place you by his side so that you can complete your bodyguard duties. Su-Ming listened to what the other party said and felt that it was natural, but then the content of the call took a 180-degree turn. By the way, Mr. Courage, are you interested in a deal worth $3 million? Su-Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. $300 million? A new high, I'd like to hear it. The person on the other end of the phone seemed very satisfied and continued to explain. Look, the bounty for protecting Mr. Stark is $100 million, and I also have a mission to kill Mr. Stark, it's worth $300 million. I wonder if Mr. Courage is interested? Things are getting interesting. Su-Ming showed a hint of amusement in his eyes, waiting for the other party to explain further. Sir, there's no need to be confused. This is just business. As I said, I'll pay you $1 million to protect Mr. Stark back from Afrod. The mission to kill Mr. Stark will take effect at any time. Su-Ming was very curious. Dear employer, I understand the mission rules, but why did you choose me? I'm referring to the latter mission. A deep laugh came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Courage, I didn't choose you, you chose the mission. When you accepted this bodyguard mission, I knew you possessed extraordinary courage. I'm afraid no one would dare to take on the mission involving Tony. Su-Ming complained in his heart, but then he thought that Tony had not gone to a Fuhan yet, so this was a good opportunity for him. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the other party, he hung up the phone. According to the staff's explanation, the card in the drawer is the certificate for receiving the task, which contains the bank card number and code of the person receiving the task. Su-Ming had no idea that he needed to provide a code name, so he suddenly thought of a transliteration of his own name, Fate. Amid the waitress's reluctant farewell, Su-Ming took the mission contact number and left the underground exchange. In a Manhattan hotel, Su-Ming lay on the bed, thinking about the next task. I remember that Tony suffered a lot in Alfred's hands, and at the same time, he also awakened the rare compassion in the arrogant Gary. To put it bluntly, he almost died from a missile developed by his own company, which made him feel a chill down his spine. That's why there was a subsequent decision to completely cancel the weapons research and development project. Su-Ming felt that as a bounty hunter, his first mission required a certain level of respect for his work. Who cares if he's the future Iron Man? Now he's in my hands. Sorry, I'm a heartless bounty hunter. Thinking of this, Su-Ming knew in which direction his abilities should develop. He realized he had no means of long-range attack. Before this, relying on his mastery of Jeet Kune Do to roam around Brooklyn, in the hail of bullets in Afghanistan, facing the fully armed Taliban, Su-Ming realized that he must have an outstanding long-range strike method. Guns? Bows and arrows? Something else? After carefully browsing the system mall, Su-Ming fell into deep hesitation. Either one is good, but it's expensive. Chapter 7 Cardmaster. Su-Ming knew that this world would face a large-scale alien invasion in a few years. If you choose to use guns, there will be no problem in dealing with terrorists, but it is nothing compared to aliens. So the choice of gun, pass. Recalling those well-known superheroes, Hulk, Spider-Man, Captain America, Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, Thor, they are powerful weapons in themselves, so they don't need any external help. Thinking of this, Su-Ming decided to first strengthen his level 1 physique to level 5, which cost $6 $60,000 USD, talent upgrade successfully. Account balance, $1,841,380 USD. The property panel opens, and the data flow forms a holographic interface before your eyes. Name, Su-Ming. Age, 28. Physical fitness, 15. Current account, $1,841,380. Existing talents, Subwolverine level recovery, Dynamic vision level 1, Jeet Kune Do mastery, Physical enhancement level 1, 5/5 heavy, formless mask. Physical fitness increased from 9 points to 15 points. Looking at myself in the mirror, my streamlined muscles are as explosive as a cheetah's. I picked up a can at random, thinking that before I could only squeeze it into the shape of a stick, and I wondered what the effect would be after my body was lifted. With a slight clasp of his palms, the can turned directly into a flat shape. Looking at the can in his hand, which had turned into a card in surprise, Suming knew that this thing could no longer be used to test the changes in his body. He took a quick look at the furnishings in the room, walked to the sofa, grabbed the armrest and lifted it gently. The nearly 3-meter-long sofa left the ground like this. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and Suming slowly loosened his fingers, leaving only 2 fingers pinching the handle. The sofa was still hanging in the air, motionless. Crack, bang. The handle couldn't bear the weight and broke. No wonder it costs $2 million just to upgrade to level 200. This enhancement effect is truly amazing. I turned around and went back to bed, and sizzle. A big hole was torn in the carpet under my feet. Suming was slightly stunned. He realized that it was because he used too much force when turning and walking, and the thick carpet was torn easily like paper. Page 7. My physical condition has improved too quickly and I still need to adapt. Tiptoeing back to bed and drinking an iced cola, Suming decided to choose a cold weapon for long-range attack. Bow and arrow? Throwing knife? Or javelin? No, forget about the javelin. Imagine yourself carrying a large bundle of javelins on your back and throwing them to kill the enemy. What kind of spear of revenge is this? By the same token, running around with a bow on your back does not conform to your aesthetic taste. After all, there is already an Hawkeye here who uses a bow and arrow, and his combat power is not even in the first tier. Bow and arrow, pass. In the end, Suming chose to use a throwing knife, not just because it was easy to carry. In my memory, Lee Sunhuan's unique skills were so cool. With one strike of his sword, the situation would change dramatically, and his strike never missed its target. With his current good physical fitness and talent for dynamic vision, it would be more appropriate for him to choose throwing knives. Muttering flying knife, Suming searched the system mall for a long time, and finally found a talent in an inconspicuous place. Never miss a shot, accurate throwing, LV 1.200 000 USD. Exchange. -$200,000 USD. Exchange successful. Account balance, $1,641,380 USD. An inexplicable feeling came over Suming, and as if a sudden inspiration had struck him, he looked at the bathroom farthest from him in the suite, picked up the advertising card beside the bed and threw it away. Snapped. The card turned into a stream of light and went straight through the living room and embedded itself into the bathroom door handle, with only a tiny corner of it showing. Oh, not bad. Suming, feeling playful, walked to the window and opened a deck of cards. Brush. As he raised his hand, the playing card spun and flew into the distance, and was nailed to the eaves of the opposite building dozens of meters away. Fortunately, Suming has a talent for dynamic vision, otherwise he would not be able to see how the poker card flew over. Watching the playing cards accurately pin the flying plastic bag to the wall, Suming nodded with satisfaction. Another card was drawn, this time not aimed at anything. Suming planned to see how far the card's effective range was with its current level 1 talent. Brush. The cards transformed into meteors that flew off into the distance. What a miscalculation. Suming was surprised to see that the thrown card remained accurate until it disappeared from his sight. This means that with my current level of vision, I can no longer see how far the card flies. It's time to upgrade your eyesight. Looking at the talent upgrade interface, Suming once again lamented that he didn't have enough money. Dynamic Vision Level 1, Dynamic Vision Level 2, $100 million. Dynamic Vision Level 2, Dynamic Vision Level 3, $1,000 million. Dynamic Vision Level 3, Dynamic Vision Level 4, $1 million. The current account balance is only enough to upgrade the Dynamic Vision talent once. Upgrade. $100 million. Upgrade successful. Account balance $641,380. As the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind, everything in front of Suming became different. Even though it was still dark, the patterns on the civil airliners in the sky were clearly visible, just like looking through a telescope. Looking back at the direction where the card was thrown, I found the playing card on the light box of a bakery sign 2 streets away. The distance is about 2 kilometers. Wow, it actually flew so far. Looking at the position of the card from a distance, which had long deviated from the direction of his throw, Suming drew another card and threw it with all his strength. Brush. In the upgraded vision, the card turned into a stream of light and flew away, eventually deviating after flying about 200 meters. Only 200 meters? Su Ming was not satisfied with the distance and looked at the upgrade interface of the precision throwing skill. Precision throwing LV1, precision throwing LV2, $60. Precision throwing LV2, precision throwing LV3, $600. Precision throwing LV3, precision throwing LV4, $6,000. Grit your teeth. Upgrade. $60, upgrade successful. Account balance $41,380. Looking at his almost empty account, Su Ming's mouth twitched, and he kept telling himself, money is a bastard. If you lose it, go earn it again. Then throw out another card. Brush. Crack. I saw a large piece of brick on the roof of the building opposite was cut off on the spot. Su Ming's grinning mouth only returned to normal after he confirmed that the bricks hadn't hit anyone. This money is well spent. It's much more powerful. Looking into the distance again, Su Ming planned to observe what changes the upgraded talent would bring to the shooting range. Brush. The card streaked across the sky like a meteor, rushing straight in the direction Su Ming was aiming for nearly 1,000 meters before changing its trajectory. So strong. Su Ming suddenly realized that what he had just thrown was a card. If it had been a real flying knife, that must be a scene the enemy doesn't want to see. Looking at the cards in my hand, if I add a teleport, Su Ming had a strange idea. I clearly wanted to emulate Li Sun Huan, so how did I become a card master? Xiao Li Fei Dao is still handsome. Playing cards can be used as daily long-range weapons, and throwing knives are also needed when the time comes. Thinking of this, Su Chen found a piece of paper and began to draw the image of Xiao Li Fei Dao according to his memory. As a result, I can't even tell what the scribbles on the paper are. They're so ugly. Frowning as he looked at his own paintings, Su Ming suddenly remembered that when he was browsing the mall just now, he seemed to have seen a talent for painting. Lifelike sketching mastery. For dollars. With this mastery of painting, it seems that many things will be much easier in the future. Without thinking. Exchange. $4, exchange successful. Account balance $1,380. A flash of enlightenment flashed through his mind, and he was confident that he could absolutely control the trajectory of the brush in his hand. After some pencil splitting, looking at the flying knife on the paper that seemed to be emitting a cold light, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction. It is always good to have many skills, the ancients were right. Chapter 8. Tony Stark. The streets were deserted everywhere in the early morning, especially in Hell's Kitchen. When Su Chen walked out of the underground exchange again, his face was not very good. Because he has no money. After much difficulty, we found a craftsman who would make custom throwing knives. We even agreed on the materials and quantity, but the cost was $5. Just as he was so generous in spending $2 million to upgrade his talent, he is now in such an awkward situation. But would Su Ming be stumped by such a small matter? Of course not. Looking at the Mustang sports car on the side of the road that originally belonged to Scorpion Bahrain, the price tag appeared in his eyes. Used Mustang $10. He looked around calmly, made sure no one was around, and then placed his hand on the roof of the car. Exchange. As the Mustang sports car disappeared into a stream of data, the account balance jumped to $101,380. Just as Su Ming was about to return to the exchange, the mission call rang. Mr. Fate, please get to Stark Tower within the hour. Someone will contact you. Without waiting for Su Ming to say anything, the phone was hung up. What an anxious guy. Looking at the old-fashioned straight bar phone with simple functions, I miss my smartphone a little bit. After hurriedly returning to the exchange to complete the customization of the throwing knife, Su Ming took a taxi to Stark Tower. The Stark Tower soars into the clouds, with a facade made mainly of black granite and chrome-plated metal, and a sharp spire on top piercing the sky. It was the first time that Su Ming took a close look at this building that would be full of stories in the future. He was very curious about what form Jarvis was in at this time. As I walked into the building, I saw staff members rushing around. Tony was big on efficiency, so they had no time for small talk. Just as Su Ming was hesitating whether to go to the front desk to ask, a tall bald man in a suit walked straight towards him. His gray beard showed that he was no longer young. Fate. Obadiah Stan immediately spotted the special oriental face in the crowd. Although he didn't know who he was, he and that person were the only ones without name badges in the entire hall. Su Ming nodded slightly without saying anything. The man in front of him had a very strong aura, and the staff around him all looked at him with awe. He was obviously a senior executive of Stark Industries. Su Ming looked at the old man who came to pick him up in person, and he understood everything. Follow me. Obadiah Stan didn't waste any time. After confirming that Su Ming was the person he was looking for, he took him to his office. As a shareholder in the company, his office was high up in Stark Tower, but not on the top floor. Page 8. Because the top floor is Tony Stark's private territory. Obadiah looked at the mysterious Oriental man in a well-tailored suit and trench coat, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Mr. Fate, I never thought that the person who would have the courage to accept this mission would be a gentleman like you. Su-Ming understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He just wanted to show off his skills. At the same time, I also remembered things about him. It's you, old buddy. He was doing things behind Tony's back, wishing Tony would die suddenly so that he could take his place. This guy was the one who initiated the mission to kill Tony. When Obadiah Stan introduced himself, Su-Ming thought of this person and complained in his heart. Lift your arm slightly. Shoo. A playing card sank into the reinforced concrete wall at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, raising a cloud of dust. Obadiah's pupils shrank. Master. A moment of joy. Great. I didn't expect that just throwing out a mission on the black market would attract such a person. Tony, I'm sorry, your time has come. Hey. Obadiah looked at Su-Ming excitedly. Mr. Fate, my friend. You haven't answered me yet, about the second mission. I mean, that matter. How are you thinking about it? Su-Ming looked at the bald man in front of him with some amusement. After all, it's normal to feel a little guilty about openly caring about someone's life downstairs of Tony's building. Of course, as a bounty hunter, it makes no sense not to make money. But, Mr. Employer, do you mind if I complete the bodyguard mission first and then proceed with the subsequent missions? The 1 million for the bodyguard is mine. The 3 million for the murder, also mine. This is what Su-Ming is thinking at the moment. Seeing that Su-Ming had officially accepted his commission, Obadiah was as happy as a child. Okay, Mr. Fate, I just hope that after returning from Afuhan, you can take action as soon as possible. The commission has already been deposited into the trading bank's account. When the task is completed, the trading bank will naturally give you the reward immediately. Clapping his hands, Obadiah seemed to be in a good mood. Come on, Mr. Fate, I'll take you to meet this playboy. Su-Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tony had slept with almost every cover girl on Maxim magazine. When the helicopter landed at the Bayfront Villa in Malibu, California, Su-Ming once again sighed that Tony really knew how to enjoy life. This Seaview Villa, which is dominated by glass curtain walls, metal lines and minimalist style, faces the Pacific Ocean, has a private beach and a magnificent view of the bay. It is surrounded by cliffs and green plants and is one of the premier luxury homes in California. Following Obadiah to the upstairs living room, I saw Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts, dealing with the blonde woman Tony had spent the night with. I'll do anything Mr. Stark asks, and that includes occasionally taking care of his leftover trash from last night. The blonde woman's pretty face turned red and white with anger because of Pepper. She snatched the clothes from her hand and ran out. Obadiah gave Pepper a thumbs up, and Pepper gave him a brief professional smirk before turning and walking into Tony's work area. Giving Su-Ming a look, Obadiah followed closely. In the work area, Tony Stark is concentrating on repairing a car. It was a classic car, and although it looked very old, the paint and patterns were still very bright. Su-Ming knew that it was this classic car that gave Tony inspiration, and the main color of Mark's armor came from this. Obadiah quietly told Su-Ming that it was a 1932 Ford Flathead Ruster. Nodding politely, Su-Ming was not very interested in this old car. He was carefully observing Tony Stark, the Iron Man who would save the world in the future. The slightly fluffy dark brown short hair is naturally curly and messy because the owner is concentrating on mechanical maintenance. His eyes were narrow and sharp, with dark brown pupils, and his focused gaze carried a hint of arrogance. The eyebrows are thick and neatly trimmed, which enhances the facial features. The chin is slightly pointed and has a strong jawline, and that distinctive mustache. Finally meeting Tony Stark, Su-Ming sighed inwardly. It's exactly like in the movie. Pepper took a notebook and reported Tony's itinerary item by item, making timely records of every decision Tony made. After a few brief conversations, Su-Ming learned that today was Pepper Potts' birthday. Obi, what brings you here? Just as Tony finished his coffee and turned around, he finally saw Obadiah and Su-Ming. But he only greeted Obadiah. Although he saw Su-Ming, he immediately turned his gaze to Obadiah. The words arrogant are interpreted very well. Su-Ming understood him and didn't show anything, but Obadiah became anxious. Tony, I heard you're going to Afuhan. Terrorists are rampant there, and you need protection. This is what I found specifically for you. No need, Obi. Tony glanced at Su-Ming and frowned slightly. The company has a dedicated security department, and there is also local military protection. I don't need additional bodyguards. After saying that, he picked up his coat and left the room, with Assistant Pepper following closely behind in her high heels. Obadiah looked at Su-Ming, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. Mr. Fate, it looks like your first mission is going to fail. Chapter 9 Scarlet Fate. On a private jet. Surrounded by dynamic music, Tony Stark and Air Force Major James Rhodes drank some wine. A steel pipe slowly rose from the cabin floor, and the flight attendants danced around the pipe in their cool clothes. Although the destination was a war-torn hell on Earth, there was singing and dancing on the plane. This is very consistent with Tony Stark's style, enjoy life in the moment. Not to mention that James Rhodes was only able to leave after Tony stood him up for 3 hours, and on the plane, he dragged Tony to chatter non-stop under the influence of alcohol. Su-Ming was on the plane back to Manhattan, listening to old Obadiah's complaints. Tony, that bastard. I kindly arranged such a powerful bodyguard for him, but he didn't even want it. He's so stubborn. Watching Obadiah's performance, Su-Ming had a playful expression. Pretend, keep pretending. Obadiah calmly set the channel he and Su-Ming were talking on to private, and whispered, Mr. Fate, it seems that the bodyguard mission was just wishful thinking on my part. But it doesn't matter, I will arrange for you to go to Afuhan next, and you can start the second mission directly. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Su-Ming was thoughtful. Yes, Mr. Employer, but I need to wait a while before leaving. Also, when the time comes, I need to know where Mr. Stark is. A hint of hesitation flashed in Obadiah's eyes. In order to ensure the death of Tony Stark, he had already contacted Alfred's Ten Rings gang. But this is a highly confidential matter. How could the future chairman of Stark Industries have any connection with terrorists? While thinking in his heart, he said confidently, regarding this, no problem, I will promptly inform you of his whereabouts through the mission phone. Also, I'm sorry for causing Mr. Fate to lose his bodyguard mission. I will give you $50 as compensation. Su-Ming looked at the bald man in front of him with some surprise. Every wrinkle on his face revealed sincerity at this moment, as if he was really sorry that Su-Ming did not earn 100 million. Look, this is what a capitalist is like, daring to take a gamble when it comes to profit. If it weren't for his own abilities, if it weren't for the purpose of killing Tony Stark, Obadiah would never have been so diligent. Su-Ming expressed his gratitude and happily accepted Obadiah's compensation, and promised to complete the task. Plus $50, account balance $551,380. Walking on the streets of Manhattan, looking at the suit shops with the words high-end customization written on them, Su-Ming thought it was time to buy himself a similar set of clothes. Although dress-style suits are luxurious, they are likely to be tattered once engaged in combat, so sports-style suits are more suitable. After explaining his requirements to the old tailor in the store and taking measurements, he turned and walked out of the store. The old tailor looked at Su-Ming's departing back through his reading glasses and murmured, How long has it been since I've seen such a perfectly proportioned figure? Those athletic-style clothes are such a waste. Can't do anything. The day of departure arrived in the blink of an eye. It was only after Obadiah urged Su-Ming several times that Su-Ming decided to set off. What's the rush? Tony won't be able to get out anytime soon. I'm rubbing my armor with my hands. Su-Ming first went to the underground exchange to retrieve the finished throwing knives. 50 titanium alloy throwing knives gleaming with cold light are neatly inserted into the magic knife sheath. He casually pulled out a knife that was slightly heavy and slightly longer than his finger. The smooth blade reflected his face. In Su-Ming's powerful vision, the tip of the blade was extremely sharp and smooth, without any flaws. He nodded with satisfaction, but he didn't plan to try to throw one right away, as it would be bad to scare these craftsmen. After listening to the craftsman's explanation, a hint of surprise flashed across Su-Ming's face as he put on the magic knife sheath. The design of the magic knife sheath is truly ingenious, with its conception and design more inclined towards actual combat. Su-Ming can easily take out the throwing knives from different angles. The scabbard can hold 50 titanium alloy throwing knives. The dense arrangement not only forms a defense, but also has no effect on Su-Ming's actions. Even if there is, it is just heavier, but this weight is not a problem at all in front of Su-Ming's strengthened body. Su-Ming said that the delivery is fast, the quality is good, the appearance is good, and it is great value for money, and it deserves 5-star praise. To be honest, at first Su-Ming thought that he was just custom making a throwing knife in an underground exchange, but the price was ridiculously high, and he must have met a black-hearted person. But now it seems that the high price is justified, and the craftsman did put a lot of thought into it. Thinking of this, Su-Ming began to look forward to whether his customized combat uniform would be as eye-catching and attractive as the flying knife. Not long after, Su-Ming arrived in front of the old tailor in the suit shop. Page 9. At this moment, the old tailor seemed to have aged 10 years. His face was haggard, his eye sockets were sunken, and he had 2 thick dark circles under his eyes, like a trainer in Undercity. When the old tailor saw that it was Su-Ming, he shouted, "Wait a minute, just 1 minute." Then he delicately swung the hammer in his hand to process something. What tailor uses a hammer instead of scissors? Su Ming was puzzled, but the old tailor's focused expression created an aura of a craftsman, which made Su Ming unable to say anything teasing. 1 minute later, okay, haha. The old tailor held up the thing in his hand and was as excited as a child who had received a favorite toy. Su Ming took a closer look. It was a half-face mask made of pure silver with cast patterns. The exquisite patterns were carved out by the old tailor hammer by hammer, exuding a simple and elegant beauty. Before Su Ming could speak, the old tailor stuffed the mask into his hands. Just as Su Ming was stunned, the old tailor took out a black box from the studio in the back and placed it on the chopping board in front of Su Ming. Shoo! Seeing Su Ming about to ask something, the old tailor raised his finger in front of his mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Put it on and show me, quick. His bloodshot eyes were filled with anticipation. Su Ming didn't know what was going on, so he had to do as he was told. Craftsmen always have strange tempers. When he opened the box and saw a sea of blood red, Su Ming was stunned. This is so different from what we agreed on. Under the repeated urging of the tailor, Su Ming changed into this suit. Okay, quick, put on the mask, put it on. As Su Ming gradually changed his clothes, the old tailor's eyes became brighter and brighter, his skinny arms trembled slightly with excitement, and he urged loudly. Looking at himself in the mirror, Su Ming had to admit this old tailor was quite something. Even I was amazed. A scarlet velvet suit gleamed like liquid metal under the bright lights. The slim fit outlined sculptural lines, and the double row of hand-sewn amber buttons reflects a subtle light, like the metals on the breastplate of an ancient Roman warrior. The faintly visible dark patterns on the lapel are outlined with golden silk threads to create an elegant totem of entwined vines. The collar of the ivory silk shirt worn underneath is embellished with hand-embroidered nightingale feathers, and the deliberately distressed wrinkles on the collar add a touch of lazy elegance to the overall look. The sterling silver mask in her hand echoes the subtle crocodile leather embossing on the side seams of her trousers. This outfit is simply a relic of the aristocracy during the Art Nouveau period. The moment Su Ming put on the mask, his whole temperament changed again. There was a hint of evil charm in his nobility. It was as if the mysterious Lucifer was walking slowly from the depths of hell, stepping on flames. The most valuable thing is that although it looks like a dress, it has amazing elasticity and will not be easily torn by strenuous exercise. The old tailor looked at the work in front of him. This was the masterpiece he was most satisfied with in many years. With a slight warmth in his eyes, the old tailor waved to Su Ming, indicating that he could leave. When Su Ming wanted to pay, he heard the old tailor sigh without even turning his head. Thank you, young man. It gave me the opportunity to transform from a craftsman into an artist. Go away. Oh, remember the name of this suit, Scarlet. Su Ming savored the old tailor's words, remembered his code name, and murmured, Scarlet Fate. Chapter 10. A shocking knife. Su Ming still took off this extremely ostentatious outfit. Just kidding, he could imagine the spectacular scene of him parading around in this outfit and being chased and blocked as if he were a celebrity on a roadshow. Maybe being a star wouldn't be bad? But Su Ming had no good feelings towards that hypocritical world of fame and fortune. I gave up the idea in an instant. The old tailor's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. This scarlet suit is simply a work of art. Paired with the silver carved mask, it adds the finishing touch and elevates the style several times. I'll probably change it in missions where I need to hide my identity. It's never wrong to keep a low profile in daily life. Afhan, Kuna Province. Under Obadiah's arrangement, Su Ming came to the place where Tony demonstrated the Jericho missile. Looking at the mountain in the distance that was razed to the ground by missiles, Su Ming sighed that it was better to stay away from missiles. At this moment, the phone rang, and Obadiah's angry voice came. These shady scumbags who imprisoned Tony, how is that any different from protecting him? Damn it, why not kill him? Mr. Fate, I beg you to go to their armed stronghold immediately and kill Tony. It would be best to kill all those damn terrorists from the 10 Rings as well. After that, he hung up the phone. Has the plot already developed to this point? There are quite a lot of people who miss Tony Stark. Those idiots from the 10 Rings gang still want to threaten Tony to help them build the Jericho missile. Even if he doesn't take action himself, Tony will deal with them all. Originally, I had planned to take action after Tony was kidnapped, and I thought I would have to wait a few more days in this godforsaken place. Now it seems that the timing is right. He slowly took off his coat, revealing a scarlet suit, put on a mask, and walked away in the approximate direction provided by Obadiah. The driver standing by saw the mysterious young Oriental man taking off his coat and he looked like a different person. His aura was so dazzling that he couldn't look directly at him. Son of the beach, he's as pretty as a pussy. While he was still secretly jealous of Su Ming's appearance, a strong wind blew yellow sand towards him. Cough cough. The wind and sand dissipated, and the driver stood there in a daze. What the F? Where are people? This was the first time that Suming ran at full speed after upgrading his level 1 physical fitness to level 5. The air pressure formed behind him rolled up a whirlwind, carrying yellow sand and gradually stretching Suming. From a distance, it looked like Suming's golden cloak. After running for nearly 2 hours, Suming only felt that his speed was getting faster and faster. Of course, his speed was still far slower than that of the Flash. A speed of just over 100 kilometers per hour may not be a big deal here, but you have to know that this is the speed that Suming achieved in the desert with his 2 legs. Before exchanging for the Flash talent, he has reached a certain height. When a small valley appeared before his eyes, Suming's mouth curled up. Finally found it. Obadiah only gave him a rough location, but Suming, with his extraordinary physical strength and vision, managed to find it after nearly 2 hours of searching. Suchin saw scattered soldiers scattered inside and outside the valley, and various weapons and ammunition were piled randomly on the side, all of which were sprayed with Stark Industries logos of varying sizes. Not only did they kidnap Stark using the weapons Stark made, but they also continued to use Stark's weapons to threaten Stark into making weapons for them. That's ridiculous. I'm afraid Tony Stark himself thinks so too. When he was about 2 kilometers away, Suming stopped. The scarlet suit was like a rose blooming in the barren desert, strikingly so. But the 10 Commandments gang members lacked Suming's foresight and noticed nothing. The ultra-long-range vision swept across the troops in the valley, and Suming slowly pulled out a throwing knife. He wanted to test the power of the flying knife. Now is the time. When the pupil deflects and locks onto a certain position, Suming moved. There wasn't much movement, just raising his hand and throwing. It was as normal as brushing off the dust from his shoulders. However, the titanium alloy flying knife flashed away at a speed far beyond common sense. It was not until it flew nearly 1,000 meters that a deafening explosion was heard. Suming squinted his eyes and observed. The flying knife disappeared into the valley in the blink of an eye. It did not hit any enemy. For points of force, he did it on purpose. Until they saw from afar that the flying knife had detonated a small ammunition dump, and a large number of terrorists filed out of the temporary base, roaring and shooting but unable to find any targets. Suming threw another flying knife. This time he used 6 points of force. The flying knife emitted a supersonic boom the moment it left his hand, ruffling Suming's hair. When the rolling sand and wind blew into the valley, no gunshots could be heard. Before the 10 Rings gang members could react, a flash of cold light flashed into their eyes, pierced through their bodies, crushed their internal organs, and exploded their torsos. Unfortunately, he was hit directly by the flying knife. After his body was pierced through, he was further damaged by the subsequent force. His whole body exploded on the spot and scattered into pieces. Fortunately, those who were not hit by the flying knives were blown to the ground and dizzy by the subsequent strong wind. The valley has a special terrain and there is only one path. There were quite a few lucky people who were hit by the flying knives. After one blow, the ground was still littered with broken limbs and arms. In the past, these terrorists loved to admire the red and white blood splashes when their heads were blown apart by bullets. They didn't expect that today it would be their turn and it would be their bodies that exploded. Those who died on the spot were lucky. The so-called survivor was rolling on the ground with only half of his body left, screaming and waiting for death. The lucky ones who were not injured stared blankly at the sky. They had no idea what was going on. Was it a bombing? But I didn't see any plane at all. Even if there were airplanes, the sound of the engines would not have escaped their ears. Page 10. What exactly is it? Tap, tap. The wind and sand gradually subsided. Footsteps echoed in the valley. The terrorists have long lost the courage to face the unknown enemy, and their heartbeats like drums are their biggest movement now. Suming strolled into the valley. The effect of the previous knife attack was a little beyond his expectations. Who would have thought that a flying knife could produce the same effect as a cannonball? Tisk tisk tisk, really miserable. Looking at the hellish scene around him, Suming sighed with a smile on his face. Like a messenger from hell, the bandits finally saw the enemy clearly. No guns, no full armor, no strength in numbers, just one person. He is alone, and she was wearing a bright red flashy dress. And wear a mask. Why don't you go to Broadway when you're so handsome, you bastard? When the bandits saw that there was only one enemy and that he had no powerful weapons, he instantly forgot his fear. What's the point of having an eye-catching look? Kill the handsome guy. The AK-47 in your hand is the truth of this world. Under the triple stimulation of bloody violence and jealousy, the gangster's brains finally went out of control. He raised his weapon, screamed madly, and pulled the trigger at Suming. Da-da-da. Suming disappeared in a flash. I don't want to waste the old tailor's hard work. The scarlet suit and mask can prevent damage from bullets, so I'd better avoid them as much as possible. While dodging, playing cards flew out of his hand. The force within 100 meters is just enough to drive the playing card into the gangster's head. The screams once again set off a climax. The killing begins. Chapter 11. Tony escapes. The warriors of the Ten Rings see hope of winning the Great Holy War. The leader told them that the man imprisoned in the cave would soon build a Jericho missile for them. At first they didn't believe it, but from the moment they knew the man's surname was Stark, the warriors became very ambitious. Because the best weapons in their hands come from one place, Stark Industries. Stark will make more weapons for us, said the leader. Listening to the leader's words, the soldiers seemed to see how powerful they would be after possessing the Jericho missiles. Oh my God, that's a Jericho, a missile more powerful than the Scud. Just as they were dreaming, a small pile of ammunition in the corner suddenly exploded. The little leader led the team out of the cave, cursing, but saw the soldiers outside shouting in fear. Enemy attack. Da-da-da. It is the habit of the 10 Commandments gang to fire a volley of bullets without saying a word. But when the magazine was empty, there was still no enemy in sight. Damn it. The leader kept telling us not to smoke near the ammunition pile. These idiots just wouldn't listen. They deserved to be blown to death. After confirming that there were no enemies, the little boss cursed. Suddenly, a cold light penetrated the little leader's body with unmatched force. In less than a second, before his expression could even change, his body was pierced by the titanium alloy flying knife, and then torn apart by the huge force, instantly turning into a ball of blood mist in the air. The bandits on the hillside only felt a strong wind blowing in the valley, which came and went quickly. When the dust settled, this place had turned into a purgatory. Ugh! Even terrorists who were used to seeing bloody scenes were still shocked by the scene before them and vomited. The feeling of discomfort gradually subsided, their rationality returned, and after wiping away the tears caused by vomiting, they finally saw the enemy clearly, a masked man in a blood-red suit. Could it be that Iblee has come personally to reap lives? The members of the 10 Commandments gang looked at the strange figure in front of them and regarded him as the most terrifying demon in the Quran. Even as the playing cards flew before their eyes, sank into their bodies, and pierced their hearts, they still had only one question in their minds. Demons also play cards? Not to mention the outskirts of the valley, Suming was easily harvesting the lives of terrorists. The 10 Commandments gang's temporary base, deep in the cave. Tony Stark, wearing a bulky armor, is unable to move now. I worked almost non-stop with Dr. Ethan to create this set of combat armor that can help me break through the siege. Now I am at the critical moment of starting the equipment, anxiously looking at the progress bar on the computer screen. Damn it, faster, faster. Tony was in inner torment, his eyes fixed on the computer monitor not far away. The cell door has been blown open and a large number of terrorists are coming. Dr. Ethan rushed out to buy himself some time. Tony could only shout weakly, according to the plan, Ethan. Dr. Ethan ran while clumsily firing his machine gun at the cave above his head, not aiming at anyone, not even if the other party was a terrorist. He is a scholar, not a killer. The kindness in his bones made him take up weapons only to buy time for his companions instead of killing them. Even though his family members died in the war, even though he hated war. After turning a corner, Dr. Ethan froze in his tracks. A dozen terrorists aimed various machine guns at him. The scene changed, and the progress bar on the computer screen on the table in the cell finally changed from 99% to 100%. In the dark environment, the sound of machinery running rang out briefly and then fell silent. Another small leader led several team members to the door of the cell, looked at the 2 companions who were killed in the explosion on the ground, and cautiously took a few steps back. He gave his men a look that said, "Go in and take a look," but he took another step back without leaving a trace. The team member clenched his hands around the machine gun and walked slowly and tentatively into the cell. All that was in front of them were the materials and tools that the leader provided to the prisoners to make missiles, and there was nothing wrong. At this moment, a fluorescent light appeared behind his head. It was the arc reactor on Tony's chest. It is worth mentioning that when Tony Stark was kidnapped, a bomb made by Stark Industries exploded in front of him, and several shrapnel shot into Tony's chest. It was the electromagnet made temporarily by Dr. Ethan and placed on his chest that prevented the shrapnel from penetrating his heart. Fortunately, Dr. Ethan helped him remove the shrapnel in time, saving Tony's life again. Later, the genius Tony used the nuclear weapons technology from the Cold War in the 60s to transform the electromagnetic device on his chest into an arc reactor in his cell. The terrorist instinctively turned around, and the blurry huge black shadow knocked the team member back more than 10 meters with just one punch, and crashed straight into the opposite wall. The people outside the cell had no idea what was happening. They only saw their companions suddenly fly to the other side of the cell. Shoot decisively. Da-da-da. A half-meter-long tongue of fire shot out from the muzzle of the machine gun, and bullets poured into the cell through the door until it became a mess, and the shooting stopped. As several pairs of curious eyes tried to look into the dim cell, a tall figure suddenly flashed out from inside the door. The light source on the chest made it difficult for them to see clearly. They could only vaguely make out a tall figure with a metallic luster. Robot? While everyone was stunned, Tony moved. Amidst the peculiar sound of mechanical operation, he swung his arms and knocked the two team members in front of him away one by one. The armor-enhanced movement was so powerful that the internal organs of two team members were ruptured, and they were breathing more out than in. The little boss reacted quickly and fired a volley of bullets at the robot's torso. But the flashing sparks and the stray bullets flying around made him instantly realize that this damn thing was bulletproof. Before he could turn around and run away, Tony, wearing armor, swung his iron fist and sent him into a dream. Tony operated the armor and walked towards the exit. Enemies along the way kept shooting at him, and the bullets hit the armor, creating sparks. Tony, who was not hurt at all, punched and kicked open the iron gate in front of him, and finally came to the entrance of the cave. With the reminder of Dr. Ethan, he dodged the missile. He then installed a missile on the device on his left forearm, activated the switch, and returned one. After the huge roar, there were no enemies left in the cave. Looking at Dr. Ethan, who was riddled with bullet holes, Tony tried to persuade him to go with him and follow the plan. But obviously his injury didn't allow it. Until Dr. Ethan said weakly, "My family is dead, and I'm going to see them now, Stark." "It's okay, this is the ending I wanted." Tony then realized that Dr. Ethan was already prepared to sacrifice himself. "The funny thing is that I still stick to my original plan of escape. The plan wasn't foolproof. If it weren't for Dr. Ethan's selfless cover, he might have died in the hail of bullets." "Tony, what's the point of having a high IQ? Aren't you still a cold-blooded, engineer-only guy who only knows how to follow a plan? How many kind people will sacrifice their lives for you?" Sigh, smile bitterly. "Thank you for saving my life. Then cherish your life and don't waste it." After saying this, Dr. Ethan closed his eyes peacefully. At this moment, the man wearing the first generation of Iron Man armor, named Tony Stark, was furious. Chapter 12 Bounty Hunter. Su-Ming was in a good mood at this time, because when the second flying knife began to reap the lives of terrorists, the system also prompted him to receive the bounty. Page 11. Kill the terrorist with a bounty on his head from the 10 Rings Gang, bounty plus $1. Kill the terrorist with a bounty on his head from the 10 Rings Gang, bounty plus $8,000. Kill the terrorist with a bounty on his head from the 10 Rings Gang, bounty plus $5,000. Before Su-Ming even entered the valley, he had earned nearly $200,000 just from his 2 flying knives. They are all cute gold coin babies. This is the fundamental reason why Su-Ming always has a smile on his face since he came to the valley. "I thought it was just a bounty mission, but it turned out to be a gold copy." It's hard not to be in a good mood. When Su-Ming discovered that there would be a bounty for killing these terrorists, he entered a state of oblivion of himself and the world. Nothing can make him more focused than making money. Start scanning pictures now. Start from the outside and don't let anyone go. The combination of ultra-long-range vision and ultra-long-range shooting results in the wonderful sound of gold coins colliding, which frequently rings in your ears. Although the valley was not big, it still took Su-Ming some effort alone to wipe out all the members of the 10 Commandments gang who were on guard outside. When he was finally ready to rush to the long-awaited cave, he saw a large number of bandits rushing out in panic. Watching the bandits desperately trying to escape the cave, then quickly finding cover and positioning themselves, staring at the cave entrance as if facing a formidable enemy, Su-Ming couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Tony is starting to show his power? Soon, a tall silver metal giant appeared at the entrance of the cave. A muffled voice rang out from within the metal helmet. "It's my turn." 10-meter-long flames instantly spurted out from the front ends of the 2 mechanical arms, burning the terrorists at the cave entrance to the ground, a horrific sight. "Tony, you're truly a genius. You've already created the prototype of the Mark armor." Looking at the majestic Tony, Su-Ming's face suddenly became clear, and he suddenly slapped his thigh. "Oops. Tony can't let so many gold coin babies kill them all. Although you came first, it's wrong to steal the monsters." As soon as he thought of this, Su-Ming immediately ran, and the playing cards in his hand turned into cold lights, reaping the lives of these terrorists from another angle. Kill the terrorist with a bounty on his head from the 10 Rings Gang, bounty plus $8,000. Kill the terrorist with a bounty on his head from the 10 Rings Gang, bounty plus $5,000. The faster Su-Ming moves, the more bounty money he will receive. This was Tony Stark's first time experiencing the thrill of piloting a mecha, invulnerability, doubled strength, and a variety of weapons. Apart from being a little clumsy in movement, I haven't found any shortcomings yet. I have to get a better set when I get home. Tony made up his mind and thought of the respectable Dr. Ethan. His anger was ignited again and he suppressed the gang of bastards with firepower again. Gradually, Tony found that something was strange. I imagined that all the enemy's firepower should be concentrated on me, but why didn't I feel any pressure? Also, the attack system of this armor is so crude, and its lethality is just SOSO. Why does it feel like there are fewer and fewer enemies? Tony, who was wearing a heavy helmet, had limited vision at the moment, and did not see the red figure running quickly from another angle and efficiently harvesting the lives of terrorists. This behavior is commonly known as grabbing monsters. As Tony turned around, breathing fire and firing missiles, he finally spotted a strange sight. Someone is helping him fight, and the target is these terrorists. Realizing this, Tony's expression brightened. Damn terrorists, you're done. When he raised his iron arm and prepared to blast a squad of enemies into the sky, when the sudden huge force made Tony, the armored giant, stagger and he took a few steps back before he could steady himself. Turning around to search, he wondered what attack had such great power. It was actually him. This idiot in a flashy red suit and silver mask actually attacked him. Well, Tony admitted that this kid looked pretty good. Whether it was his clothing or his temperament and appearance, he was almost catching up with himself. Looking down at the titanium alloy throwing knife stuck in the armor, Tony was puzzled. Hey, aren't you here to save me? At the same time, a bad feeling came into my heart. When Suming heard Tony actually took the initiative to ask him, he smiled. It seems that he misunderstood, but there is nothing he can do. Don't worry, Tony, you'll be here soon. The bounty on these terrorists is too good to be true. Mr. Tony Stark, huh? Suming asked casually, without stopping the movement of the playing cards in his hand. There are not many gold coin babies left, so grab as many as you can. Tony in the armor was slightly stunned and wondered, how can you recognize me even though I'm dressed like this? Watching the other party cleanly and neatly deal with the terrorists, as if they had some deep hatred for them, Tony realized. This guy must be here specifically to eliminate terrorists. What a coincidence. But, I didn't see a gun in his hand? Fortunately, he is not an enemy, otherwise I would have a headache. Looking at the gangster with a playing card stuck in his head not far away, Tony's eyes lit up. Can playing cards kill people? I have to find a chance to take him to Las Vegas for fun. Tony concluded that this person was not only a master, but also very good at playing poker, and could definitely take him to Las Vegas. Although I have plenty of money, who doesn't want to experience the feeling of winning money? Thinking of this, Tony is ready to lend a hand. But what he couldn't understand was that every time he tried to help him attack the gangsters, a flying knife would interfere with his actions. Does this person have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Must kill the terrorist alone. Screw it. Suming didn't know what Tony was thinking. He just wanted to kill the random soldiers first, then kill Tony who was hiding in his turtle shell, and then go back to collect the bounty, feeling happy. But Tony seemed to have a lot of resentment towards these gangsters and frequently attacked them. This is not possible. That's my bounty. He threw throwing knives to interrupt Tony's actions, and threw pokers to kill the remaining gangsters. Finally, when Suming had only 3 cards left in his hand, all the 10 Commandments gang members around him were eliminated. Suming's account balance reached a terrifying amount of over 2 million. The valley returned to silence. Beneath the billowing smoke, piles of Stark Industries ammunition boxes were burning with flames due to stray bullets and explosions. Just when Tony wanted to approach Suming and get to know him better, when a flying knife directly shattered the outer shell of the armor's left arm. As the metal parts fell one by one, Tony's heart sank and his expression became extremely solemn. Tony, leave a last word. Someone is paying 300 million to kill you. Tony's pupils shrank, and he thought, is that really the case? He casually opened the lid of his helmet. I, the great Tony Stark, am only worth 300 million? Thinking of the other party's outrageous fighting power, Tony narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll give you 500 million. Let me go. Said the most timid words. Suming's eyes lit up under the mask. I like this part. Pretending to be surprised, he said. As a bounty hunter, please respect my professional ethics, Mr. Tony. Tony was furious, his eyes rolling. This guy probably didn't know how much money I, Tony Stark, had. $5,000 million. Bounty hunter, let me go. Deal, Mr. Employer. Welcome. 50 million, it's a lot. A sincere smile appeared on the corner of Suming's mouth outside the mask. At the same time, a poker card with a bank card number already prepared was thrown into Tony's hands. Unexpectedly, Tony raised his hand and released a large amount of fire. The target was actually the largest pile of Stark munitions. Boom! The entire valley was engulfed in the explosion, and a metallic figure flew out from the thick smoke. It was Tony Stark. He casually threw away the poker cards in his hand, with a hint of a scoundrel smile on his lips. Go to hell, bounty hunter, eat dust behind my ass. Chapter 13 High Reward. Ever since Tony Stark was blown away by a missile produced by his own company, a question has been swirling in his mind. Is engaging in weapons research and development a good thing that benefits the country and the people? The leader of the Ten Rings once called himself the most famous mass murderer in American history. This means that all weapons produced by Stark Corporation are attributed to me. And Ethan. This special journey made Tony feel very complicated. In any case, Tony Wan, who finally escaped, unexpectedly encountered a bounty hunter who came to assassinate him. No matter how you look at it, it seems that this bounty hunter's target is more like that group of terrorists, which is very strange. Page 12. But it doesn't matter anymore. The bargaining is just an illusion to divert the bounty hunter's attention. Tony, who had already set his sights on the pile of ammunition nearby, just needed an opportunity. Finally, when the greedy bounty hunter let his guard down, Tony detonated the explosives. The explosives were enough to raise an entire valley to the ground, let alone a bounty hunter. Tony was only thinking about these things while flying, and then he found that the fuel that supported the flight of the mecha was exhausted. I just took off, damn it. Tony, wearing a bulky mecha, turned into a steel meteor after the booster under his feet was shut down, and let inertia smash him hard into the sand. Bang, crash. The invulnerable steel mecha Mark I fell to the ground and broke into pieces, creating a large hole in the sand dune, and the fragments flew dozens of meters away. Fortunately, Tony inside was not seriously injured. After struggling to break free from the mecha, he had not walked far in the desolate desert when he encountered a rescue team searching for him. Helicopters, field vehicles, and ambulances surrounded him in an instant. Oh, James Rhodes is such a lovely guy. Looking at the familiar black face, Tony felt emotional. Just as Tony raised his hands to embrace the new student, a chill rushed from his tailbone to the back of his head. A poker card brushed past his cheek and landed on the ground not far away. There was a bank card number written on it. He didn't pay attention to the wound on his face that was bleeding. It's him. Tony's pupils trembled, and he looked solemnly at the blood-stained poker cards at his feet. Joker, the liar. Are you warning me? A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. How am I, Tony Stark, the kind of person who goes back on his word? Isn't it just 5,000 million? Here you go. Su-Ming was a little angry. It wasn't because Tony was playing tricks on him. If he just stayed quiet and didn't think anything of it, he wouldn't be that proud genius. Sure enough, Tony Stark in a mecha won't give up easily. What made him angry was that the scarlet suit that the old tailor had worked tirelessly to make for him was reduced to ashes in the explosion. As for himself, although the explosion was very powerful, it only caused Su-Ming to suffer extensive burns. After a period of time, the self-healing factor in Su-Ming's body restored to normal. The only thing covering Su-Ming's naked body was the mask. He moved his feet, and his ultra-long-range vision locked onto Tony again. He was struggling to climb out of the mecha. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This guy threw away the bank card number I gave him a long time ago, I guarantee it. Although he guessed what Tony would do, Su-Ming was not in a hurry at all. It's actually quite cool to walk naked in the desert, provided you don't get your butt burned by the sun. The powerful gaze, like a clairvoyant, was always fixed on Tony, watching him struggle to escape the wreckage of the mecha, watching him look around blankly, watching him wave excitedly at the helicopter in the distance, watching him hug his old friend Major Rhodes warmly. When Tony was finally surrounded by the rescue team, Su-Ming casually threw out a playing card. This was the one he took out from the gold coin baby's body. Everything else turned to ashes. The meaning of this card is clear. Once I spot you, you can't run away. And also, don't forget your bank card number, Mr. Employer. I'll let you play tricks on me and scare you to death. Looking at Tony's face covered in blood and his ever-changing expression, Su-Ming smiled with satisfaction. Searching his memory, Su-Ming returned to the place where he had changed clothes before. When he put his clothes back on, Su-Ming felt a long-lost sense of security. After thinking about it, I felt that as a bounty hunter with professional ethics, even if I gave up the previous mission, it was still necessary to notify the employer. Even if the deal doesn't go through, there's still righteousness. Call connected. Oh, Mr. Fate? My friend, are you here to reply to the good news? Obadiah's voice, suppressed with excitement, came from the phone. No, Mr. Employer, to be more precise, Mr. Former Employer. Obadiah's mood changed from excitement to anger as Su-Ming explained. That's it. Before Su-Ming could finish speaking, Obadiah angrily smashed the phone. The Ten Rings gang and Fate are a bunch of untrustworthy losers. Idiots, damn it. After smashing the office in anger, Obadiah gradually calmed down. Another call was made, issuing a new task to the underground exchange. Kill the bounty hunter codenamed Destiny. A reward of $200 million is offered. After hanging up the phone, Obadiah murmured, "Fate, my money is not so easy to take. Breaking the contract with me will be the biggest mistake you will make in your life. Hee hee." On second thought, any one or two of them, whether terrorists or black market experts, are all unreliable guys. If you want to achieve your goal, you have to rely on yourself in the end. At this time, Suming did not know that he had become the target with the highest bounty for a single kill in the Hell's Kitchen underground exchange. When he returned to the streets of New York, he looked at the clothing store that said high-end customization and licked his lips. I actually felt a sense of guilt. When I pushed open the shop door, I saw the old tailor sitting on a recliner, leisurely basking in the sun. Seeing that it was Suming who came to patronize, he looked at him warily, as if Suchin would pull out a gun and make a purchase for free at any time. Suming had no choice but to tell the truth. Although he was very grateful for the gift from the old craftsman, the clothes were broken after all, the kind that could not be repaired. The old tailor then revealed a look of understanding. "I noticed it when you changed your clothes." When I saw Suming changing his clothes, I also saw those silver flying knives and knew that Suming was not an ordinary person. So after he left, we started preparing a scarlet suit for him that would be more convenient for combat, and it was basically completed after a few days. When Suming heard that the old tailor was so considerate, he expressed his gratitude, but the old man raised his hand to stop him. "Don't thank me, just pay 30 yuan, not a cent less, but I'll cover your clothes from now on." Suming was slightly stunned by the old man's completely different attitude before and after he came to his senses. He gladly accepted it. I went to the exchange again to replenish my throwing knives. When I returned to the Manhattan Hotel, the moon was already high in the sky. Lie comfortably in the bathtub. Suming opened the property panel, and the data stream appeared in a holographic interface in his eyes. Name, Suming. Age, 28. Physical fitness, 15. Current account, $2,865,000. LV.2 LV15/5 LV2. I was secretly surprised that the balance in my account had reached over 2.8 million. The bounty given by these terrorists was quite a lot. I looked at the talents I have mastered so far. Well, there are quite a lot, but they are all basic talents. Although there is still a lot of room for improvement, this mission still exposed some problems. Suming, who was thinking about how to improve his talent, suddenly heard a lazy female voice with a hint of magnetism. "I don't understand how a young man's bounty on his head can exceed Tony Stark's." Chapter 14 Reunion with Alyssa. Blonde, Alyssa Sweet has become a beautiful lone wolf among bounty hunters with her skilled hacking skills and handsome kung fu. He rarely loses in his career. The only thing that could be called a failure was that he suffered a loss in front of Suming. Not only was his equipment worth nearly $10 completely drained out, but he also almost died at the hands of that man. After Alyssa finally completed several tasks that were not worth a lot of money, she was able to save enough money to buy her equipment. She is also doing her best to make a living. She couldn't take on tasks that were too big, and she didn't need to take on tasks that were too small. Alyssa only screened tasks in the exchange that matched her abilities. Assassination, that's the kind she prefers. More money, less work, no hassle. Perhaps God saw her tragic experience and let her grab an assassination mission today. The bounty is as much as $200 million. That's more than twice the number of the mission to assassinate Tony Stark. When Alyssa skillfully hacked into the computer backend of the underground exchange, she obtained the contact information registered by the person codenamed Destiny. Through satellite positioning, she was surprised to find that this person codenamed Destiny seemed to have similar living habits to herself. Both were frequent guests of Manhattan hotels. Yes, as a beautiful lady, Alyssa would not allow herself to be forced to age by the trivialities of life, but chose to live in the most luxurious hotel in Manhattan. This place is located in a prime location, with an elegant environment, a wide view and delicious food. Alyssa can't find any reason not to live here. As a veteran bounty hunter, there is no need to say much about such trivial matters as unlocking. Alyssa took off her silk pajamas, changed into tight combat clothes, put on her equipment meticulously, locked Suming's room, transformed into a cat demon in the dark night, and sneaked in silently. When she saw the back of a black-haired man lying in the bathtub, Alyssa concluded from his exposed tender skin that this was a boy who had not even grown all his hair. Gently pulling out a gun and pointing it at the other person's head, knowing the situation was under control, he couldn't help but tease. Suming was startled by the sudden female voice beside his ear. Wow. She instinctively covered her private parts with her hands and quickly turned around to see which rude guy was peeping at her while she was taking a shower. Eyes facing each other, Su-Ming recognized the other person and let out a long "oh." When Alyssa saw that it was Su-Ming, her body trembled and she unconsciously clamped her thighs together. Page 13. My heart is cold. It's over. I should have known that $200 million wasn't so easy to earn. Isn't this the robber who stripped himself of his equipment earlier? Even high-end cosmetics couldn't cover up Alyssa's bitter complexion at this moment. He calmly put the pistol back into the holster. Just kidding, she would never forget the scene of the bullet only creating a bloody hole that quickly healed before her eyes. The cynical Oriental man had long been a frequent visitor in her midnight dreams. Although sometimes the dream scenes are not so bloody, and even a little moist. But what she could guarantee was that she would recognize Su-Ming's sinful face even if it turned into ashes. How did Su-Ming become Destiny? If I had known this was his fate, why would I have come here to deliver food? Damn. I'm afraid I can't keep the equipment I've painstakingly accumulated through completing missions. Alyssa's big, Kazillan eyes flashed as she looked at the new equipment around her waist reluctantly, her eyes gradually turning red. Su-Ming casually pulled a bath towel around his waist to cover his body instead of his hands. He slowly approached Alyssa and naturally grabbed Alyssa's slender hand. Snapped. With a sudden pull, the moment Alyssa turned around without warning, the big hand slammed firmly on her graceful hip line, making a crisp sound. You'll be able to peek at me taking a bath. Ah. Alyssa cried out in pain, and her buttocks felt numb. The weak legs instantly hit her knees, making it impossible for her to support herself steadily. A pair of blue eyes looked at Su-Ming stubbornly with tears in their eyes. I didn't know it was you. If you like the equipment, take it. Wrong Baba. Su-Ming couldn't help but smile as he looked at the blonde girl in front of him looking frustrated. But he really wanted to know why this woman came into his room in the middle of the night. If it was room service, it couldn't be this outfit, the gear was real. Cosplay is too expensive. Besides, he remembered that she had tried to assassinate him, but was stripped naked instead. Don't get me wrong, we just stripped off all our equipment. After thinking about it, there seems to be only one possibility, she is here to kill me again. With his eyes slightly narrowed, looking at the blonde beauty in front of him who looked like a frightened deer, the villain in Su-Ming's heart raised the little cross in his hand. Holding back his smile, Su-Ming stretched out his arms and put them around Alyssa's slender waist. His magnetic voice rang in her ears. We don't want equipment, we want people. He clearly felt the woman in his arms tense up, and then tremble slightly. She was completely different from the way she had been when she had handsomely kicked his arm off. What? Hearing Su-Ming's words and feeling the numbness in her ears, Alyssa's heartbeat was like the sound of a drum beating in her ears. A hot current rushed to his cheeks, and his face, which was so white that the veins were visible, turned red in an instant. She couldn't imagine, was she going to get herself into trouble like this today? He glanced at the bedroom next to him quietly, then immediately looked away. The muscles on Su-Ming's upper body were full of streamlined beauty. The water droplets that he had not had time to wipe dry after taking a bath flowed across the lines of his muscles, as if guiding his eyes to follow closely. Fell, such a fell. Alyssa protested loudly in her heart, but her expression was like a mosquito flying around her ear, so soft that no one could hear her. Su-Ming felt that he had teased her enough, so he let go of his hand and patted Alyssa's shoulder, motioning her to follow him to the living room. Leaving Su-Ming's arms, Alyssa felt empty inside, and instantly felt lonely, and cold. She still wanted a hug, but she didn't dare to say it. She followed Su-Ming to the living room, sat obediently on the sofa, and waited for Su-Ming to give her the final treatment. It's really a judgment of fate. Alyssa thought of Su-Ming's code name and felt emotional. In a short period of time, Alyssa had figured out that she was in the hands of someone who could kill her, cut her up, or do something else to her. There is nothing I can do, so I might as well be more free and easy. Bounty hunter? Who doesn't have some stories from the Jianghu? Su-Ming looked at the blonde beauty in front of him, her blue eyes rolling around. I don't know what I was thinking about, I finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Name? Alyssa Sweet. The mechanical answer sounded like she was responding to an interrogation, but the slightly trembling ending revealed her current mood. Su-Ming laughed. My name is Su-Ming, codenamed Destiny, and I'm a bounty hunter like you. Oh, and I was inspired by you to choose this profession. Alyssa raised her eyes and looked at Su-Ming in confusion. Why are you telling me this? Are there some mysterious rituals in the ancient East? He stared at Su-Ming with big, puzzled eyes. Su-Ming had no experience in this area, so he said it bluntly. Alyssa, I want you to follow me in the future, what do you think? Alyssa suddenly raised her head, her mouth slightly open, and looked at Su-Ming in disbelief, almost unable to believe her ears. I'm fully prepared, and you're talking to me about work? Chapter 15 Upgrade, Deadpool Level Recovery. When Alyssa finally plucked up the courage to look into Su-Ming's eyes, I discovered that these eyes that exuded a strange charm did not contain any lust, on the contrary, they were full of sincerity. Was it all just my misunderstanding? Alyssa was a little angry and embarrassed. Damn Su Ming, since he had no feelings towards me, why did he say such misleading words? His eyes unconsciously drifted to the solid muscles on Su Ming's chest again. It's a gift from God, Pa. It was not until now that Alyssa seriously considered Su Ming's suggestion. With her beauty and extraordinary abilities, she has been able to make a living as a bounty hunter for several years. During this period, there were many so-called successful people who expressed their love and even pursued me, but have I ever looked them in the eye? As a bounty hunter dancing on the edge of a knife, Alyssa Sweet is proud. Even though he had treated Daredevil many times when he was a doctor, there was no spark between them. An ordinary life couldn't soothe her adventurous soul, so she switched careers and became a bounty hunter. It was not until she met Su Ming that her living standard, which had not been a problem for her before, declined significantly, which made Alyssa feel exhausted. More importantly, after witnessing Su Ming's miraculous self-healing ability, Alyssa felt that all the adventures she had been proud of in the past had now become a joke. Following him may lead to a more wonderful life. A free bounty hunter won't be inferior to anyone unless he's handsome and powerful. However, Alyssa had only seen Su Ming's incredible self-healing ability and knew nothing about other aspects of him. It seems that the codename Destiny is still a newbie in the underground exchange. Thinking of this, Alyssa regained her composure, crossed her legs and showed off her seductive curves. Following you isn't impossible, but if you're just a thief who knows how to steal other people's equipment, forget it. Su Ming knew it was time to show off his strength. His eyes turned slightly. If I told you that Tony Stark had just paid a large sum of money to buy his life from me, would you believe it? Alyssa didn't expect that Su Ming would make up such an exaggerated lie in order to make her stay. A touch of emotion rose in my heart. Okay, your lie is so outrageous that I'm too lazy to expose it. Anyway, I don't have anything to do right now. As long as you don't worry about my equipment, what's wrong with following you? Ding. Received a transfer of $50 million USD. Account balance, $52,865,000 USD. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Tony transferred the money. After hearing what Alyssa said, Su Ming remained silent, believing it or not. Since you want to be my boss, I'm very expensive. Alyssa looked at Su Ming with cunning eyes, like a shrewd little fox. $10, 2 months of probation. As for the future, it depends on your performance. Su Ming offered a generous price. He believed that as a veteran in the industry, Alyssa's access to information alone was worth the price, and it could save him a lot of trouble. Alyssa agreed readily. After all, she was still worried that Su Ming would kill her or eat her up just a minute ago. Although, she didn't hate the latter. Alyssa, who had entered the role, showed her capable side. She returned to the room and changed out of her combat uniform and equipment neatly. She returned to Su Ming's room with her laptop. This time she knocked on the door carefully. Please come in. Looking at Alyssa in her silk pajamas, Su Ming, who had supervision, couldn't stand it. How could she still be as cautious as before? The curves under the silk constantly teased Su Ming's nerves. This goblin. I'm the boss, I'm the boss. Su Ming forced himself to calm down and finally remembered what he should ask. Why did you sneak into my room? Do you have a new mission? Alyssa glanced at Su Ming and curled up lazily on the sofa. Boss, you might not know this yet, your head is a hot commodity right now. 200 million. What's the situation? While Su Ming was stunned, Alyssa had already skillfully operated the computer and hacked into the background of the underground exchange. All the bounty tasks were clearly visible, and Su Ming saw it in the most eye-catching position. Kill the bounty hunter codenamed Destiny, $200 million reward. Are you crazy? Targeting a newcomer? The complaints came out of his mouth. Page 14. Alyssa didn't say anything after hearing this, and her slender fingers clicked on the computer. I see. It was a mission issued by Obadiah, the shareholder of Stark Industries. I found you through this mission. Tisk. Soon, Alyssa found out the source of the mission, and thinking of her own experience, she sneered at this damn fate. Su Ming let out a long "oh," and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's normal for Tony to hold a grudge against me because I stood up Obadiah and didn't kill him. Obadiah, as Tony's first rival, is definitely not a good man. He now wishes he could skin himself alive. But as a bounty hunter, it's not normal for you, Alyssa, to browse the back end of the black market system like you're back home. I secretly said I found a treasure. Su Ming said that the bounty mission was not worth mentioning. Except for Alyssa, he would not show mercy to anyone else who dared to come and die. Then he asked Alyssa to look online to see if there was anything interesting. After Tony Stark returned, he announced at a press conference that all weapons research and development projects at Stark Industries would be shut down, which caused a huge response. Alyssa turned into a ruthless information announcer, boldly sharing the latest news on the internet with Su Ming. Su Ming's face showed enlightenment. Tony was indeed deeply affected by the kidnapping incident. This move directly put him and Obadiah on opposite sides. When there was really no new news, Alyssa yawned repeatedly, and Su Ming asked her to go back to her room to rest. Before leaving, Alyssa lay on the door frame like a lazy cat, looking at Su Ming with her eyes. "Boss, are you sure? Let me go back to sleep." The silk pajamas slid down her shoulders, and Su Ming saw a scene that made his blood boil. The large area of white skin made Su Ming see stars. "Go back, go back." Su Ming looked away with great determination and waved goodbye to Alyssa. Alyssa smiled sweetly and skipped away. Su Ming couldn't adapt to the unrestrained nature of foreign beauties for a while. Lying in bed, I began to review the operation. Tony detonated the bomb and flattened the valley, causing himself to suffer the heaviest injury since his time traveling. Even with Wolverine-level recovery, he still lay on the ground for several minutes. At least in the first 2 minutes, Su Ming lost his ability to move and was at the mercy of others. The second-level talent is indeed not as powerful as the original masters. Thinking of this, Su Ming opened the system mall and looked at the talent upgrade interface with a chuckle. Sub-Wolverine level recovery, Deadpool level recovery, $50 million. Deadpool level recovery, immortality, $5 billion. So the $50 million he extorted from Tony was only enough to upgrade his talent once. And the upgrade to immortality would cost another $5 billion? After counting several times, the long string of zeros discouraged him, considering that in this crisis-ridden Marvel world, there are so many perverted beings beyond God, he can't save his $5 million. Just grit your teeth. Isn't it just 5 million? Upgrade. $500,000,000 USD. Talent upgrade successfully. Account balance $2,865,000 US. Su Ming suddenly felt as if every cell in his body was soaked in sulfuric acid, and severe pain came from all directions. Ho! The extreme pain made Su Ming unable to breathe. His eyes widened and lost focus, and his mouth opened wide but no sound came out. It seemed like a century had passed, but it also seemed like only a few minutes had passed. Su Ming finally regained control of his body and lay on the edge of the bed, breathing heavily. The body is like a steamed bun just taken out of the steamer, steaming with hot mist. Chapter 16, Encountering Little Spider. Oh my goodness, what a fierce battle. The waiter glanced at Su Ming in amazement while arranging the wet sheets and quilts, imagining what kind of storm had happened on this big bed. Su Ming hadn't expected that this talent upgrade would be such a big deal. He never wanted to experience that kind of heart-wrenching pain again. He didn't even know when his bedding became soaked. Fortunately, the effect is significant after the talent upgrade. Su Ming used a flying knife to cut a deep and long wound on his arm. Unlike the previous slow healing, after the upgrade, it healed in the blink of an eye, and he didn't even feel any pain. Su Ming guessed that he had probably experienced all kinds of pain when he upgraded, so now he had an excellent recovery ability and also a sense of painlessness. This still made Su Ming quite satisfied. After all, who could truly enjoy pain? At the same time, Su Ming's body gave him a strong feeling. Regeneration of a broken arm was no problem. After getting a talent, Su Ming was thinking about whether he should continue to improve his talent tree. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind again. Alyssa. Oh right, this woman came to me quietly before and I didn't notice anything. I can't blame her for hiding too well, I can only blame myself for being too careless. Is there any talent that can sense the surrounding situation? Thinking of this, Su Ming quickly opened the system mall. After just a few pages, I found a suitable talent. Spider Sense Danger Perception LV1. $100 million. Damn, the starting price is $1 million. Su Ming cursed but did not hesitate at all. Exchange. $100 million, talent exchange successful. Account balance $1,865,000. As if a radar was installed, Su Ming's subtle perception increased dramatically, and he could even clearly feel the small insects flying outside the window. The footsteps outside the door, the waiter's whisper, even the applause in the room 3 rooms away can be heard clearly. Who said this is a hotel? It seems I need some time to get used to it. Su Ming frowned slightly. The foreigner's bull-butchering cry was unesthetic, but he meant no offense. The Manhattan Hotel's soundproofing was excellent. He could only blame his own keen senses. Looking at the balance of more than $1 million on the account, the original Su Ming might be glad that he was really a rich man. But after he squandered $5,000 million at one time to upgrade his talent, when he looked at the more than $100 million, he had only one feeling: I am so poor. It seems that I still need to work hard to take orders and transform myself into the hexagonal man in the Marvel world as soon as possible. When the time comes, you can go for a stroll on an alien planet when you have nothing to do. Wouldn't that be great? Su-Ming, having made up his mind, picked up the bedside phone and was about to call Alyssa. Suddenly he put the phone back in its place because he sensed that Alyssa had come over. He opened the door, sat down leisurely, and waited for Alyssa to come in. Boss, are you waiting for me? Alyssa looked at the open door and Su-Ming, who was looking at her quietly, and asked curiously. Su-Ming's eyes lit up. This perception ability was indeed useful. Just as I was about to say something, a phone call suddenly came flying over and I caught it. Here, this is for you. It will be convenient for us to contact you in the future. Oh, and I got some news. Alyssa sat casually on the sofa, picked up the water cup used by Su-Ming and took a sip. Su-Ming looked at the high-end phone in his hand and sighed. It feels good to have subordinates. Suddenly, I saw Alyssa holding her own water cup and drinking happily, as if she was tasting fine wine. Is this taking advantage of me? I guess so. The corners of his mouth twitched. What's the news? The exchange just released a mission with a $60 bounty, and the target is a lizard man. Oh, right, it's a mission from the Osborne Group. Alyssa spoke the message without even raising her head while looking at her newly done manicure. Osborne Group, isn't that someone's company? Just as Su-Ming was thinking about whether to accept this task, Alyssa seemed to remember something and looked up at Su-Ming obediently. Boss, I've already taken the mission for you, using the codename Fate. You have to complete the task well and pay me. After saying that, she gave Su-Ming a coquettish look. Su-Ming had a blank expression on his face. Who is the boss after all? Then he took out the boss's posture and said seriously, Alyssa, I want to know who issued this task, now. Alyssa looked at Su-Ming with a smile, not buying it at all, and blew him a kiss. Of course, the boss of the Osborne Group is Norman Osborne. These capitalists would not bother to lie to the underlying exchanges. Muttering the name of Norman Osborne, memories came flooding back. Isn't this the Green Goblin himself? When Su-Ming further questioned Alyssa and learned that Osborne Industries was a multinational company focusing on high technology and bioengineering, he couldn't help but look at Alyssa with admiration. Su-Ming said that in the future, tasks from companies like Stark Industries and Osborne Corporation can be given priority, as they have plenty of money. After basically understanding the content of the mission and hugging him as Alyssa insisted, Su-Ming walked out of the Manhattan Hotel. When passing by a sewer entrance, Su-Ming found that many small lizards were crawling inside through the vents. Su-Ming suddenly remembered that lizardmen had no place to go in the city of New York except the sewers. He simply went to a deserted corner, took off his windbreaker, and revealed the scarlet suit he was already wearing underneath, the improved version. After putting on the mask, he transformed into a noble of the night, endured the strange smell, and jumped into the well. Using his spider sense to the fullest, Su-Ming vaguely identified a direction and started moving forward at a rapid pace. When he walked to a place where pipes converged, Su-Ming unexpectedly discovered that the place was already covered with spider arrays. Oh, looks like I'm meeting an old friend again. When Su-Ming recalled that the CEO of Osborne Corporation was the Green Goblin, he had a premonition that he was about to meet Spider-Man. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Spider-Man is probably still in his growth phase at this time. Su-Ming walked steadily on the spider silk. A young man's voice came from the shadows. Don't come over here, it's dangerous. It's Spider-Man. Su-Ming smiled when he heard Spider-Man's kind reminder. His spider sense told him that the lizard man was right above Spider-Man's head. How come Peter Parker, as Spider-Man, didn't notice anything at this time? You're still young. I sighed in my heart and reminded myself. Overhead, Spider-Man. Peter Parker suspects that Dr. Connors used a genetic drug developed using the decay rate algorithm he provided him. This was also the research result that my father deliberately concealed. As for why he hid it, the answer is obvious: this thing is not suitable for humans. He also followed the little lizard into the underground pipe and laid down a large spider silk formation to enhance his spider sense and search for traces of the lizard man. Page 15. Unexpectedly, instead of the lizard man, a man in scarlet clothes came. This man wore a mask and was very mysterious, but his extraordinary temperament was not affected even in the filthy sewer. He has been reminded that it is dangerous here, so why does this person still move forward? And you're reminding me? Okay, remind me? Peter Parker's spider sense seemed to have just activated at this moment, and he suddenly became alert. The attacking shadow pressed him down on the spider array. The lizard man completely suppressed Spider-Man in terms of strength, and his sharp claws scratched several long scars on his chest. Su-Ming frowned slightly as he watched the two animals fighting fiercely. A lizard, a spider. I sighed slightly in my heart. You're still thinking of killing him with one blow, but who lets a little spider like you be here? Brush, a flash of cold light. The lizard's arm, which was holding Peter Parker down, was broken at the root. He glanced quickly in Suming's direction, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. The lizardman dived and escaped. Chapter 17, Following the Map. Watching the lizard man turn into a black shadow and quickly escape in the water, Suming did not continue to chase him. Even though the light in the underground pipeline was dim, it was as bright as daylight in Suming's supervision, and no details could escape his sight. When the lizard man escaped, he pulled a spider silk and dragged the camera fixed on the wall underwater. It was obvious that the camera was set up by Spider-Man, but he seemed to be seriously injured at the moment, so it was necessary to remind him. "Hey, Spider-Man, are you okay?" Suming walked casually on the spider silk, looking at Peter Parker lying there gasping for breath with a bloody wound on his chest, and greeted him. Sitting up with difficulty, Peter Parker didn't know the origin of this mysterious man in front of him. "I've had a knot in my heart ever since I let the lizard man escape on the bridge last time. I was vaguely worried that the decay rate algorithm I'd written just to show off might have gotten me into trouble. That was something my father had hidden at the risk of his life. Also, my uncle said, with great power comes great responsibility. Now I feel deeply touched." When they successfully rescued the little boy on the bridge, the look in their eyes made the hairs on my body stand up. The feeling was intoxicating. But I still need more training now. I always feel powerless when facing the lizardman. If the person in front of me hadn't taken action just now, it would have been dangerous. How did he manage to defeat the lizard man with one move? Why is he here? Who is he? Looking up at the figure in front of me. "Oh, my God, did you save me? You were so far away from us just now. My God, how did you do it? Who are you?" Suming smiled bitterly, looking at the little spider whose chest wound was still bleeding and who was still curiously pulling him to ask questions. It seems that this version of Spider-Man is still a bit talkative. "I'm just a bounty hunter. Other things don't matter. That camera on the wall just now was yours, right?" After Suming reminded him, Spider-Man finally remembered this and was startled. "Yeah, I specifically found a good angle and wanted to take a picture." I turned my head to look at the location where the camera was fixed, and suddenly found that the camera was gone. He quickly got up and searched around. Just as Spider-Man was about to look underwater, Suming spoke. "No need to look for it, your camera was taken away by the lizard man." Peter Parker was stunned when he heard this, and thought to himself, "Oh no, my name is on the camera." Temporary sewer laboratory. The lizardman climbed out of the water tiredly. The sound of metal rubbing against the ground and the sudden flash of white light behind him attracted his attention. Pull up the spider silk and a camera appears in front of you. Turning the camera, it was discovered that the base of its flash had the inscription, "Property of Peter Parker." With sharp claws clenched tightly, the metal camera deformed, penetrated, and shattered in the lizard man's hands. Peter Parker. Dr. Curtis Connors, who had regained his human form, still had lizard scales on half of his face, and his right hand had returned to its broken state at the elbow. Subject, Dr. Curtis Connors. Body temperature 89.7. Stable for 48 hours. Blood analysis revealed that the texts of both lymphocytes and monocytes contained information from past subjects. Dr. Connors, who was recording the experiment with a camera, said with some excitement. Blood coagulation speed increased rapidly, and muscle reaction, strength, and flexibility were significantly improved. He glanced at the glasses in his hand and looked at the camera with excitement. Vision improved accordingly, and the subjects no longer needed to wear corrective lenses. Dr. Connors felt a surge of emotion as he felt the power flowing through his body. This isn't about finding a cure for a disease, it's about finding the perfect species. He then took out a gene drug and injected it into his body. He looked towards the camera with a firm gaze. To try and prevent a relapse, increase the dose to 200 milligrams. Its body continued to grow, its broken arms quickly regenerated, scales covered its entire body, its eyes turned yellow, and its erect pupils glowed coldly. At this moment, another voice sounded in Dr. Connors's mind. It was the second personality created by genetic drugs. "I won't allow you to ruin my plans, Peter Parker." Amidst the roar, the camera lens tilted to a black screen. "Thank you for your help, sir." Peter Parker seemed helpless after losing his camera and politely thanked Suming. Suming waved his hand indifferently, wondering where the lizardman would go, and asked casually, "Little spider, do you know what this big lizard will do next?" Peter Parker had no idea either and shook his head with a wry smile. Looking at the horrific wound on Spider-Man's chest, Suming suggested that he find a suitable place to have a good rest. After saying goodbye to the little spider, Suming thought that this lizard man who appeared out of nowhere must have his temporary base somewhere in the sewer. Anyway, there is nothing else to do now, so it is necessary to search carefully for the bounty. So began a search through New York City's vast sewer system. If I go home with all these scars, my aunt will kill me. Peter's thoughts turned at this moment. The lizard man took my camera, and he'll probably see the name on it. It would be fine if he didn't recognize the name, but what if he knew me? Would he retaliate? The man just now said he was a bounty hunter, but why didn't he kill the lizardman directly? Also, I was seriously injured and was expecting this bounty hunter to lend me a hand, but why did he just leave so calmly? Is it because you are afraid of trouble, or is there any other reason? But overall it seems that this person is not an enemy, his target should be the lizard man. Because with his methods, if his target was me, he would have had plenty of opportunities to kill me just now. Forget it, there are too many doubts and I can't sort them out. I should go to Gwen's house and avoid the limelight for a while. Because of his injury, Peter was afraid to return to his aunt's house, so he came to the window of his girlfriend Gwen Stacy. Gwen, who was concentrating on the computer a second ago, naturally turned around when she heard Peter Parker knocking on the window with his head, and kept moving her hands to let him in. You should have considered coming in openly. Also, my dad thinks you should see a psychiatrist. Previously, Peter had a serious disagreement with Gwen's father at Gwen's family dinner about whether Spider-Man was legal. Oh, really? As Peter Parker laughed, a muffled groan escaped her, and Gwen finally realized that the handsome guy in front of her was so badly injured. I quickly asked the reason. Peter Parker lay down on the sofa tiredly. Another person, he suddenly changed from a human into a giant lizard. At this moment, Gwen's father's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Honey, would you like a cup of hot cocoa? Spider-Man quickly hid behind the sofa. Gwen politely declined her father's offer, claiming she had dysmenorrhea, and used a handkerchief to clean the hideous wound on Peter Parker's chest. She said that since she was a child, she had watched her father go to work every day with his police badge and pistol, and she was always worried that he would never come back. I am very worried about what danger may happen to Peter. Peter thought about the past, his eyes determined. I created him. I must stop him. Regardless of the young and energetic Spider-Man carrying Gwen with his injuries and driving back and forth between skyscrapers, Su-Ming in the sewer made a new discovery. A relatively tidy area, with a pile of various types of equipment and some empty bottles of medicine. The computer screen displayed a plan to spread the genetic drug throughout the city. The final location where the virus was released was the Osborn Group building. At the same time, the circled area on the map on the table attracted Su-Ming's attention, Midtown Science High School in Queens. His pupils shrank, and Su-Ming knew that was where Spider-Man went to school. It seems that the Lizard Man intends to take revenge on Spider-Man first and then implement the plan to infect the entire city. Thinking of this, Su-Ming complained silently. The villain Spider-Man encounters are quite ambitious. Page 16. Chapter 18 Assassination. The next afternoon, school was over. Midtown Science High School, Queens. Looking at the energetic students around him, Su-Ming showed a hint of envy on his face. I didn't study hard at the beginning and only knew how to play games in internet cafes. Later, I ended up doing triathlons. Although I won the gold medal rider, this thing is in no way comparable to the status and honor gained in the process of promoting social development through scientific research. Haven't you seen who the unparalleled national scholars are? With thoughts flying in his mind, Su-Ming strolled in the elegant campus, feeling the youthful atmosphere. Suddenly his eyes focused, and his keen perception told him that there was movement in the building ahead. Quicken your pace and walk towards the teaching building. Boom. The huge lizard man crawled out of the pit in the bathroom, rushed through several walls, and searched for Peter Parker. The students fled in all directions, screaming in fear. Peter Parker gave Gwen a look that told him to hurry up, then walked against the crowd and rushed towards the lizard. He knew that the lizard man in front of him was Dr. Connors. The last time he looked for him, he found the remaining lizard scales on his neck. He must be stopped. So, he used his flexible body movements and changeable spider silk to fight with it. Oh no, I didn't change my clothes. At this moment, Peter Parker has not changed into Spider-Man's suit, and his identity is in danger of being exposed. He was then thrown into the wall by the lizard man, creating a big hole. A spider silk flashed by, and the backpack containing the battle suit was pulled in. All those displaced souls, I can save them. I can heal them. You shouldn't have stopped me, Peter. The lizard man declared the rationality of his actions. Peter Parker, who reappeared, had transformed into Spider-Man and rode on the back of the lizard with a few nimble moves. You're out of your mind, Doctor. Stop it. This isn't you. The fight continues, and Peter Parker tries to talk to Dr. Connors, but is ruthlessly attacked by the lizard. Oh, how disgusting. He threw away half of the lizardman's tail in his hand, and cooperated with Gwen, who came to control the lizardman for a short time using spider silk. I'm going to throw you down, Spider-Man said calmly while holding Gwen. What? Gwen couldn't believe her ears. What? A pale yellow figure was thrown out of the window, and Gwen almost cursed out loud. You're such a jerk. As a spider silk thread stuck to her body accurately, Gwen's free fall instantly turned into a swing. This made Gwen Stacy blush and scream with excitement. Sirens rang out one after another around the school, and police cars gradually surrounded the school. The battle was loud and destructive, leaving the chemistry lab completely destroyed. They then made their way to the library. As the librarian, wearing headphones, calmly walked out of the room, Su-Ming finally spotted the lizard man. Is the school's terrain so complicated? Complaining that the school was built like a maze and it took him a lot of effort to find the real culprit, Su-Ming took out a throwing knife while complaining. His supervision kept a constant lock on the lizardman, looking for an opportunity to kill him with one strike. When the little spider was knocked to the ground by the lizard man again, he was dizzy and unable to get up. It's now. A cold light flashed in Su-Ming's eyes, and the flying knife flew out of his hand. Brush. The titanium alloy flying knife pierced through the still complacent lizard man in an instant with its swiftness. What? Accompanied by a wailing sound, half of the lizardman's body was smashed to pieces by the force of the flying knife and he fell to the ground. It's done. Su-Ming patted the non-existent dust from his hands and turned to walk towards the little spider. Peter Parker felt a little dizzy and struggled to get up, when suddenly a slender white hand appeared in front of him. Looking over, Peter Parker felt relieved. A well-fitting scarlet suit, a silver mask, and a devilish smile on his lips. It's him. Peter grabbed Su-Ming's hand and used the force to stand up. He was surprised to find that this man was very strong. Before I could even exert any strength, he lifted me up lightly. Suppressing the surprise in my heart, I looked around. Where's Dr. Connors? Oh, that's the lizard man. Su-Ming patted Spider-Man's arm. Don't worry, I'm here. It's over there. As Su-Ming and Peter looked over, they only saw the remains of the lizardman's body, an arm, a leg, and a thick, large tail. Obviously not a lizardman corpse. Su-Ming's expression suddenly turned ugly. Damn it. His body was blown to pieces, and he's still alive? Spider-Man noticed something was wrong with Su-Ming and was shocked by his extraordinary abilities. He had seen him attack twice before, and he had never seen his attack methods clearly. It was simply unbelievable. He spoke to ease the awkwardness. Sir, maybe you don't know yet. Lizardmen have a strong ability to repair and regenerate themselves. Su-Ming sneered. If the shattered body couldn't take its life, then it only meant that it wasn't shattered thoroughly enough. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned and left. Before leaving, looking at the little spider who wanted to continue following the lizardman's trail, he reminded. His target is Osborne Tower. Peter Parker was determined to find out Dr. Connors' purpose personally, so even though he heard Su-Ming's hint, he didn't care much. The lizard man climbed up to the hole in the ground. He was wearing a tattered white coat with the Osborne logo printed on it, which swayed back and forth with the strong wind blowing in from the hole. The little spider made up his mind and jumped, disappearing into the depths of the cave in the blink of an eye. Su-Ming's face darkened slightly. He was a little unhappy about the lizardman's escape, but since he already knew that his target was Osborne Building, he could just wait for him. Although 60 yuan in reward isn't much, there's no reason not to take it. Su-Ming, who was lost in thought, walked into a dark alley unknowingly. At this moment, his spider sense sounded an alarm and the hairs on his body suddenly stood up. Su-Ming's eyes widened slightly, and a row of bullets were infinitely slowed down in the supervision. His body suddenly bent backward at an exaggerated angle, and the bullet flew past the button on his chest. The gunshot didn't reach Su-Ming's ears until the bullet penetrated the wall behind him. Even though Su-Ming now has Deadpool-level recovery and is not afraid of any bullets, he will not let ordinary players touch him easily. With a quick glance, his eyes instantly locked onto more than a dozen enemies. They were scattered in different windows of this residential building. Their whereabouts were extremely secretive, with only a short section of the gun barrel exposed in the window. It looks like an ambush. The gunfire started again. Su-Ming disappeared from the spot. His vision was blocked by the building, which made Su-Ming unable to lock onto the enemy. The flying knife in his hand had no clear target. He couldn't collapse the building. Startled by the thought that popped up in his head, Su-Ming quickly adjusted his mentality, suppressed his irritability, and turned into a red afterimage and entered the nearest window. Until the last enemy was thrown off the building, Su-Ming's depressed mood was relieved and he felt refreshed all over. We have to find a way to deal with Obadiah. Just the fact that he issued a mission to kill me, $200 million, even I would want to take it. In the past 3 hours, Su-Ming has wiped out all the enemies in the 5 nearby buildings. Yes, there are quite a few people. Each of them had a gun and started a guerrilla war with Su-Ming, which made Su-Ming unable to use his strength and he could only defeat them one by one. After asking polite questions, he learned that these people were all aiming for the $200 million for the destined head, but were worried that they didn't have enough fighting power, so they specially formed a group. Are you treating me like a copy? And you're even organizing a group? Looking up at the dark sky, Su-Ming started running straight to the Osborne building. Won't this delay things? Su-Ming's complaints were heard from the air. Chapter 19: A Strong Debut. During the call, Peter loudly suggested and even ordered Gwen to leave Osborne building immediately. The lizard man has begun spreading genetic poison and is heading there. He wants to infect everyone. Osborne Tower is now extremely dangerous. What I got was the call being hung up. Gwen has begun making the antidote, but it takes time, 8 minutes. The antidote is the only way to save everyone. I'm not going anywhere until I get the antidote. Gwen thought to herself, her hands moving without stopping, activating the alarm system of the entire building, and people began to evacuate urgently. At the same time, the fire triggered the building's firefighting mechanism, fire extinguishing gas was sprayed from the ceiling, and thick gates were lowered in key passages. After Spider-Man hung up on the call, he rarely swore. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Immediately ran towards the building anxiously. The hovering helicopter and the police car on the ground locked onto Spider-Man. In Inspector George's opinion, Spider-Man is a troublemaker who ignores the law and must be punished. You're surrounded. Stop immediately, or we'll shoot and you won't be able to escape. Peter, worried about his girlfriend's safety, ignored the warning and the police started shooting at him. Special bullets flashing with electric light flew towards Spider-Man like raindrops. Peter ran and dodged, and just as he was flying into the air on the spider silk, his eyes were suddenly illuminated by the searchlight of the helicopter. A police stun gun hit him in the waist. The little spider fell to the ground due to the sudden paralysis of his whole body and loss of ability to move. He was immediately surrounded by the airborne special police and handcuffed behind his back. Page 17. Gwen's father, George Stacy, a detective from the New York Police Department, walked up to Spider-Man sitting on the ground, raised the corners of his mouth, and took off his mask. We must rush to Osborne Tower immediately. No one can stop me. Sorry, agents. Spider-Man made up his mind. The moment the hood was taken off, Spider-Man suddenly attacked and knocked down a group of detectives with swift movements. Don't move. Peter recognized the man behind him by his voice, the father of his beloved girlfriend. He was conflicted, but his movements stopped. When Su-Ming arrived downstairs of Osborne's building cursing, the scene was already in great chaos. Loud sirens and the wailing of the wounded. People fleeing in disorder. Even a few dogs were running for their lives in panic, their tails tucked tightly between their legs. The shattered glass from the upper floors of the building fell to the ground and shattered, splashing everywhere, and the parked vehicles issued shrill alarms. There were also New York SWAT officers whose bodies were constantly growing scales, rolling on the ground in pain. Very noisy. Su-Ming, who was in this situation, felt his brain boiling and his temples throbbing under the strong feedback from his spider sense. Squinting my eyes, I searched around. Where was the lizardman? Finally, the target was found nearly 100 meters above their heads, and the searchlight of the police helicopter was locked on it. The lizardman used its sharp claws to swiftly climb up the outside of the building. After reaching a certain floor, it smashed the glass curtain wall with a punch and got into the building. While Su-Ming was searching for the lizard man with his supervision, he also discovered the little spider. At this moment, Peter seemed to have injured his leg and was struggling to come over. Just right. After visually estimating the distance, he locked onto the hole through which the lizardman entered the building. I've wanted to try this trick for a long time. The surrounding agents and reporters didn't know why this suddenly appeared red figure would go against the flow in such a dangerous place, and shouted a warning. Hey sir, this place is very dangerous, please evacuate immediately. Su-Ming was slightly stunned when he heard the reminder and turned around. Kaka. The flashlights exploded in a climax, as if trying to capture the top stars on the red carpet. There was no way. The reporter's keen professional sense told them that this person was definitely not simple. Wearing a scarlet dress suit, a sterling silver mask, bright eyes, and an upright posture, everything made the reporters feel like they were on the Grammy red carpet. The reporters all agreed that his appearance alone was worth the trip. They had to take more pictures. Several live broadcast cameras also involuntarily turned their lenses towards Su-Ming. Feeling people's kindness, Su-Ming bowed but shook his head slightly. Then, he took out a seat belt from the scrapped car beside him and tied it to the pull ring of the flying knife. The other end is tied tightly around the hand. No one understood what Su-Ming was doing. After everything was ready, he turned around and gave people a big smile again. Ka. This sparked another burst of camera shots. He turned his head and stared at the upstairs. With a flash of light, a flying knife flew out of his hand. 7 points of strength. Worried that it was not enough to support his weight, Su-Ming deliberately used a little more strength. Bang, whoosh, the flying knife rushed towards the tall building with an unstoppable momentum, and the seat belt instantly tightened and made a noise. Su-Ming only felt his hand tighten, and his whole body was instantly carried away by the powerful kinetic energy. Yahoo! The scarlet figure turned into a stream of light and flew straight into the air. No matter whether they were the common people, the injured, reporters or the police, no one downstairs could ignore the magical scene before their eyes. He threw himself up there. People's expressions were dull, and a question arose in their minds. Is this scientific? Feeling the strong wind blowing in his face, Su-Ming had one hand firmly pulled by the flying knife in front of him, and his speed was getting faster and faster, like a rocket taking off into the sky, unstoppable. It was getting closer and closer to the target cave entrance, and in the blink of an eye it had flown to a height of more than 30 stories. Awesome! The feeling of flying seemed to open the door to a new world for him. This is flying. Flying upwards without any props. Upwards. Who hasn't dreamed of flying as a child? If Newton saw this scene, he would probably be buried in his coffin. Adjusting his posture, Su-Ming thought proudly. There's no Superman here, so his classic moves belong to me. The feeling of excitement didn't last for a few seconds before Su-Ming's face fell, because he seemed to have used too much force. Seeing that he was about to hit the building, his rapid momentum did not slow down at all. Oh, boom, crash. Like a flying truck, Su-Ming slammed into Osborne's building with extraordinary strength, smashing countless facilities. The small hole originally opened by the lizardman turned into a hole big enough for a car to pass through after Su-Ming's impact. Wow! The people downstairs saw that Su-Ming successfully reached the position where the lizardman had been climbing for half a day in just a few seconds. It suddenly dawned on me that this guy was a real tough guy, but at the same time, I was convinced he was also a good guy. Didn't you see how polite he was? What a gentleman. There was warm applause, cheers, screams and whistles. It's just that the conditions don't allow it, otherwise there would definitely be hats and flowers all over the sky. It wasn't until he passed through 2 ceilings that he finally stopped. Su-Ming, covered in dust, climbed out of the ruins and brushed off the dust on his body. The landing was flawed. Hearing the cheers of people downstairs from afar, Su-Ming walked to the window, stuck his head out and waved friendlily. The live news broadcast directly pulled out a close-up, and Su-Ming's appearance once again won everyone's admiration. Ah, cool. Women from elementary school to retirement age saw Su-Ming's face clearly and screamed excitedly. What the F? All the men, including all the agents, were deeply shocked by Su-Ming's strength. Exclaimed. Chapter 20 on TV. In the room of the Manhattan Hotel, when Alyssa, who was watching the live broadcast with her laptop, saw the familiar figure clearly, even though her temperament suddenly changed, she still firmly believed that this person was Su-Ming. His breathing quickened and his legs rubbed against each other unconsciously. A pair of beautiful blue eyes stared at the face on the screen. Ah, it's the boss. So this is what he's like during missions. So strong, even more handsome. Little stars appeared in her eyes, and Alyssa couldn't help but think of Su-Ming's strong body. With a moan, it turned into a caterpillar and rolled around on the sofa, its ears turning red and purple. Stark building. Assistant Pepper walked quickly in high heels to Tony, who was still concentrating on making armor. Tony, check the news, something big has happened. Tony stared at the parameter screen provided by Jarvis. The debugging failure just now caused him to hit the wall. It was quite painful. Without even turning around, he casually responded. I never watch the news, you know. Pepper sighed helplessly. It's the Osborne Group. Something happened to them. Osborne Corporation and Stark Industries are both business giants. Although they are in different fields, they also have some business dealings. Thinking of his old friends who worked on genetics, Tony became a little more interested. Jarvis, play the news. Yes, Mr. Stark, play the news immediately. As the big screen in front of him switched to mainstream media, the tragic situation of Osborne Building at this moment came into Tony and the others' eyes. Wow, that's really miserable. Tony said the sarcastic words, but in his heart he was thinking that you bunch of crazy people doing genetic research, who are eager to use human bodies for experiments every day, deserve to be bitten by the mutant species you have researched. Just as he was watching the news with great interest, as if he was watching a science fiction movie, suddenly a scarlet figure broke into Tony's sight. Familiar shape, familiar mask. His body trembled and his eyes widened. It's him, the bounty hunter. The slightly forward-leaning body indicates that Tony's attention is completely absorbed by the picture, watching the red figure fly towards the upper floors as if defying gravity. What the FK? How did he do that? Tony recognized Su-Ming. This was the hateful bounty hunter who had transferred $5,000 million to him a few days ago. Page 18. This made Tony very unhappy, but the poker card was always a shadow weighing on his heart. So after he came back, he plunged into the laboratory, leaving all other things to his assistant and focusing on studying mechanical armor. Suddenly I saw the red figure of the bounty hunter in the news. He seemed to be helping the Osborne group solve its problems. When the helicopter in the sky broadcast the images from the rooftop, Tony lost his composure. This monster. He was not talking about the lizard man, but Su Ming. The agile and ferocious lizard man was completely powerless to fight back in front of him, and Tony instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I didn't break my promise. National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Nick Fury, who was also watching the live broadcast, shot a gleam of light into his one eye. Check it out immediately. I want to know all the information about this person right away. The words fell to the ground, no one responded. Turning around, I saw Agent Hill staring at the figure on the screen, pursing his lips in a daze. Hill was still fine. Some of the other female agents applauded and cheered, while others even screamed and went crazy. The male agents were also deeply attracted by the live broadcast, but no one knew what they were thinking. Nick Fury gave a wry smile. He almost slammed his head on the table in excitement. These young people, just let them be. He turned his gaze to the screen again, his eyes shining brightly. This man is so strong, I want him to join my plan. Su Ming waved goodbye to his fans, closed his eyes slightly, and fully activated his spider sense. 2 signs of life were found upstairs. One was powerful and accompanied by a low growl. It was a lizard man. The other one's heart was beating so fast it was about to jump out. It must be Spider-Man's girlfriend. Open your eyes. Don't be afraid, brother is here to save you. Swoosh. He pushed hard with his feet and turned into a shadow, floating upstairs. Inspector George recognized the young man in front of him, the boy his daughter liked, Peter Parker. He looked at Peter in Spider-Man's costume with a complicated expression, and did not put down the gun in his hand. No wonder he defended Spider-Man like that during the meal, it turns out he is. Peter was anxious and looked at his girlfriend's father earnestly. Gwen is still in there, you can't stop me. Inspector George's pupils shrank, and his hand holding the gun trembled slightly, knowing that his beloved daughter was in such a dangerous place and the team of detectives he led had no way to deal with the lizard man. It seems that now I can only rely on the young man in front of me. The previous perception of Spider-Man's illegality is quietly changing at this moment. Seeing that Inspector George didn't say anything, Peter slowly put on his Spider-Man mask, turned around and ran towards the building. At this moment, the sound of a gunshot from someone who misunderstood Spider-Man suddenly rang out, and Inspector George quickly yelled, "Cease fire, don't shoot." But a bullet still grazed Peter's thigh, hindering his movement. There were police everywhere, reporters everywhere, and cameras everywhere. The eyes of all New York are focused here. Spider-Man struggled to climb towards the Osborne building, but the long distance and the lack of any handhold slowed him down. Just when Peter was about to cry, the father of the boy who Peter had rescued on the bridge gave orders on the walkie-talkie. He happens to be in charge of the maintenance of skyscrapers in this area. Now, it's my turn to help you. The tower cranes rotated their arms at the same time, and in a blink of an eye, a bridge leading to the Osborne building was built in front of Peter. Peter cheered up, used spider silk to seal the bleeding wound, ran and jumped hard, but fell downstairs. Just as people were exclaiming and worried about Spider-Man, the figure of Spider-Man appeared on the steel lifted by the crane. The people were excited and cheered, applauding this tenacious hero. Peter raised his hand and swung out spider silk, using the tower crane to swing towards the Osborne building. Su Ming found Gwen in a dark cabinet. She was holding the antidote tightly in both hands, staring at the strange man in front of her with stubborn eyes full of vigilance. Your mission is complete. Leave the rest to me. Go and seek refuge. The gentle tone soothed the tension in Gwen's heart. Where's Spider-Man? Gwen can't get her beloved boyfriend out of her mind. Su Ming smiled slightly when he heard that, turned his head to look outside, and through the glass window, he could see the little spider flying towards him stubbornly and determinedly. Don't worry, he's on his way. Gwen would not easily trust the strange man in front of her and insisted on giving the antidote to her father or Spider-Man. Su Ming remained non-committal. His only mission was to kill the lizardman. As for whether others could detoxify him, sorry, I'm just an emotionless bounty hunter. After saying goodbye to Gwen, Su Ming sensed the movement upstairs and disappeared from Gwen's sight in a flash. When Su Ming reached the roof, the lizard man had already installed the gene poison into the launch device and was looking at it expectantly. The countdown starts. Su Ming looked at the lizard man with burning eyes and calmly took out the throwing knife. He knew that the lizardman before him had strong recovery and regeneration abilities. So, if one isn't enough, try two. If two aren't enough, try more. until nearly 10 flying knives in Su Ming's hands flashed with cold light. The lizardmen are scared. Chapter 21 Well deserved. The lizardman's tall body moved agilely under his super strong power, trying to dodge the fatal attack from Su Ming. Su Ming snorted coldly. If I let you get away again this time, my reputation as a bounty hunter will be completely ruined. Waving the hand and swinging the knife, 8 points of force. 10 cold lights whizzed out and headed straight for the lizard man, and the wind created by them made Su Ming's hair dance wildly. The lizardman despairedly discovered that all his escape routes were blocked. In a panic, they tried to lift up the steel floor to block it, but it was too late. The supersonic flying knife turned into a deadly judgment, instantly piercing through every part of the lizard man's body. The originally huge lizardman was hit by the huge penetrating power of the flying knife, with a big hole on the left and a big hole on the right. His arms were broken at the root and shredded by the flying cold light before they hit the ground, until the last flying knife turned the lizardman's head into a ball of blood mist. Dr. Connor's miserable life officially came to an end. Su Ming looked at the debris on the ground and smiled confidently. If you can still stand up after being shattered like this, you're amazing. At this moment, a spider silk was caught on the launcher and the little spider arrived. After Peter landed, he staggered and almost fell, but after looking around, he saw no trace of the lizard man except Su Ming. Just as he was about to ask, he heard the launcher's countdown alarm. Countdown 30 seconds, 29, 28, 27. Peter looked at the device and found that it contained a green genetic poison. Although he was still on guard against possible attacks from the lizardmen who were hiding somewhere, the situation was urgent and he had no choice but to climb onto the launch device and remove the poison. Next, Inspector Richard's voice sounded from the side. This is a gift from Gwen. Peter's eyes lit up when he saw the fluorescent antidote, but it was too late for it to fly into his hand. He wanted to raise his hand and shoot spider silk to pull the antidote back. The spider silk launcher on his wrist actually emitted a few sparks. It failed. Xiao, why did you come at this time? Peter and Inspector George were deeply troubled by this. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the two men, and the antidote flew towards the little spider like a black 8 hit by the mother ball. It was Su Ming. Considering that they might meet again in the future, he still helped Peter Parker at the critical moment. Roll a playing card to speed up the antidote's flight. The little spider's eyes lit up, and he caught the antidote, using his spider agility to the maximum. Kakaka. Quickly opened the medicine compartment and replaced the gene poison with the antidote. 3, 2, 1, bang. A bright blue light shot straight into the sky, exploded in the clouds, and illuminated the entire city of New York. Blue snowflakes fell slowly like artificial rain. The agents downstairs who had been infected by the green gene poison had their scaly skin quickly return to its original color as the blue snowflakes fell. The police lights were still flashing, but the sirens and gunfire were no longer blaring. The blue snowflakes made the city of New York quiet. What calmed everyone's panic was not the blue antidote serum, but 2 people. The overwhelming number of cameras and broadcast planes provided the entire city with a visual feast from every angle. What Su Ming and Spider-Man did was clearly visible to everyone. Everyone understood that this was not a movie or a drill, but a reality happening before their eyes. Page 19. People stood there for a long time, thinking about the 2 heroes who had just saved everyone, Spider-Man and that guy. That's right, thinking of that elegant man who conquered everyone with just a few short images. No one actually knew who he was. This made everyone feel depressed and anxious. A villa in Manhattan. Norman Osborn turned off the TV, picked up a glass of red wine and shook it gently. The blood-red wine in front of him reminded him of that elegant scarlet figure. I never thought that a random mission would attract such a character. I really underestimated the underground world of New York. He picked up the phone and asked his men to raise the commission to $100 million, and reminded them to show enough respect to the bounty hunter. After all, such a powerful person cannot become an enemy. At this moment, a grumpy voice sounded in my head. Norman, it's time to put the plan on the agenda. He frowned slightly. As a business genius, he didn't like the feeling of being interfered with at any time. Crack. The wine glass in his hand shattered. Rooftop of Osborne Building. Watching Peter and Gwen ignore him and hug Inspector George passionately. Su Ming was not used to this atmosphere, so he put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Wait a moment. Inspector George called out to Su Ming. He could not accept his beloved daughter being intimate with another man in front of him, so he turned his attention to Su Ming. Oh, what do you want, Inspector? Su Ming was a little surprised. He seemed to have no connection with this detective. Thank you. Su Ming smiled. It turned out to be a thank you. He waved his hand casually. You're welcome, Inspector. I'm just a bounty hunter, and staying loyal to my mission is my professional ethics. Inspector George disagreed and shook his head with a smile. I can see you're a strong gentleman. Spider-Man alone might not be able to handle the lizard man issue, and it might even cost several lives. Your presence makes us feel very relieved. Su-Ming nodded thoughtfully, watching with amusement as Inspector George clumsily concealed Peter's identity. It seems that he has gradually accepted Spider-Man in his heart, not realizing that he already knew everything. On second thought, if I remember correctly, someone really died in the original plot. It was you, my Mr. Inspector. Thinking of this, Su-Ming felt that he deserved this wave of thanks. He greeted the inspector with a smile and turned to leave. Please wait, sir. Su-Ming rolled his eyes slightly. What's wrong? One by one, am I so popular? You don't even know me yet, remember? Hearing Spider-Man's voice, Su-Ming turned around politely. What is it, Spider-Man? Peter was supported by Gwen and limped to Su-Ming. Thank you for your help, dear sir. Could you please give me your phone number? You're so handsome. I long to meet a formidable gentleman like you. Gwen was also looking at Su-Ming with curious eyes and a slightly reserved expression. She was worried that her previous defense against Su-Ming would anger this master. Su-Ming blurted out, "No problem, Peter." When Su-Ming took out his phone, he felt something strange in the air. Quiet. Everyone present focused their eyes on Su-Ming, which made Su-Ming's face, which was as strong as an iron wall, feel slightly hot. Oops, I mumbled. Just when Su-Ming was racking his brains but couldn't think of how to explain why he knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man, Peter took off his mask readily, smiling on his handsome young face. Sir, no matter how you know my identity, as a friend, I should at least not hide my appearance from you. Wow, this young man looks quite honest and thoughtful. The mask can be taken off at any time. It's either your wife or your father-in-law who's around. You have a good idea, but I'm still wearing a mask. Isn't this roasting me? This little thing is so bad. Gwen and her daughter did not expect Peter's move to be so clever and to turn the tables. They looked at Su-Ming curiously, with a hint of cunning in their eyes. Seeing Su-Ming's hesitation, Peter understood. Sir, there's no need to take off the mask. Since you know who I am, it doesn't matter whether I wear the spider mask in front of you. Su-Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Since you are so open, we can't be too rude. He smiled and said, Peter, nice to meet you. I am a bounty hunter, codename Destiny. This is my number, and I'm glad to be your friend. Chapter 22 Crimson Silver Jew. After Su-Ming finished his formal self-introduction, he suddenly leaned close to Peter's ear and whispered, My name is Su-Ming. I live in the Manhattan Hotel. If you have any trouble, you can come to me. After saying this, he bowed politely to Inspector George and his daughter, his demeanor revealing a hint of aristocracy. Turn around and leave, light and free. Peter's breathing paused, the corners of his mouth trembled with excitement, and he looked at Su-Ming with shining eyes. He couldn't believe that the elegant and powerful man in front of him actually told him his identity information so directly. He even didn't hide where he lived, which showed his supreme trust in me. He secretly clenched his fists and made up his mind that he must learn from him and become as elegant and powerful as Su-Ming. Looking at Su-Ming's receding figure, Peter Parker's eyes showed deep admiration. After all, as a student, although he has awakened extraordinary abilities, he is still a child in his heart. Even though he has prevented many crimes, he does not consider himself a hero. Peter actually felt guilty about this incident. It was all my fault for revealing the gene decay rate algorithm to Dr. Connors out of vanity. What's more, it was not himself but Su-Ming who finally destroyed the lizardman and saved everyone. The most he could do was install the antidote into the launch device. This was his responsibility. If it weren't for Su-Ming, Peter couldn't imagine what price he would have to pay if he had to fight the lizardman alone. He might even die. Peter looked at the direction where Su-Ming disappeared and did not leave for a long time. This man who has saved me more than once exudes a powerful charm. He is so reliable and reassuring. How can one not yearn for him? Spider-Man made up his mind that he must do it as soon as possible. Oh no, tomorrow. I will go to Manhattan Hotel to find Su-Ming tomorrow and see how he views and solves various problems. After saying goodbye to Spider-Man and the other two, Su-Ming had not walked far when his cell phone rang urgently. Alyssa's aggrieved voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss 55,555, it's all your fault. My phone is ringing off the hook right now. Su-Ming was full of questions, but it was inconvenient to talk on the phone. Let's talk about it when we get back. The next morning, Manhattan Hotel. Hello, audience friends. As you can see, behind me is the Osborne building, which suffered considerable damage last night. A lizard man, born from a genetic experiment, attempts to spread a poison that will mutate him throughout the city. Finally, after unremitting efforts, the New York Police Department successfully stopped his crazy plan. Rolling eyes. After investigation, it was found that this lizard man was Dr. Curtis Connors, a researcher in charge of a genetic research at Osborne Industries. For decades, he has been exploring the field of genetic engineering in order to heal his broken arm, and finally he developed a drug that can change human genes. His eager attempt to administer the potion himself ultimately transformed him into a monster, wreaking havoc on the surrounding neighborhood and Osborne Tower. Osborne has not yet made any comment on this. At the same time, I believe everyone is familiar with Spider-Man. This man with extraordinary skills has been shrouded in controversy since his appearance. Some people say that he is a superhero who upholds justice, while others say that he is a troublemaker who disregards the law. But I think, at least when people are in danger, they probably hope that there will be such a person who will appear in time to protect them. Also, in last night's emergency broadcast, a mysterious figure appeared, the Scarlet Silver Duke. That's right, although we don't know his name yet, everyone seems happy to call him that. This mysterious and elegant man impressed us with his outstanding appearance and extraordinary abilities. Who is he? Will New York City have another superhero? Or is there just one more outlaw? What do you think? Here's Kristen Elliott reporting for you. Christine is the female reporter who spent a night with Tony Stark in a California Bay villa and was ruthlessly driven away by Pepper's assistant. Ah, boss. Looking at Alyssa, who ran towards him screaming with her arms open and finally succeeded in hanging on him, Su Ming smiled bitterly. Page 20. He stroked the silky waist with both hands and patted Alyssa gently, indicating that she was a little too enthusiastic and should come down quickly. Although the feel is really good. Boss, you are so handsome. I love you so much. Getting off Su Ming's body, Alyssa excitedly stared at Su Ming with her emerald blue eyes wide open, a blush appearing on her face. Did you hear that? They call you Scarlet Silver Duke. This name matches your mission look. They are so good at naming. Yes, Su Ming became famous. Ever since she displayed her strong skills and elegant figure in front of the camera last night, New Yorkers have gained a new mysterious idol. Currently, the mainstream media are hotly discussing Su Ming and Spider-Man, and related reports are everywhere. Reports on Su Ming showed an overwhelming trend. The dazzling scarlet dress and carved silver mask, coupled with his jet black hair and elegant posture, won the favor of countless women. It hit the nail on the head. Who would like spiders when there is such a pleasing and powerful gentleman? Even though people knew nothing about Su Ming, it did not stop them from giving him a very appropriate nickname, Scarlet Silver Duke. As the main character, Su Ming savored this name and complained silently in his heart. That's it? Honestly, the American way of naming is really crude and simplistic. How awkward. It was obvious that Su Ming was not very satisfied with the elegant title he had unexpectedly obtained. But the news that Alyssa said next shocked him. The commission from Osborne Industries has arrived, but it's not the originally agreed $60, but $100 million. They even called you to express their respect and cordial greetings. Alyssa, who had finally recovered from her excitement, became excited again when she talked about the mission reward. At this moment, she turned into a little money grubber, with dollar signs flashing in her eyes. It's only been a few days? And a $100 million deal has already been secured? Following the boss is the wisest decision I have ever made in my life, bar none. Alyssa was excited because she had never won such a huge reward in a mission in all those years. A full $1 million. OMG. Alyssa felt like her emotions had been on a roller coaster since she met Su Ming. There is no most exciting, only more exciting, a thrilling one. This is the life she wants. Su Ming was thinking about Osborne's intention of increasing the commission this time. These capitalists are all the same, they bully the weak and fear the strong. I just want them to stop interfering in their messy affairs for the sake of money. Who cares? Well, unless there's money to be made. Thinking of Obadiah's hypocritical compensation of $50 to him, Su Ming found that their behavior was exactly the same. He curled his lips in disdain and continued to ask what had happened that made Alyssa, a veteran bounty hunter, call him to complain. When this was mentioned, Alyssa's excited smile suddenly collapsed, and she began to tell the story in a resentful tone. It turned out that when Su Ming was showing off his prowess on TV, many people got the phone number reserved for Fate from the exchange. This is no secret. In fact, that was Alyssa's new number because she was the one who took on the task this time. As a result, Alyssa's phone was blown up. All kinds of business came to her door, and poor Alyssa turned into a receptionist and didn't sleep all night. The phone later shut down due to overheating, so I had the opportunity to call you for help using the original number. Boss, have you seen the dark circles under my eyes? Chapter 23. Just leave. Looking at Alyssa pretending to be pitiful, Su Ming laughed and generously gave her a bonus of $10 as compensation for her lack of beauty sleep. Ah, boss moo, I love you. Alyssa excitedly hugged Su Ming's neck and kissed him on the face. This girl. Su Ming, who was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, wiped the saliva from his face and motioned for Alyssa to start talking. Alyssa skillfully took out a notebook, which densely recorded the commission intention of each call. There were 15 murder commissions, with the highest commission being 30 and the lowest being 10. There are 8 bodyguard commissions, with the highest commission being 20 and the lowest being 5. There was even a commission to catch an adulterer, with a commission of up to 40 yuan. But this is not the most outrageous thing. There were no less than 20 calls asking Su Ming to have dinner together. Price, recognize him to open. What the hell, what do you take me for? Listening to Alyssa's summary of the commission project, Su Ming felt a chill. He was very curious, were those dinners they had together formal dinners? Then Su Ming fell into deep thought. The task of killing a lizard man took several days of hard work and only cost 60. Even if it later increased to 100 million, it was all due to the false generosity of others. The price/performance ratio is too low, not to mention those outrageous commissions. Although the commissions are often hundreds of thousands, they are still too little. After all, the talents worth buying in the system mall start at millions or tens of millions, and there are also many that cost over 100 million. What's more, there will be subsequent upgrades. Those are tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars. At this rate of profit, referring to this ratio, MD, what's the difference between earning a few dollars by completing bounty missions by myself and delivering food? It would be better to go to Afu to suppress the bandits. Even a small group of terrorists there has a bounty of over 2 million. Thinking of this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Off a drought? Seems like a good gold coin map. After sending away Alyssa, who was still very excited, Su Ming finally had time to rest quietly for a while. Although his superior physical strength prevented him from feeling tired, his life had been too full these past few days and his brain needed a rest. After taking a shower, I lay comfortably on the bed, brewing my next plan. After all, he is a bounty hunter worth tens of millions, although he doesn't have much money left now. Ordinary commissions can no longer satisfy my needs for monetary amounts. It shouldn't be a problem to earn $18 million by scanning a map in a gold dungeon. Don't you see, those terrorists who clamor for freedom and jihad but actually commit acts of burning, killing and looting are the public enemies of the whole world. Everyone gets it and kills it. My buddy just happens to have this ability. Don't be envious, most people can't do this job. A Hydra thug can have a bounty of $5,000. Even a small-time terrorist like this would have a bounty of at least $5,000. There are many public enemies in the world, especially on Afuhan's side. Okay, deal. First eliminate the drought in Afghanistan, then clear up the drought in Somalia. Those terrorists and pirates that cause headaches for various countries will eventually become the balance of their own accounts. After figuring out his next plan, Su Ming began to reflect on his abilities. It feels really cool to have the flying knife carry you into the air. Why does it feel a bit familiar? Correct. Isn't this the same principle that makes Thor swing his hammer and fly around? The difference is that he is a god with unlimited physical strength, while at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Plus $100,000,000, account balance, $2,835,000. It was Alyssa who transferred the mission commission, and he had previously spent 30 to hire and reward Alyssa. The numbers are correct. Continuing with the previous thinking, Thor has unlimited physical strength but Su Ming has limited physical strength. It is impossible for him to reach Thor's level with the same flying method. Looking at the upgrade interface of physical enhancement. Physical enhancement LV1, physical enhancement LV2, permanently increases physical fitness by 20 points. $200 million. Wow, how come this amount seems to have been calculated? Destined to not save money, the four-legged money-eating beast, adult version, is referring to Su Ming. The system sensed that Su Ming's gaze remained on the physical enhancement upgrade interface for a long time and issued a prompt. Upgrade? Upgrade. $200,000 USD. Talent upgrade successfully. Account balance $835,000. A slight tingling sensation spread throughout the body, the muscle tissue became tighter, and the bones were further strengthened, but the overall body shape did not change. After experiencing the transformation to Deadpool-level recovery, ordinary upgrades are unlikely to bring any obvious feelings to Su Ming. Opening the Properties panel, the data stream flashed with golden light and formed a holographic interface before my eyes. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical fitness, 35. Current account, $835,000. Existing talents, Deadpool-level recovery, Dynamic Vision Level 2, Jeet Kune Do Mastery, Physical Enhancement Level 2, Formless Mask, Danger Perception Level 1, Accurate Throwing Level 2, Sketching Mastery. Seeing that his physical fitness had increased by 20 points, Su-Ming had no idea how much this improvement meant. Page 21. We need to find a suitable place to test it. With a turn of his eyes, he casually put on his clothes and walked out of the hotel building. Walking on the streets of Manhattan, Su-Ming still had no idea how to test to what extent his body had been strengthened. I had just gotten used to the last upgrade and stopped destroying things so easily, but this time I stepped on 2 pairs of shoes and tore 3 shirts. The clothes that Alyssa bought for herself were all good brands. Although she was not short of money, it was a waste to use them like this. Su-Ming tiptoed past an abandoned factory and looked at the rusty steel coils inside. His eyes lit up. Su-Ming jumped over the fence with ease and was surprised to find that he could easily jump more than 10 meters with his physical strength alone. If he put in more effort, jumping hundreds of meters on the spot would not be a problem. Is this 20-point increase in physical strength so abnormal? Su-Ming muttered as he walked over to a roll of steel, grabbed the base with both hands, and with a push, the entire roll of steel left the ground. Su-Ming held the huge steel coil with a little effort for about a minute and then threw it to the ground. Boom! The steel coil fell to the ground with a loud noise and raised a large cloud of dust. Su-Ming remembered reading about steel coils, which weighed about 15 to 30 tons. Even ordinary trucks dare not carry too much of it. The fact that he could lift it showed that his strength should be around 20 tons, no more than 40 tons. This discovery gave Su-Ming a rough idea of his current physical fitness. He smiled slightly, and a green figure appeared in his mind. Maybe I can fight Hulk now. I returned to the hotel and asked Alyssa to book me a flight to Fuhan. Boss, is this a new mission? Hearing Su-Ming's instructions, Alyssa's eyes lit up and she looked at Su-Ming eagerly. It's not a mission, go do some charity. Thinking of the high bounty for the terrorists and Alyssa's superb hacking skills, Su-Ming asked her to search the internet for the location of the terrorists' base and provide him with off-site assistance when the time comes. Alyssa thought Su-Ming was really going to do justice, but she wasn't very interested because she didn't make any money until she heard Su-Ming say, a 20 yuan bonus. Alyssa instantly turned into a power train, holding the computer and working hard. Shaking his head helplessly, Su-Ming put on the scarlet suit and throwing knife, and left immediately, heading straight for the airport. When Peter Parker excitedly rushed to the Manhattan hotel after school, Su-Ming had already boarded the plane. On the way home, Spider-Man kicked the stones on the ground in frustration. Damn it, if I hadn't encountered a robbery at that moment, I would have wasted time trying to catch the thief. Now I can go out with my husband. Shit, that beautiful sister just now must be Mr. S. girlfriend. Recalling Alyssa's beauty, tall figure, and heroic spirit in her laziness, I secretly praise. The gentleman has such good vision, he is truly a man without weaknesses. Is it dry? I really want to go. Chapter 24, Fighting with Iron Man for Monsters. Fuhan, Gemila. Su-Ming, wearing a scarlet suit and a silver mask, looked at the scene in front of him and almost cursed out loud. After arriving at the airport, he changed his clothes and followed the direction indicated by Alyssa, throwing his throwing knives all the way here. Finally arrived at a small terrorist stronghold. Unexpectedly, when we got there, we saw smoke everywhere and corpses scattered on the ground. Someone had cleared the area in advance. Damn, I came all this way here, and I'm not going to come back empty-handed, am I? Su-Ming thought a little depressedly. He had given Alyssa 20 yuan before leaving so that she could remotely support his operation. If he couldn't even make back his original investment, it would be a huge loss. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the distance. Following the sound, the super-strong vision quickly brought the situation on the plane more than 10 kilometers away closer. It turns out to be your boy. Suddenly realizing what was going on, Su-Ming saw a metallic figure in the distance displaying great power. It was Iron Man. Has the mechanical armor been successfully developed so quickly? Watching Tony Stark in his gold and red Iron Man suit bullying the weak in another terrorist base, Su-Ming quickly threw out a flying knife, which, pulled by a special rope, turned into a stream of light and flew over. Hey, Tony, leave some for me. A day ago, at a business reception, Stark Industries is embroiled in scandal. The reason is that Tony Stark had clearly announced at a previous press conference that Stark Industries would shut down all weapons research and development and sales businesses. But Stark's weapon appeared in Gemila where a riot broke out. Reports about Gemila were everywhere. People were forced to leave their homes by warlords, and refugees were displaced and had to live in the ruins of other villages. The woman holding her husband's photo looked desperate. Her husband had been kidnapped by warlords, perhaps forced to join their army, or perhaps he was dead. There are still many people who have lost their loved ones, and they are anxiously asking passers-by for news with yellowed photos. The little boy, his face covered in dust, asked in confusion, "Where are my mom and dad?" People have little hope of survival and can only hope that someone will come to save them. The culprit is a foreign warlord force, which the locals call freedom fighters. These people are fully armed and have a clear goal. Anyone who dares to stand in their way will die, just because they have powerful weapons made by Stark. Tony looked at the photo handed to him by female reporter Christine Elliott, which showed evidence of the proliferation of Stark weapons. There's even a close-up of the Jericho missile. Accepting the questioning from this former bed partner, "You still dare to show up here against the wind? This is what you call responsibility?" Tony also couldn't believe what he saw. He had been concentrating on developing armor recently and knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. Indeed, an order has been issued to the company to stop the production and sale of weapons. But the evidence before us is indisputable. It was obvious that there was a mole in the company who openly defied his orders. Even so, Tony still wants to explain, even if it is pale. "I didn't approve." Just because you didn't approve it doesn't mean your company didn't approve it. Angry Tony held the photo and questioned Obadiah on the other side of the ball, but was met with hypocritical concern. "Tony, you're so naive. Who do you think kicked you out?" "It's me. Only in this way can I protect you." When Tony returned home, he performed the final test of the armored arm weapon system with an expressionless face. The tragic scene of Gemma on TV made the fire in Tony's heart burn more and more, until the weapon system test was completed and showed that everything was normal. Tony could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He stepped on the base of the mecha, and the high-tech armor quickly wrapped around his whole body. Tony will not allow Stark Industries to become an accomplice of bloody colonization. With flames spurting from his hands and feet, Tony flew to Gemma overnight. Iron Man, Tony Stark's first active attack. It has started. In the air, Su Ming had just approached the stronghold, and before he landed, he threw more than 10 throwing knives towards the area where the terrorists were most concentrated. 8 points of force. The flying knives were like missiles, breaking through the sound barrier and bombarding the terrorist strongholds. The combat team of more than a dozen people was reduced to pieces by the unreasonable attack of the flying knives. There was no spectacular explosion. Amidst the flashes of cold light, the bodies of these bandits who called themselves freedom fighters were neatly chopped into pieces. Kill the freedom fighter bounty thugs, reward plus $10,000. Kill the freedom fighter bounty bandit, reward plus $8,000. Kill the freedom fighter bounty thugs, reward plus $10,000. As the system prompt sounded in his head, Su Ming's eyes lit up. There really is a way. At the same time, his hands kept moving, and the playing cards were thrown out like they were free. That's right, using throwing knives to kill these ordinary people who only know how to abuse weapons and violence is a waste. Fortunately, Su Ming brought enough playing cards, which was enough to satisfy his hunger. The lives of the rebellious warlords were ruthlessly harvested on a large scale. On the other side of the battlefield, Stark quickly locked onto the uninvited guest on the display screen of Jarvis's smartphone. My pupils shrank. It was him. It's that bounty hunter again. The reactor in Tony's chest shook physiologically as he watched the poker cards in front of him mercilessly harvest the gangsters. Familiar taste, familiar feeling. Hori, thank you. This guy is not here to kill me again, is he? Tony felt a chill in his heart, but he wasn't too worried. Experience told him that although the bounty hunter in front of him was ridiculously strong, he was still very reasonable. Okay, at least when it comes to money, he is a gentleman. Tony's thoughts were in a mess due to Su Ming's sudden intrusion, and his hands couldn't help but slow down a beat. At this moment, a tank fired a shell at him, but Tony, still in a daze, ignored Jarvis's warning. Dang, boom. Page 22. The explosion stirred up a large amount of yellow sand and dust, and Tony realized later that Jarvis's alarm had disappeared. Hey, Tony, what a coincidence. Long time no see. Su Ming landed next to the Iron Man, and his polite voice sounded in Tony's ears. Through Su Ming's continuous attempts while traveling, he can now change the direction of flight in the air. There's no technical skill involved, just throw another throwing knife and it'll be done. With Su Ming's current strength, he can do it easily. Tony replayed the video through Jarvis and found that the bounty hunter in front of him threw a throwing knife the moment he landed. The terrifying thing was that after the flying knife shattered the shell fired by the tank at it in midair, it continued to move forward and directly blasted a big hole in a tank farther away. Even without watching the video, Tony could now clearly see the scenery on the other side of the tank from the front. What the F, is this even remotely human? He seems even stronger than last time. Hearing Su Ming's greeting, Tony was also a man of the moment. Hey bounty hunter. Oh no, it should be Mr. Scarlet Silver Duke. Long time no see. Thank you just now. Are you here to kill me again this time? As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis is not smart enough at this time. It couldn't understand why Mr. Stark asked such an unreasonable question, and even spoke with a hint of intimacy in his tone. Su-Ming didn't expect that Tony actually knew his extremely embarrassing nickname. The corner of his mouth twitched, and then he smiled slightly. "Dear Tony, don't worry. Although I was also surprised, meeting you this time was purely a coincidence. For the sake of 5,000 million, I haven't taken your order yet." Tony was stunned for a moment, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground for the time being. I bit my back teeth. The way this guy spoke was really infuriating, but there's nothing we can do about it. Who can help them have the ability to do so? Thinking that they were not here to kill me, Tony was a little curious. "So what are you here for? A new commission?" Su-Ming shook his head and said, "I just don't like these guys. Tony, let's make a deal. I'll take care of all these people. You just rest on the side." Tony was immediately displeased. "I'm still burning with anger, and you're asking me to stop? Impossible. It depends on who moves faster." Before he could finish his words, Iron Man suddenly took off and rushed towards the warlord's stronghold. Chapter 25 All-Round Crushing. National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. There were obviously fewer agents busy in the Triskelion building at this time. Commissioner Nick Fury pinched the bridge of his nose wearily. "Mutants have been more and more active recently, and it seems they are planning something big. Ugh, even after sending out so many people, they still didn't bring back any useful information." This made the veteran who participated in World War II feel a little depressed. "I had intended to complete the plan before instability and crisis broke out, but now it seems that I was naive. The complicated struggle situation does not allow him to advance the Avengers' plan step by step. It's time to start." Several candidates flashed through his mind, but the one he liked most was the Scarlet Silver Duke who turned the tide in New York. "I don't know how the guys in the New York branch are doing with the tasks I assigned them. Please write me a reply. Young people nowadays are really unreliable." Thinking of this, Nick Fury pressed the pager. Soon, Agent Hill appeared in front of old Nick in a tight uniform. "Any news about the Crimson Silver Duke?" Agent Hill knew that the director in front of him had special expectations for the Crimson Silver Prince, and he was also curious about him. Recalling the news he just received, Agent Hill smiled bitterly. "Director Fury, news has come from New York. They found out through the underground exchange that the code name of the Crimson Silver Duke is Destiny. I also obtained his contact information and called him more than once to express my intention to meet with him, but received no response." Nick Fury turned his one eye and thought, "There is nothing wrong with this direction of investigation, but where is the problem?" My heart moved and I asked, "How did they contact each other? I mean, how did they arrange to meet each other over the phone?" Upon hearing this, Agent Hill revealed a confused expression. "Yes, invite him to dinner. He can name the price." Although Agent Hill also felt that this practice was outrageous, it was the fact and he could only report it truthfully. Listening to Agent Hill's report, several veins on Nick Fury's smooth head bulged and throbbed. A few seconds later, a roar erupted from his spacious office. "Are you kidding me? Afuhan, Gemila." When Su-Ming and Tony were competing to see who could kill more thugs, the cries of women and children came from a town not far away. They looked at each other, their competitive gazes colliding in the air. Without saying a word, the two of them turned into streams of light and rushed towards the town. "Jarvis, count the number of enemies killed." During the flight, Tony gave orders to the intelligent assistant. When designing this suit of armor, Tony put a lot of effort into it, fully utilizing his engineering genius to maximize the functions of the armor. This set of armor has hundreds of functions, including combat records and statistics. "All right, Mr. Stark. According to statistics, you have killed 54 enemies so far. Congratulations on your outstanding performance." A confident smile appeared on Tony's bearded mouth. The anger in Tony's heart has gradually subsided as the death toll of the gangsters has increased, and what remains is more of the never-give-up fighting spirit of a science and engineering man. "I suffered a loss at the hands of Su-Ming before, and this time I must beat him no matter what." Glancing at Su-Ming who was also flying in the air, Tony had an idea. "Jarvis, count the number of enemies killed by Crimson Silver Prince." Jarvis's slightly mechanical voice sounded in the helmet. "All right, Mr. Stark. According to statistics, Mr. Crimson Silver has killed 136 enemies so far. He is truly a combat genius." Tony's confident smile froze. "From childhood to adulthood, I have been praised as a genius countless times, but in the mouth of the smart assistant I developed myself, the title of genius was given to someone else." This made Tony Stark extremely unhappy, and the proud him was unwilling to accept it. Taking a deep breath, Tony looked seriously at the town ahead and silently increased his horsepower. The flames spewing from the hands and feet of the iron armor suddenly erupted, and the metal figure suddenly accelerated, leaving Su-Ming far behind. Su-Ming Man could put in a little more effort to increase his flying speed to the extreme, so that he could leave Tony far behind and arrive first. But he didn't, choosing instead to go head-to-head with Tony, simply out of curiosity. What man can escape the damn charm of battle mecha? Su-Ming is no exception. When he saw Tony transformed into Iron Man, he wanted to take a closer look at the armor. But no matter how great the interest is, it cannot affect Su-Ming's ability to make money, not to mention that there is an annoying person who is trying to steal monsters. You can't just kill him with a fiery sword. This isn't a legend. Su-Ming, who was engaged in the battle, had no time to take a closer look at this handsome set of armor, but now he finally had the chance. Tony is indeed a genius. This design, this function, and this shape are really cool. Looking at the armor beside him with flames spurting from its limbs, Su-Ming swallowed silently. He had researched it and found that such purely technological products could not be purchased in the system mall. They were all superpowers. Unreachable as always in turmoil. Su-Ming wondered if he could find an opportunity to ask Tony for a set of armor to play with. He will have plenty of this stuff in the future. Suddenly realizing that Tony had sped up, Su-Ming hurriedly threw his throwing knife to catch up, but accidentally used too much force and his body rushed towards the town at a speed far exceeding Tony's. Tony felt the pressure coming from his body and knew that his speed had reached its limit. The hateful red figure was no longer in his sight, and Tony couldn't help but smile. Just as Tony was about to lock onto the enemy in front of him and launch an attack, a blurry figure whizzed past him. It was so fast that Jarvis's camera had trouble capturing it. But through that red, Tony knew it was Su-Ming, and his eyes widened slightly. "Are you kidding me?" I stared blankly at the figure that destroyed a row of houses and raised a large cloud of dust when it landed. Tony smiled happily. "Hee, you messed up. I completely forgot about being crushed by speed." Su-Ming admitted that even after upgrading his physical fitness, he was still unable to control his movements freely. In addition, he had only mastered flying in recent days, so his landing this time was a bit awkward. When he crawled out of the rubble, Tony had already rescued several civilians who were leaning against the wall and about to be shot from the hands of the gangsters. How can this be tolerated? It's not that he cares about the life and death of those refugees, but the matter of stealing monsters touched Su-Ming's reverse scale. After all, I am a bounty hunter without any emotions. He turned to look at the bandits holding women and children hostage under the truck. Page 23. Stop, or kill them. Tony stopped moving. Of course stopping was out of the question, Tony thought. The action is paused only to allow Jarvis to scan and lock onto the enemy. Just as Jarvis scanned the last enemy, several cold lights flashed. All the hostage-taking criminals had an imperceptible fatal wound on their heads. Their eyes instantly became unfocused, their weapons dropped from their hands, and they turned into corpses on the ground in the blink of an eye. Kill the Freedom Fighter Bounty Leader, reward plus $50,000. Kill the Freedom Fighter Bounty Leader, reward plus $40,000. Kill the Freedom Fighter Bounty Leader, reward plus $40,000. The system prompt sounded, and Su-Ming was pleasantly surprised to find that there seemed to be several small bosses here, and the bounty was obviously much higher. He was very happy. Tony pouted under the iron mask, watching the target that had been clearly locked gradually become harmless in Jarvis's judgment. Although Tony was reluctant to admit it, he still gave Su-Ming a thumbs up out of politeness. "Brother, move, quickly." Chapter 26, Plundering the Battlefield. The hatch of the robotic arm opened, and a miniature missile spun out, propelled by flames, and headed straight for the enemy tank. Before the attack could land, Iron Man, Tony Stark turned around gracefully. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the last tank turned into fragments all over the sky. At this point, the main combat forces of the Gemala rebel warlords were basically wiped out. And what about Su-Ming? There was a reason why I didn't compete with Tony for the last tank. His steps stopped beside a Jericho missile vehicle. The valuation interface that suddenly popped up on the system made Su-Ming freeze in his tracks. Jericho missile vehicle, including 3 missiles, estimated value $120 million. Holy crap, is this thing so priced so ridiculous? Su-Ming was stunned by the long string of zeros in front of him. No wonder Tony Starkford is so guzzling. No wonder Obadiah would rather disobey Tony's orders and continue to sell weapons. No wonder Tony's existence makes so many capitalists jealous, and they don't hesitate to offer a reward for his assassination. No wonder the US loves to instigate wars abroad. This weapons business is so lucrative. Su-Ming came back to his senses and glanced at Tony inconspicuously. He was still dealing with a tank. I couldn't wait to put my hand on the hood of the Jericho missile vehicle. Exchange. The huge weapon of war instantly vaporized and turned into a stream of data that disappeared in front of Su-Ming. Exchange successful. Plus $120,000,000. Account balance $124,485,000. Looking at the long string of numbers on the account balance, Su-Ming took a deep breath. Get rich. Su-Ming came to Fuhan with only one purpose this time, which was to make money. Su-Ming felt that the trip was worthwhile after killing many terrorists and earning more than 300 million in bounty. When we set out, we only had about $80 left. In less than a day, no, to be exact, he earned 120 million in an instant. I never expected this. A Jericho missile vehicle made Su-Ming a billionaire. At this time, Tony came to Su-Ming and asked casually, I remember there was a Jericho here just now? Did you destroy it, Mr. Silver Jew? Tony's question made Su-Ming at a loss for words. After all, that was a large weapon produced by Stark, and he just exchanged it for money, which made him feel a little weak. As a well-known genius, Tony has strong memory and reaction ability. Seeing Su-Ming remain silent, he turned his eyes and whispered in his helmet. Jarvis, replay the surveillance footage. As you command, Mr. Stark. As the images played rapidly, Tony's eyes gradually widened. Oh my god, Mr. Silver Jew, such a big Jericho, just disappeared? How did they do that? Su-Ming frowned slightly, not sure how to answer this question. Looking at Su-Ming's expression, Tony seemed to have thought of something and raised his head in sudden realization. I see, you're destroying them, right? To be honest, I clearly banned the development and sale of weapons, but Obi actually sold them behind my back. Even if you don't destroy these things now, I won't let them stay here and become a nuisance. Su-Ming's eyes lit up. Tony's imagination is quite good. He coughed and said seriously, yes, Tony, you actually figured it out, you're truly a genius. I won't let these weapons harm anyone, I'm just a little tired. Yes, it is not easy to destroy them. Tony's mood suddenly brightened when he heard this. After all, being praised in person by someone you approve of is much more valuable than being praised by those reporters who just follow the trend and lick the lip. Iron Helmet nodded in understanding, then looked at the devastated scene around him, his interest waning. I'd be happy to compete with you in fighting thugs, but since you're interested in cleaning up after this, I'll leave it to you. Su-Ming was shocked when he heard this. Tony is so generous. Good brother. In the short time it took for them to destroy no less than 3 strongholds of the rebellious warlords, each of which contained a large number of weapons. If all of this were converted into money, then a question came to mind. Tony, don't leave so quickly. These things were made by you Starks. Wouldn't you feel bad if I destroyed them all? They don't seem cheap. Looking at the mechanical armor preparing to take off, Su-Ming expressed his doubts. Tony controlled the mecha to slowly rise into the air. When he heard Su-Ming's question, he smiled casually. Haha, since these things are here, it means they were bought. Although I didn't approve it, all the money from the transaction still went to Stark. So, this wave is not a loss. Accompanied by the huge roar of 4 jets of flame, the steel figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. A voice drifted from afar, and Su-Ming almost didn't hear it clearly. Mr. Silver Jew, come find me. Let's go to Las Vegas together. Squinting his eyes, Su-Ming watched Tony gradually walk away and snorted. What can't you say in one breath before flying? Why are you trying to be cool? But considering that Tony didn't compete with him to destroy the weapons, he generously forgave him. These weapons are worth much more than those bounties on the bandits. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he looked at the weapon boxes with Stark Industries spray-painted on them piled up randomly around him. Su-Ming's figure disappeared from the spot and transformed into a money-making boy, constantly flashing between the various ammunition piles. Piles of ammunition quickly disappeared as figures flashed by. Wow, this is valuable. Well, this one is more expensive. Wow, I underestimated you. This little gadget is so expensive. Haha, I'm rich, happy face. National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Commissioner Nick Fury had just finished a call with the head of the New York Bureau. On the phone, Fury warmly greeted the entire family of the agent who was responsible for contacting Su-Ming. He was ordered to be transferred from his original position and to guard the gate. I believe he will be able to take on this key position. After hanging up the phone, Director Fury still felt a throbbing sensation in his temples. As an old man, he hadn't been so excited for a long time. At this time, Agent Hill walked in. Hopefully it's good news. Nick Fury looked up at Hill and said casually. Agent Hill looked at the director who toiled all day for his mission, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled. Director Fury, this is great news. Nick Fury was startled and adjusted his sitting position, waiting for Agent Hill's report. Hill looked at the report that was clearly on the table but was ignored by Director Fury, smiled bitterly, and shook his head slightly to comfort himself. Patience, Hill, patience, the person in front of you is an old man, be respectful. A concise report. Through the tireless efforts of the agents, we have finally uncovered the trajectory of fate. He then briefly recounted how Su-Ming flew to a Fuhan and displayed his might in Gemala, almost wiping out all the manpower of the rebellious warlords. Page 24. It's worth noting that there's also a mysterious mecha-clad figure who's working alongside Destiny to fight the warlords. However, his identity is currently unknown. The Gemala riots that had been making headlines recently were finally dealt with by Su-Ming with such forceful tactics. Good news indeed. Nick Fury listened to Agent Hill's report. His expression became excited, thinking, "Fate is indeed worthy of being the man I've chosen. This love and responsibility to save the world is exactly what I need most." That's right, he successfully ignored Iron Man. Nick Fury, having made up his mind, stood up and gave the order with a firm look in his eyes. "Keep locking onto fate, I'll go find him myself." Chapter 27. Don't go to the Avengers, place an order if you have something to do. Flights to New York. Su-Ming, dressed in a neat casual suit, looked at the clouds slowly rolling outside the window, smile and feel happy, thinking about what happened recently. But the flight attendants who frequently came over to chat with him always interrupted his thoughts. After Su-Ming politely rejected another girl who asked for his contact information, he sighed. The girls here are really hospitable. Little did people know that Su-Ming's originally handsome appearance, after being transformed several times by the system, was now exuding a special charm. At the same time, every time he took action, tuxedo mask faceless mask subtly influenced Su-Ming's behavior and conversation, giving him a hint of aristocratic temperament. Even without a mask, this elegant and mysterious nobility still makes girls fascinated. Su-Ming was completely unaware of this and was still thinking about what had happened before. I'm afraid that in Tony Stark's eyes, eliminating the freedom fighters, a group of rebellious warlords, and saving the refugees are the big things, while destroying the munitions left after the battle is just a troublesome little matter. With Su-Ming, a hardworking bounty hunter, Tony felt relieved and left in a carefree manner. But this just happened to help Su-Ming. Not to mention that Tony was almost blown up by a fighter plane under the command of his good friend, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, on his way back. When Su-Ming discovered that he could exchange those arms for money with the system, he set his sights on all the arms in the strongholds. I remember that when I first came here, I had to exchange other people's weapons to solve my urgent needs. Could this be the correct way to get rich? Su-Ming couldn't help but think so because it smelled so good. After Tony left, Su-Ming swept the battlefield within a radius of dozens of kilometers again and carefully. With the exception of the first Jericho missile, no other weapon ever reached an altitude of 120 million. But the prices are also very considerable. Heavy weapons cost anywhere from several million to tens of millions of dollars. The huge number of various guns and ammunitions made Su-Ming earn $500 million. Su-Ming even found a brand new M1A1 Abrams main battle tank next to an invisible trench and exchanged it for $900 million. What surprised Su-Ming even more was that a bunch of things he didn't recognize were actually exchanged for nearly 1,000 million. Later I learned that this pile of equipment was used to modify the tank's combat module parts. This opened Su-Ming's eyes. Su-Ming walked through all the rebel strongholds, and in the end, he did not even leave a single pistol behind. Only when he saw that there was nothing left to exchange did Su-Ming return home satisfied. The operation of plundering the battlefield lasted for half a day. However, Su-Ming said, it's not tiring at all. In short, Su-Ming made a lot of money from this trip to a Fuhan. I happily opened the properties panel, and the data flow generated a golden holographic interface before my eyes. Name, Su-Ming. Age, 28. Physical fitness, 35. Current account, $213,455,700. Existing talents, Deadpool level recovery, Dynamic Vision level 2, Jeet Kune Do mastery, Physical enhancement level 2, Formless mask, Danger perception level 1, Accurate throwing level 2, Sketching mastery. Looking at Su-Ming, who had more than $2 million on his account, the smile on his lips was harder to suppress than AK. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction was like waves washing over the beach, rippling through Su-Ming's heart. A day later, Manhattan Hotel. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Su-Ming was surprised and thought to himself, why did this guy find his way to my door? Shouldn't he be trying to trick Tony? A bald, one-eyed black man wearing a pure black leather windbreaker, Nick Fury, knocked on Su-Ming's door. Mr. Fate, it's really not easy to find you. The polite smile paired with the pirate-like one-eyed look is really a bit incongruous. Su-Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Isn't this the director of SHIELD? When did SHIELD target me? This guy takes saving people as his mission every day, so how could he have the time to chat with a bounty hunter like me? Speaking of which, SHIELD is a great place, there's never a day of idleness there. Get up earlier than the chicken and sleep later than the chicken. Not only do we work all year round, but we also have to work overtime every day. Even the contestants who played in the early morning would have to shake their heads and say when they saw them, how miserable. What's more, it is a high-risk job where your life may be in danger at any time. Although the salary is said to be high, can it be as high as mine? One trip to Afuhan made me 200 million. That's it. I haven't been to Somalia yet. Corsair can be worth a lot of money too. When I watched TV dramas before, I was curious whether these people had unlimited physical strength. We are busy saving the world every day, but are there really so many things that MD is always thinking about destroying the world? Suming didn't want to have any trouble with SHIELD, so he chose to play dumb. Who is Destiny? Brother, you recognized the wrong person, didn't you? Director Fury looked at Suming meaningfully. My name is Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Agency. Nice to meet you, Mr. Scarlet Silver. Suming sighed helplessly. Facing the person who introduced himself, he didn't think he could get away with it by just pretending to be stupid. After all, SHIELD was a huge government agency and their intelligence departments were spread all over the place. Wait, what was that long list of agencies he just mentioned? Wasn't it SHIELD? Now that he's here, let's see what he says. Okay, Mr. Director, nice to meet you, but please don't call me that. Okay, Mr. Crimson Silver Duke. Suming. Director Nick walked to the balcony of the room in a familiar manner, and said with his back to Suming, "Do you think you're the only superhero? There are actually many people like you." Suming politely interrupted Nick. "I'm sorry, Director Fury, you must be mistaken. I'm just a bounty hunter, not a superhero." This young man is really good. He knows how to be humble. Turning around, Director Fury smiled and shook his head. Let's talk about the Avengers project. When Director Fury thought that Suming was unwilling to accept the title of superhero just out of modesty, Suming spoke again and interrupted Nick Fury from telling about his grand plan. "Mr. Director, I'm just a bounty hunter. I'm not interested in anything other than money, including saving the world. Everyone, even themselves, is morally blackmailing their own superheroes. How can bounty hunters live happily? Are you kidding? Every superhero in Marvel is busy saving this and that every day, but they can't save their own family and friends. Whoever wants to do this tough job can do it." Nick Fury, who was talking excitedly, just realized the guy in front of him seemed to be rejecting my invitation. How could he refuse such a brilliant and great task? "No, listen to me, what, you don't want to?" Nick Fury, who had a lot to say, never expected that Suming would decisively reject his invitation at the beginning of the conversation. My already dark face became even darker. Suming looked at the director of SHIELD in front of him, an important character in the Marvel world, and thought about what would happen in the future. I think the relationship with SHIELD shouldn't be too strained. After all, there will inevitably be business dealings in the future, and these are all potential customers. Thinking of this, Suming said gently, "Mr. Director, your plan is indeed very grand and great. I can't attend due to personal reasons, but if you need any help, I'm still happy to help." Look, I knew this young man would not refuse such a glorious and sacred mission. Nick Fury's eyes flashed with relief. "The prerequisite is, you have to place an order first." Suming had a professional smile on his face. What the F? Nick Fury couldn't believe his ears. But the facts told him that the man in front of him was indeed a maverick bounty hunter, and he seemed to have no interest in creating the Avengers himself. I asked stupidly, "Place an order? How much, how much?" After thinking for a moment, Suming's professional smile became more sincere. $1 billion. Chapter 28. Save Tony again. The sky gradually darkened and a crescent moon climbed into the sky. The city of New York put on gorgeous attire at night, with neon lights flashing. Page 25. After seeing off the confused Nick Fury, Suming asked Alyssa to change into an evening gown, and the two went to a high-end restaurant for dinner. Alyssa, who had dressed up specially, was now graceful and elegant. Looking at the boss in front of her who was dressed in a suit, little stars appeared in her eyes again. Suming was slowly and methodically cutting the steak in front of him, his movements as graceful as a noble prince. The faint smile at the corner of her mouth made Alyssa, who was obsessed with beauty, unable to bear it. It can be seen that the boss is in a very good mood today and has specially ordered a very exquisite dish for the two of them. Alyssa's mind had long flown far away, and she was vaguely looking forward to leaving an unforgettable memory with Suming on this beautiful night. But when dinner was over and Suming asked Alyssa to go back by herself, Alyssa realized that she seemed to have thought too much again. Damn Suming. That's right, I made so much money in one trip to Afuhan, so of course I have to reward myself for my hard work when I come back, and of course, Alyssa as well. Burp, I'm full. Even though he is worth over 100 million US dollars, Su Ming still felt a little painful when paying the bill. A meal cost more than 30,000 US dollars. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance. The ancients were not deceiving me. Su Ming, who was digesting his food on the streets of New York, did not choose to go back with Alyssa. Although there were more than 2 million US dollars on the books, Su Ming knew that the money came easily but went away even faster. These $2 million could not create any waves in front of the bottomless pit of the system mall. Su Ming was not in a hurry to exchange his talents. After all, he had not had time to study them carefully. On the other hand, he was a little reluctant to see such a long string of numbers in his account cleared to zero in an instant. Let this money stay warm in the account for a few more days. I looked up and took a deep breath of the cool New York night air, and inadvertently saw the neon lights of the Stark building. I don't know what Tony is doing. He seemed to invite me to find him. Su Ming, imagining the scene of trying on Tony's armor, was eager to try it out. He went to a deserted corner, confirmed the direction, and flew towards Tony's house. Hours ago, while debugging the details of the armor, Tony recalled Obadiah's performance at the ball and knew that he was the one who took the lead in disobeying his orders in the company. It's time to take action against this old guy. Stark Industries can't continue to help the evil, but I need evidence. At this time, Assistant Pepper Potts pushed the door open and walked in. I need you to do something. Go to my office, hack into the main computer, and retrieve all the recent shipping manifests. This is the password chip. When Tony saw Pepper, he came up with an idea to let the female assistant get evidence for him. But he was rejected by Pepper, who thought Tony was going to do the same thing as last time. Tony had previously frightened Ms. Pepper by going to Gemila alone to confront the mob army. She would rather resign than let Tony continue to act so willfully and put herself in a desperate situation. Tony, however, looked serious. When I was making money by destroying people, you were there. Now, when I want to protect those who have suffered because of me, you are leaving me. Pepper knew how much the company opposed Tony's decision to stop weapons research and development and sales, and he also knew that other investors were eyeing Tony with eager eyes, ready to strike him a fatal blow at any moment. If he followed Tony's arrangements, it would push Tony into an even more dire situation. Tony, this will kill you. I can't push you. Tony's mind flashed back to Dr. Ethan's desperate fight, the unspeakable plight of the refugees, and the faces of the terrorists holding heavy weapons. If I hadn't had this belief, I would have died long ago. I'm not crazy, Pepper. I just finally understood my mission, and I knew deep down that I was right. The bohemian playboy Tony Stark now had a light in his eyes that he had never seen before. This touched Pepper Potts somewhat. Tony seems to have changed. Not to mention that Ms. Pepper successfully obtained the evidence in front of Obadiah and happened to meet SHIELD agent Phil Coulson. Obadiah had already retrieved the mechanical armor Tony developed when he was kidnapped from the remaining 10 Rings thugs and upgraded it, bigger and stronger. However, the only thing missing is the arc reactor, the core of the mecha's energy source. This was something Dr. William could not accomplish no matter how much pressure he put on him. Tony Stark made it in a cave, out of a bunch of junk. When Obadiah discovered that Pepper had copied the cargo delivery list from the computer, he realized that this would become direct evidence that would send him to prison. He was anxious. Pointing at Dr. Williams' chest, he shouted loudly. Dr. Williams said helplessly, "I'm sorry, but I'm not Tony Stark." Obadiah seemed to have seen the agent handcuffing him, and his heart was in turmoil. Looking at the majestic steel mecha, all it lacked was a reactor in the hollow chest to make it move. With him, Obadiah no longer had to look at anyone's face. If anyone disobeyed him, he would just kill him. Simple and crude, but the effect is extraordinary. When the time comes, just destroy all the people and things that are not good for you, mainly Tony. You can become the true master of Stark Industries. Obadiah's eyes turned red with burning desire, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Plunder, what a beautiful word. The second time he came to Tony's Bay Villa, Su Ming did not rush in. Looking up at the distinctive and technologically advanced mansion on the top of the mountain, Su Ming showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Should I fly up directly, or go through the normal channels? So, what are the normal channels? MD Tony spoke nicely, but he didn't leave me a phone number. I can't just kick the door open, right? You deserve to be killed by the owner for breaking into a private house here. If you didn't want to try out that mecha, who would bother you with such courtesy? Su Ming was at the foot of the mountain and was confused about how to get in and find someone. At this time, at Tony's house, the phone rang and the caller ID showed Pepper Potts. Nailed it. Tony guessed that Pepper had probably succeeded, so he picked up the phone. Sizzle. A high-pitched, sharp sound rang out, and Tony's eyes suddenly widened, with veins bulging on his face. Tony? Tony, are you there? Miss Pepper's voice sounded on the phone, but Tony couldn't make any sound at this moment. His whole body was paralyzed. One hand supported Tony's head and slowly placed him on the sofa. Relax, relax. Obadiah used a simple device to temporarily paralyze Tony's body and at the same time dug out the arc reactor in his chest. This is the last golden egg you laid. Shaking the reactor in his hand, Obadiah turned and left. When he was kidnapped, shrapnel was shot into his chest, although Dr. Eason had already removed the large piece of shrapnel. However, there are still shrapnel fragments remaining in Tony's body that cannot be removed due to technical reasons. They can only be firmly attracted to the chest by the electromagnetic force released by the arc reactor. The reactor was dug, and as Tony's heart beat, the shrapnel residue in his body gradually began to move, causing him great pain. Oh no, I'm going to die. At the critical moment of life and death, Tony's brain was working rapidly. He used all his strength to come to the laboratory, and his eyes moved with difficulty to the reactor that had been made, carefully placed in a transparent box by Pepper. Fortunately, I didn't throw it away. Tony, having figured out a solution, stretched out his hand and reached forward desperately, but he just couldn't get the damn box. At this moment, a voice came from not far away, which sounded like heavenly music to Tony. Oh poor Tony, do you need help? Chapter 29. No, I'll do it myself. Tony, didn't we agree to go to Las Vegas together? What are you doing? Easily crushed the glass bottle containing the Mark I reactor. Handing it to Tony casually, Su-Ming looked at Tony Stark lying on the ground in a mess with some surprise. This old guy Obadiah is pretty quick. Looking at the robotic arm that is already running on the side. This is the work Tony won at MIT when he was 17. Look at his head. Su-Ming knew that even if he didn't come, the robotic arm Tony built during college could automatically hand the reactor to him. Looking at Tony again, his face was haggard and blue, his hair was messy, and the blood flowing from his ears had scabbed and turned black. The short-sleeved t-shirt, originally from a high-end brand, had a big hole torn on the chest. It looked dirty and tattered, forming a sharp contrast with his usual exquisite look. Tisk tisk, it must have taken quite a bit of effort to crawl over here. Su-Ming shook his head slightly. He actually witnessed one of the few endangered scenes of Iron Man with his own eyes. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. After hesitating for a few minutes at the foot of the mountain, Su-Ming finally decided to fly up directly. After all, he was already here. There was also a helicopter that had just left here, and now I think it must have been Obadiah. Tony wouldn't mind coming to his house without permission. On second thought, that's not right. When did I start caring about Tony's feelings? Didn't you not kill him because of the money? Am I being too nice to be polite to a defeated opponent? Su-Ming found that his interest in the armor seemed to affect his attitude towards Tony, which was not good. After all, he is just an emotionless bounty hunter, and Tony is just one of his many clients. If you have to say there's something special about him, it's just that he has a lot of money. Thinking of this, Tony Stark in Su-Ming's eyes was no longer the majestic Iron Man. Page 26. It's a walking wallet, waiting for you to take it out slowly. With trembling hands, Tony finally installed the Mark I reactor on his chest, breathed a long sigh of relief, and lay on the ground for a long time without recovering. Recognizing Su-Ming's voice, he knew that he had saved him, and said weakly, "Thank you, Scarlet. Mr. Silver Jew, hoo-hoo. As you can see, I wasn't messing around, I was being messed around with." Tony, Tony. Suddenly, an adult man's anxious cry was heard, and then James Rhodes ran over panting. Looking at Tony lying on the ground and the suspicious man in a formal suit standing beside him, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes pulled out his pistol and aimed it at Su-Ming. "Who are you? What did you do to Tony? Tony, Tony." Su-Ming didn't say anything, but gave Tony a look that said, "You handle it," and stood still like a pine tree. Crack. Say. With the pistol loaded, Rhodes stared at Su-Ming with a serious face. "Listen to me, brother. He is not an enemy." Tony finally recovered enough and spoke up to help. When Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes saw that Tony had returned to normal, the tension in his eyes immediately disappeared because of his trust in him, and he casually put the gun on his back. "Where's Pepper? Is she okay?" Tony thought of something and grabbed Colonel Rhodes' arm, asking urgently. When Obadiah took away his reactor, he said that he would not let Pepper go. If Pepper was hurt as a result, Tony would never forgive himself. "We just spoke on the phone, she's fine, there are 5 detectives with her, they're going to arrest Obadiah." Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes told Pepper about his recent conversation with her. As mentioned above, Ms. Pepper met Phil Coulson when she went downstairs after obtaining the evidence. As a senior agent of SHIELD, Phil Coulson was sent to investigate the arms smuggling problem of Stark Industries, and happened to meet Pepper Potts, who had obtained evidence. Ms. Pepper reported the matter and handed all the evidence to Agent Phil. SHIELD quickly confirmed that Obadiah was the culprit of the weapons smuggling. Thinking back to what Obadiah had just said, he seemed to have built a mecha as well. Oops. Tony's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he looked at Su Ming. 5 people are not enough. Su Ming seemed to understand the meaning in Tony's eyes. He immediately put on a professional smile and asked kindly, Tony, do you need help? You can enjoy a 10% discount if you order now. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes was listening in confusion. What order do you want to place? What are you doing? Why did you suddenly lose track of the topic? Recalling Su Ming's methods, Tony stared at Su Ming's handsome and heroic face. It turns out that this is the face beneath the scarlet silver Jew mask. Damn, I thought there was some flaw. My excitement was wasted. Tony narrowed his eyes slightly, proudly and confidently. No, I'll do it myself. Rhodes unconsciously took 2 steps forward, watching Tony standing on the armored base as his body was gradually covered by the streamlined armor, and exclaimed, "This is absolutely the coolest thing I've ever seen." Although Su Ming didn't say anything, he watched the whole process of Tony arming himself intently and sighed silently. He's really handsome. Tony, who was secretly observing the two of them, felt a hint of pride in his heart and pretended to be calm. It's okay, happy face. Ready to go. He raised his hand and blasted the luxury sports car blocking his way, took 2 steps forward, and turned around. Seeing this, Su Ming rolled his eyes and cried out that he couldn't stand it. This guy Tony Stark, it's already this late in the night, and he still doesn't forget to act cool. The car was there fine. Did it offend you? Why did you move it aside? Also, others don't know, but I don't know. The power supply of your Mark I reactor is not enough to power your new mecha. This shot is completely unnecessary. Wait, then. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes was so impressed by Tony in a mecha that he felt jealous. Is there anything else I can do? With a mechanical puff, Tony Stark, who feels uncomfortable without pretending to be cool, took off his Iron Man mask. A voice with cyberpunk mechanical reverberation sounded, "Clear the sky." Apparently, the incident when he was almost blown up by the Air Force on his way back from a Fohan left him with unforgettable memories. The mechanical arms and legs spewed fire into the air, and after a loud bang, Iron Man disappeared in front of the two of them. Sparks were emitting from the big hole in the ceiling. Through the big hole above my head, I saw a few stars twinkling in the distant sky. Su Ming had a feeling that he might get another big order. Even if there were no orders to take, there was no reason not to go and see such a wonderful scene. A slight greeting to Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. "Nice to meet you." "Goodbye, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes." Then he threw out a flying knife, and his figure turned into a stream of light and flew out accurately from the big hole created by Tony's collision. What the F? Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes stared blankly at the 2 people who flew away one after another. It was okay for Tony to have a mecha and fly, that was science. Who the hell? Shit. I don't even know his name. There was nothing there, and it just flew away with a wave of its arm? Is this scientific? Rhodes subconsciously imitated Su Ming's waving motion, to no avail. It was a bit awkward. This had a significant impact on his worldview. Looking at the luxury car I was driving not far away, Audi R8, I suddenly felt that it was not so attractive. No matter how good a car is, it can't fly. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a set of pure silver mecha hanging on the chain that had not been painted yet. It was controlled for a full 5 seconds. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes' body swayed a few times. His desire to put it on was so strong that he couldn't take a step towards the sports car. At this moment, he wished he could fly out of the big hole above his head. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "I must where you next time, baby." Chapter 30 Watching Tony Fail. Stark Industries, Workshop Park. District 16. Pepper Potts walks with the wind, followed by Phil Coulson and 5 SHIELD agents. Agent Phil arranged for his subordinates to use technical means to lock down Obadiah's location and prepare to arrest this warmongerer who smuggled arms. After blowing open the door lock, a production and R&D workshop full of industrial atmosphere appeared in front of them. It was pitch black here, with only the fluorescent light from the computer screen illuminating a small area. It showed a design drawing of a brand new mecha, but the passing agents were dismissive of it. In the corner, several people quickly found the armor that Tony made in a Fohan. "It seems you were right. He also built a suit of armor." Agent Phil's eyes gradually became serious. Pepper, who was familiar with Tony and Obadiah, recalled Obadiah's tall stature and added, "I think it needs to be a little bigger." Then, Miss Pepper made full use of her courage. Although she was unarmed, she searched for Obadiah, who was hiding somewhere more diligently than the armed agents. As expected, the accident happened. When Miss Pepper came under a crane arm, she saw the drooping chain swaying slightly in the air, and she couldn't help but look forward curiously. Suddenly, 2 light sources appeared in the darkness, rising higher and higher. Pepper slowly raised her head and watched the two small fluorescent lights rise to a very high position. She stood there with her mouth slightly open. That's right, this is the new combat weapon, Ironmonger, which Obadiah developed and improved based on the mecha that Tony built with Dr. Ethan in the cave to escape the kidnapping of the Ten Rings. It is worth mentioning that Obadiah personally went to the territory of the Ten Rings and recovered all the fragments of Tony's armor from them. At the same time, after succeeding, they ruthlessly wiped out the few remaining members of the Ten Commandments gang. As the sound of mechanical operation rang out, Obadiah manipulated Ironmonger to raise his legs and approach Miss Pepper. Miss Pepper finally reacted, screamed, turned around and ran. The tight skirt and high heels of her executive suit could not slow down her escape speed. Unlike Pepper Potts, who was running all the way, several SHIELD agents were obviously calmer. Faced with the behemoth that was getting closer and closer, they opened fire decisively. Bang, bang, dang dang. But it posed no threat to Obadiah, who was wearing armor. Accompanied by several sparks and Ironmonger's powerful punches, several SHIELD agents died heroically. After a burst of explosions, Ironmonger was only a hair's breadth away from catching Ms. Pepper because the passage was too narrow. Fortunately, the brave Pepper Potts escaped safely. Tony Stark, flying in the air, discovered the problem. How long do you think Mark I can last? Both the reactor and the new mecha were made by Tony himself, and no one knows them better than him. The power of the first-generation reactor cannot support the long-term endurance of the new mecha. Tony wants to get exact data from Jarvis. Page 27. 48% energy remaining and still decreasing, sir. This heart is not designed for sustained flight. Thinking back to when he was in a Fohan and had blown up the valley and Suming together, but he had been flying for less than a minute before falling down, Tony didn't want to experience that feeling of falling from a high altitude again. We can only fight quickly and decisively. Report at any time. Miss Pepper finally ran out of the building, and then Tony called. Pepper, are you okay? Obadiah, he's crazy. He has a suit of armor too. Just as Pepper hurriedly shared the information she had discovered with Tony, the ground not far away suddenly bulged, and in a flash a huge metal figure broke out of the ground. Where can you escape to? A mechanical reverberation came. Miss Pepper was frightened by the momentum of the mecha in front of her. She screamed helplessly and slowly retreated. Ironmonger raised the mechanical arm equipped with the Gatling gun and pointed it at Pepper. You're useless. The barrel of the Gatling gun rotates rapidly. Just when Pepper thought she was doomed this time, a loud voice came from high in the sky. Stand, Iron Man. Tony Stark arrived in time. Iron Overlord turned his gun, locked onto the rapidly approaching figure, and fired bullets. Dang dang dang. Boom. Tony, who was also wearing armor, rushed straight towards Ironmonger despite the Gatling gun's shooting. The huge kinetic energy made the two of them pass through several walls and fall on the road. Due to the huge size and weight of Ironmonger's armor, it had to smash the cargo box of a large truck before it could stop. There is no doubt that it caused a large-scale chain car accident. A female driver carrying a car full of children braked and slid for more than 10 meters, stopping just in front of the Iron Man. How could Obadiah let go of the weapon that was right in front of him? He stretched out his iron arm and lifted the car above his head in an instant. Obadiah in the mecha didn't actually use much strength, but the power increase brought by the armor made him extremely powerful. Oh, I love this armor. The screams of women and children filled the helpless noise through the car windows. Let them go. The excited Ironmonger obviously didn't care about Tony's warning. At this moment, he was already crazy and didn't take the lives of innocent people in the car seriously at all. That's collateral damage, Tony. Seeing that Ironmonger was about to use the car in his hand as a weapon to smash him, Tony knew that even if his armor could withstand the blow, the people in the car would be turned into dumpling stuffing on the spot. Gather the energy into your chest. Tony gives Jarvis orders. Z boom. After a brief period of charging, the energy cannon fired instantly, blasting Iron Overlord far away. The car fell from midair and was caught steadily by Tony. 19% energy remaining. Jarvis's mechanical reminder sounded. Tony let the energy dissipate rapidly and gently placed the car on the ground. But the power of the female driver was demonstrated at this moment. In a panic, she stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, the wheel speed instantly soared to the limit, and the moment the vehicle landed, she rushed out towards Iron Man. Ma'am, oh, no no no. Tony, who was about to be caught under the car, shouted and tried to get the female driver to stop, but the car still ruthlessly ran over Iron Man and drove away. In midair, Suming's collar and black hair fluttered wildly in the strong wind, adding a touch of wildness to him. With his supervision locked onto Tony's figure, Suming silently gave him a thumbs up when he saw him saving Ms. Pepper's life to the utmost extent. He is indeed a man who has awakened his superhero consciousness. How does Tony's mecha help him absorb the shock when the car crashes at this speed? Hiss, it hurts to look at it. Although the improved mecha has a certain shock-absorbing function, Tony's emergency collision with full speed still made him almost vomit blood. Seeing Iron Man and Tony falling on the busy road, Su-Ming waved and followed. He would not miss this good opportunity to watch the battle between the two sets of armor up close. Landing steadily on top of the street lamp, Su-Ming looked curiously. Ironmonger was blasted away by Tony just as he lifted the car above his head, saving the women and children in the car in time. Seeing Tony struggling to save the car pushed Tony away at full speed the moment it hit the ground. Even Su-Ming felt sorry for Tony this time. Great, that's some driving skill. Let me see. Oh, it's okay. When Su-Ming saw the driver's long golden hair clearly, he immediately lost all his objections. Until I saw Tony being run over head-on by a car traveling at full speed, causing a large shower of sparks, and rolling several times before finally lying steadily on the ground. A sentence popped up in Su-Ming's mind. I'm just watching him fall to the ground. Chapter 31. More money is needed. The night breeze from Manhattan brought a hint of the freshness of the Hudson River. Su-Ming stood quietly on top of the street lamp at the corner, forming a sharp contrast with the noisy scene below. The constant honking of horns, cars speeding away, people screaming and running for their lives, and the driver struggling to climb out of the overturned car. Ironmonger and Iron Man have been fighting for several rounds, but the police are late in arriving and a shrill alarm sounds from a distance. Just as Tony shook his head and slowly stood up, Ironmonger's feet sprayed flames and jumped over the vehicle in front of him. Taste this punch. He twisted his waist, gathered strength, and punched. Flames spurted out from behind the elbows of the large mechanical arms, and the originally powerful punch was instantly strengthened. Dang dang. The defenseless Iron Man was hit head-on, and the car was crushed like a cannonball and fell to the ground. Just as Tony was trying hard to get up, Ironmonger grabbed him from the ground, lifted him high above his head, and threw him to the ground again. For 30 years, I have always held you in my arms. The heavy feet stepped on Tony's chest again and again. I built this company from scratch and I won't let anyone stand in my way. As if he was still not satisfied, he grabbed Tony, turned around and threw him towards a bus. The fragile sheet metal of the bus was instantly pierced by Tony's huge kinetic energy, and the large passenger bus swayed in place like it was made of paper. Not to mention you. Obadiah continued his unfinished words as a missile rose from his left shoulder and fired at the bus at close range under the aim of a red laser. Boom! The huge flames wrapped around the vehicle debris and the Iron Man tumbling in the air illuminated half of the street. Su-Ming, standing on the streetlight, looked at his wallet, which seemed to be powerless in front of Obadiah's Iron Overlord and had been unilaterally crushed until now. He realized that this was a good opportunity to attract business. Asked loudly, "Hey, Tony, do you need any help? You can still enjoy a 10% discount if you place an order now." Tony was lifted dozens of meters into the air by the missile. Finally, when he was about to land, he turned over nimbly, with flames spurting out of his hands and feet, and barely managed to stabilize his body. The loud noise of the explosion drowned out Su-Ming's shouts, but the loyal Jarvis automatically replayed the recording. Tony's eyes lit up when he heard Su-Ming's words. Oh, the Crimson Silver Duke actually followed. Okay, although Obi's armor is quite useful, but, if it weren't for the lack of energy in his own armor, it only takes a few minutes to deal with him. In short, there is no point in continuing to get beaten, oh no, to fight hard, when it can be solved with money. Tony seemed to have forgotten what he had just said to reject Su-Ming. No, I can do it myself. With pleasure, Mr. Bounty Hunter. As usual, 5,000 million, take care of him for me. Tony recalled Su-Ming's abnormal ability and gave a price, thinking that this wave should be stable. Hearing Tony's offer, Su-Ming curled his lips in disdain. Cut. My brother is now a bounty hunter worth over 100 million. How can he give away a mere 50 million to a beggar? I am no longer the newcomer who couldn't move his legs when he saw 5,000 million. Although the price offered to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed a bit low in retrospect, it was still a starting point of 1 million. Tony Stark, you are a player with plenty of money, but the price you quoted is insincere. Shaking his head slightly, Su-Ming said seriously. Tony, Mr. Obadiah was my first employer and the person who guided my career. He was also my beloved friend. Tony's eyes widened in surprise when he heard this. How come I didn't know you and Obi had this relationship? Of course Tony didn't know, because the target that Obadiah hired Su-Ming to kill was him, Tony Stark. Before he finished speaking, Su-Ming said seriously, you have to pay more. Tony, percent and yuan percent at percent. Obadiah, yuan and yuan. While Su-Ming and Tony were discussing business, the screen in Ironmonger's helmet focused and zoomed in on the figure on the streetlight. It's him, the bounty hunter who cheated me out of money, Fate. Su-Ming was not wearing a mask at this time, nor did he change into a scarlet suit. This made Obadiah recognize this despicable villain who did not keep his word at a glance. He forgot that he had given Su-Ming that money in the first place just to make him be as loyal as possible to the mission and kill Tony. I didn't expect that this abominable guy has no sense of contract at all. He will listen to whoever offers the highest price, and he won't do the task if he says he doesn't want to. This guy is now brazenly claiming that I'm his mentor and that I'm his beloved friend? Page 28. It's just shameless ugh. In short, the bounty hunter's fate has been included in Obadiah's kill list. After I kill Tony, I'll deal with you. Just wait for me, you damn bounty hunter. Ignoring Su-Ming, he watched Tony successfully resolve the crisis of falling from a high altitude. Obadiah refused to admit defeat and said, "You improved your design, and I got an upgrade myself." The components of Ironmonger's feet transformed with a mechanical sound, turning into giant thrusters. Driven by the powerful force of the flames, they vibrated off the ground and rushed towards Tony. Tony didn't expect that even though he had already agreed to the commission, there would be a problem with the price. "No, I bought my life for 5,000 million. Now you're telling me I have to pay more to deal with Obi?" Tony was a little angry, not because Su-Ming asked for an exorbitant price. Tens of millions made no difference to him, but he couldn't accept that in Su-Ming's eyes, his life was not as valuable as Obadiah's. The resentment that had just risen in his chest dissipated instantly when he saw Ironmonger flying towards him. "Tony Stir, I'm sorry, bounty hunter, but I don't need your help anymore." The genius brain instantly came up with an idea, freezing at high altitude. At this time, Jarvis' voice prompt sounded. "Sir, his suit seems to be able to fly." Tony stared at Obadiah's approaching figure and gave the order. "Got it. Take me to the highest altitude." Jarvis mechanically analyzed Tony's instructions. "There's only 15% power now, the possibility of reaching this level." Tony looked at Ironmonger who was right in front of him and yelled, "I can count, fly." Iron Man turned nimbly and flew rapidly into the sky, with Ironmonger following closely behind. The flames under the feet of the two sets of armor formed a spectacular sight over the night sky of New York City, two meteors flying in opposite directions. As soon as the two passed through the clouds, they were captured by the Air Force radar. "Sir, that thing is back again." The radar soldier reported truthfully, "Get Major Allen and send fighter jets to intercept." The officer on duty gave the order decisively. The moment the phone was picked up, a black hand pressed the hang-up button. It was Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes. "No need, guys. It's just a drill. I can only help you so far, Tony." "Yes, sir." Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, who raced back to the Air Force Command Center, stopped the Air Force from intruding in time. Tony continued to rise into the air, and Ironmonger behind him followed closely with great power. As the altitude continued to climb, Jarvis faithfully fulfilled his reminder duty. 14% remaining power, 11% remaining power, 7% remaining power. "Stop talking, just show it on the screen." Tony was annoyed. Until a ball of fire erupted from the soles of Ironmonger's feet again, he finally grabbed Tony's right foot. He didn't realize that as the altitude increased, a thick layer of ice had formed on the outer layer of his armor. Pulling Tony in front of him, he tightly grasped the neck of Tony's mecha with both hands. "Your idea is good, but my suit is more advanced in every way." Tony's voice came through the mecha, with a strong mechanical flavor. "So, how did you solve the icing problem?" Obadiah was bewildered. "What's the icing problem?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Ironmonger armor system crashed due to ice, and the fluorescent light on the helmet eyes went out instantly. "Better study it." Tony casually hammered Ironmonger's helmet, shattering a large piece of the ice shell. Obadiah fell from the sky. Chapter 32. 2 million. Help me. 2% battery remaining, starting to use emergency backup power. Ironmonger was unable to move due to engine failure and fell far into the brightly lit New York City, covered in a thick layer of ice. The flames on Tony's hands and feet suddenly went out, and the heavy weight of the Iron Man suit dragged Tony Stark down. The difference is that Tony has some backup power, and when his speed reaches a certain level, he can briefly start the thrusters to buffer. When Tony approached the roof of Steck's R&D workshop, the power supply finally could no longer provide him with a buffer. Dang! Tony tripped over an iron pipe and fell awkwardly on the roof, another setback. Su-Ming, whose eyes were always fixed on Tony, saw him falling down slowly and landing lightly on the eaves beside him. Just saw Tony fall to the street again, and greeted him with a smile. "Tony, how do you feel?" Tony waved his hand pretending to be relaxed, and the armor on his hand peeled off. He was ready to take off this low-power suit. Phew, Obi is in great danger after falling from such a high place. Let out a sigh. Mr. Crimson Silver Jew, it seems I can handle everything without you having to do anything. Su-Ming's spider sense had already detected Ironmonger climbing up the building below him, and he shook his head with a smile. Tony, don't be too happy too soon. Again, you can still enjoy a 99% discount if you place an order now. Tony, who thought he had dealt with Ironmonger, secretly complained. What kind of discount is this? How dare you say that? I must find an opportunity to ask him what he is thinking. Why is Obi's price higher than mine? Place an order? Impossible. I will never place one in my lifetime. Before Tony could finish his words, a huge figure suddenly appeared behind him, and a heavy iron fist roared straight towards Tony's face. Tony turned around quickly and saw that it was Ironmonger. He was stunned. This guy is not dead. The mask fell down, and he lowered his body to avoid the heavy punch while extending his palm to prepare to fire back a laser cannon. Suddenly he realized that there was no mecha on his left hand, he had just taken it off. Tony, who was kicked away, jumped high under the propulsion of the mecha's low power and punched Ironmonger's helmet with a heavy right punch. There was no other way, except with the right fist. If he threw the left fist, he would break his bones. Iron Man, who didn't suffer any damage even after falling from a height of 10,000 meters, certainly wouldn't care about this light punch. His arms were locked, holding Tony tightly against his chest. Feeling the heavy pressure on his waist, Tony's eyes bulged out and he couldn't breathe. He tried to activate other functions of the mecha, but received Jarvis's ruthless feedback. The shockwave failed, the missile failed. Obadiah smiled triumphantly from within Ironmonger's helmet. Tony felt like his chest was about to explode. His rapidly spinning brain suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Tracer!" Following Tony's order, hundreds of micro-bullets were suddenly released from the chest of the mecha, flashing with explosive arcs and splashing everywhere. The two men's mechas were hit by a large number of tracer bullets, making a loud clanging sound. Su-Ming, who was not far away, had his eyes light up and gave a heartfelt compliment. What a huge firework. Although tracer bullets, also known as flash bombs, have little attack power, they play a role at this time. Obadiah's eyes were stung by the bright flash of light, and he groaned in pain. The strength in his hands naturally weakened, and Tony took the opportunity to break away from Ironmonger's warm embrace. He hid in a secluded place, thinking about countermeasures. The mecha no longer had any energy to support him to continue fighting, and the possibility of defeating Obadiah head-on was approaching zero. At this time, Tony came up with a plan, which was to let Pepper Potts go to the giant reactor under his feet and deliberately overload the reactor through operation. If he leads Obadiah to the top of the reactor, the huge energy gushing out when the reactor overloads will turn everything above it into pieces. There is only one drawback to doing this: you will die. Ever since he awakened the soft side of his heart, Tony could no longer ignore the life and death of ordinary people and indulge in sensual pleasures as he did before. Afuhan's journey opened a new door for Tony, a tycoon and genius. The feeling of saving the people from danger sublimated Tony's soul. If Obadiah killed himself here today, there would be no doubt that Stark Industries would become a world-class warmongerer, and the number of people affected and killed in the war would increase exponentially. I absolutely will not allow this to happen. As Tony's eyes gradually became determined and he was about to carry out the plan of mutual destruction, an out-of-place figure caught Tony's eye, which startled him. It's Su-Ming. After eating and drinking, he didn't expect to be able to enjoy such a wonderful battle. Even if he didn't participate in it, it was still worth the trip. Seeing that the battle was coming to an end, Su-Ming, who had been rejected 3 times in a row, gave up the idea of continuing to solicit business. It's not a good deal if you're the one who's trying to get ahead. Is he going to die? After yawning, Su-Ming felt a little sleepy. Just as Su-Ming was struggling over whether to watch Tony's battle to the end, the phone vibrated. Of course, a high-end restaurant where only formal wear is allowed to enter cannot accept customers' phones ringing one after another. After leaving the restaurant, Su-Ming forgot to turn back the ringtone, so the phone remained in vibrate mode. Picking up the phone curiously and looking at the caller ID, Su-Ming smiled. It was Tony Stark. Looking up at Tony, who was hiding stealthily in a dark corner, Su-Ming couldn't understand why this guy would call him while he was fighting a war. Could it be that he had figured it out? "Hey, Mr. Silver Jew." Tony's deliberately lowered voice, with a hint of fatigue, sounded through the microphone. Page 29. Su-Ming looked at Tony waving at him in the corner in the distance. "Hey, Tony, it's ungentlemanly to dart off during a fight. What can I do for you?" Tony, who was lightly mocked by Su-Ming, smiled bitterly. "Damn it, if there was a better way, who would bother calling you now? Let me discuss something. 1 million. Deal with him for me." Tony secretly observed and searched around for his ironmonger while quietly quoting a price. "It's okay if the price is higher than mine." At this point, only a fool would care about those insignificant things. When Suming heard Tony's offer, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Has this kid finally gotten it? He remembered that just now, someone had sworn that it was impossible to place an order. "Tony, I still like your rebellious side. How about you recover a little?" Tony cursed inwardly. Fuck, this damn bounty hunter's curses are so awful. But as he watched Obadiah, with his armor full of energy, gradually approach him, Tony no longer had the capital to maintain his pride. 200 million, help me. The voice was deliberately lowered and slightly hoarse due to urgency. This price is sincere. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and Suming became kind and friendly. "At your service, dear employer." Obadiah didn't expect that Tony, with that armor whose combat power was far inferior to his, could slide around in his hands like a loach. But after a fight, it was clear that Tony had almost exhausted all his methods. Obadiah felt refreshed when he thought that his long-cherished wish was about to come true. "Very clever, Tony, but you're going to die today." Bang! At this moment, there was a loud bang. Obadiah didn't have time to react before Ironmonger's bulky body was blasted skyward by a tremendous force, rising at a speed even faster than the limit he had reached when chasing Tony just now. Bounty Hunter, Suming, on the clock. Chapter 33. Warm up with a round of bullets. The blocks near the Stark Industries workshop building were in ruins due to the battle between the two mecha maniacs. When Tony Stark saw Suming take action, he finally felt relieved. He looked at the tattered mecha that was tortured by Ironmonger and smiled bitterly. Dragging his tired body, Tony sat in the corner, his eyes full of anticipation and satisfaction as he watched the Iron Overlord, who had been so arrogant just now, being humiliated in front of Suming. I have to enjoy this show. After all, the ticket price is 200 million. Although tens of millions had no impact on Tony, 2 million still made him feel a little painful. Suming, who knocked Iron Overlord away with one punch, did not rush to chase him. After a heavy investment in upgrading his body, even at level 2, he possessed a force of over 20 tons. This was also Suming's greatest reliance on maintaining his elegance in front of Iron Overlord. Even though Ironmonger is thicker and heavier than Tony's mecha, its weight does not exceed 5 tons. Suming is fully capable of holding it with his bare hands. Clenching his numb fists, Suming couldn't help but sigh that Obadiah was indeed a capital giant, and the mecha he built with all his effort was still quite tough. Don't think that Ironmonger was showing off in front of Tony just now, which put Tony in an absolutely passive position. Suming knew that it was because the Mark I reactor on Tony's chest was technologically backward and could not provide sufficient energy for his new battle suit. Otherwise, with Tony's intelligence and ability alone, if the upgraded suit has enough energy, who will be the winner? How can a mediocre person surpass Tony's naturally turbocharged brain? Thinking about Marvel's vast worldview, Suming laughed at Obadiah's short-sightedness. The mecha was developed solely based on plagiarized technology. Apart from being bigger and stronger, it does not have any eye-catching functional designs. Why do you think it can replace Tony? You know, Tony is the man who will save the world in the future. Suming looked up and saw that Iron Overlord was blown away more than 100 meters before he remembered to activate the thrusters to stabilize his body. Thinking of the endless attack methods of Tony's armor in the later period, looking at the abilities he possessed now, he was confident that he could smash the Ironmonger directly with a flying knife, or he could also dismantle it with melee combat alone. The means of attack are still too simple. It's time to expand my fighting style. Suming thought so. Obadiah in the air woke up as if from a dream. The mecha's feedback of combat damage data let him know that this could not have been an attack from Tony. Obadiah's pupils shrank until the red circle on the screen locked onto a figure. Is it fate? I remember he's good at long-range attacks. How did he do that? Without time to think, Obadiah realized that if he allowed Ironmonger to continue flying upwards, he would freeze and fall again. Not every icing outage can be restarted before landing. His old bones could no longer withstand this ropeless high-altitude bungee jumping. By turning on all the propulsion devices in my body to the maximum, I finally eased the momentum of continuing to rush upwards. Ironmonger clumsily steadied himself in the air. Obadiah locked onto Suming under his feet, turned around, accelerated at full speed, and dived, aiming the Gatling gun at Suming. Obadiah stared at the range indicator on the screen until the red icon turned green, then he screamed and pulled the trigger. Damn bounty hunter, die! The Gatling gun spun wildly, and huge bullets rained down on the area where Suming was standing. In the super strong visual experience, the bullets rushing towards them are like a torrent of water from a shower in the bathroom, hitting the target head-on and tearing it into pieces. Su-Ming did not choose to dodge, and there was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. After watching the game for a long time, I felt itchy and finally it was my turn to play. This big turtle shell of Iron Overlord is perfect for practicing. Let's warm up with a round of Gatling gun first. Ignoring the impact of the bullet, Su-Ming calmly prepared to pick up the mecha gloves that Tony had just taken off. Feel the magic of your body being pierced by bullets and then healing instantly. Don't mention it, I haven't really experienced this Deadpool-level recovery since I upgraded. Just as Su-Ming bent down to pick up something, his drooping arm was suddenly pierced by a bullet and broke off. Naughty. Looking at the arm flying to the side, Su-Ming didn't feel any pain at all. He picked up the broken arm casually and put the broken parts together. The arm that had turned blue due to excessive blood loss instantly returned to its original position and recovered with full health. Unfortunately, the sleeve of the dress was broken and could not be sewn back automatically. Oh, Alyssa will have to trouble herself to buy another set. I put on Tony's mecha gloves and stretched my fingers, and they surprisingly fit me. The unique design inside the glove fits the palm perfectly without any discomfort. There's something. Su-Ming's desire to get a mecha became stronger and stronger. The reason why Ironmonger is so big and heavy has something to do with Obadiah's personality. He doesn't trust anything except the weapons and ammunition in his hands. When developing the Iron Overlord, Obadiah took the initiative to suggest that a Gatling gun must be installed. At his insistence, a huge ammunition storage compartment was also set up inside the mecha. The Gatling gun, which can fire more than 100 rounds per second, is enough to instantly destroy any carbon-based organism within its range, but it suffered a Waterloo today. Obadiah couldn't believe his eyes no matter what. He even suspected that there was something wrong with Ironmonger's monitor, because Su-Ming did not die under the bombardment of Gatling gun. Is he a monster? Tony, who was standing by, saw Su-Ming still strolling leisurely under the shower of Gatling bullets, and his body, which was constantly pierced, was healing at an unimaginable speed. His expression became dull. This monster. The current battle situation made Obadiah deeply wary of Su-Ming. He didn't dare to get close to Su-Ming, and chose to stay in midair and continue to splash water at Su-Ming with the Gatling gun. Su-Ming was still waiting for Iron Overlord to come closer, but he found that he was actually scared. Sigh, where's your arrogance from before? Don't you dare come over? Then I'll go over. He pushed hard with his feet and shot his body towards Iron Overlord like a cannonball. The barrel of the Gatling gun was already shining red, and the bullets in the ammunition chamber were used up due to the strong firing rate. Looking at the rapidly approaching figure, Obadiah had no better solution at the moment and could only cross his steel arms over his chest in an attempt to defend himself. Bang! A circle of micro-shock waves appeared in the air, and Su-Ming's fist wearing the mecha glove hit Iron Overlord again. Iron Overlord's arms were instantly deformed and twisted when they touched the iron fist, and were bounced back violently by the huge force. The punch continued with undiminished force, hitting Iron Overlord directly next to the reactor on his chest. Click. The defense that Ironmonger was proud of didn't seem to have much effect. A huge crater suddenly appeared on his chest. The immense pressure caused Obadiah inside the mecha to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he flew into the sky once again. This time, Su-Ming did not continue to wait, but threw out the flying knife to speed up his body and chase after him. This kind of close combat method that combines flying with constant changes was the first time Su-Ming tried it, so it was a good opportunity to familiarize himself with it. After Su-Ming accelerated and flew over Iron Overlord for nearly 100 meters, he waved his hand again to change direction, throwing out 3 flying knives in succession, not for attack, but only for acceleration. A sonic boom rang out in the sky, and Su-Ming's figure rushed straight towards Iron Overlord at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Another punch. Boom! The heavy armor whined under the powerful impact, and another big hole appeared on the other side of the Iron Overlord reactor. It seems a bit symmetrical. Su-Ming looked at the big hole on Iron Overlord's chest and felt that the location was a bit off. This was probably related to his lack of proficiency in using his abilities. Page 30. Come again. Su-Ming, who unlocked the new combat mode, felt like he had discovered his favorite toy and never got tired of it. Su-Ming's figure moved at high speed in the sky, only pausing for a moment when attacking. Looking at Ironmonger again, he is like a marble in a game, constantly and passively changing his flight trajectory in the air. The originally shiny metal armor gradually became covered with cracks. Chapter 34. I don't take every order. Tony got through to Pepper Potts. Hey, Tony, are you okay? Tony smiled happily as he watched Obadiah being hit by Su-Ming like a ping-pong ball in the air. I'm fine, but you have to prepare some money for me. After all, Pepper had managed Stark Industries for Tony for a period of time, so money didn't mean much to her, especially since it was Tony who gave the order himself. The money is fine, but what about Obadiah? He's crazy, you have to be careful. Miss Pepper didn't know that Tony had just promised an order worth $2 million, and was still worried about Tony's condition. Tony thought that once you knew the amount of money, you wouldn't be so calm anymore. After all, $2 million is not a small amount even in Stark's liquidity pool. Indeed, Obi might be going crazy now. Obadiah was going crazy. He could never have imagined that the ironmonger he had built by using all means, even stealing the reactor from Tony, was not invincible. Forget being invincible, now I don't even have the strength to fight back. The bounty hunter was so fast that the suit's aiming system couldn't lock onto the target. Is this something a human can do? Obadiah can only rely on the defensive power of the ironmonger armor now. Fortunately, only the first 2 attacks were too much for him to handle. Although the subsequent attacks were extremely fast, their power was slightly inferior. This reduced the fear in his heart a lot. Taking a defensive stance and enduring the sweet and fishy taste in his throat, Obadiah racked his brains for a way out. Suming deliberately restrained the strength in his hands. He found that his movements of swinging the throwing knife at high speed and attacking the target became more and more smooth with continuous practice. The control of strength is becoming more and more precise. This made Suming exclaim that he had made a profit. Not only did he earn $2 million, but he was also able to improve himself by taking orders. His strength was so great that he couldn't find a suitable sparring partner under normal circumstances. It just so happens that Iron Man has high defense and thick blood, making him the best sandbag for me to hone my combat skills. How could he bear to defeat Iron Overlord in one move? Besides, this business is not difficult at all. It's just beating up a robot, not an alien. What's the difference between this and picking up money? It has to be Tony. He is worthy of being my human wallet. There are surprises whenever I take out something. With a cheerful mood, Suming's movements became more ghostly and elusive, and his attacks more precise. In the air, Obadiah tried to use all his thrusters to stabilize his body. However, Iron Overlord's huge inertia was difficult to activate under Suming's attack, which forced Obadiah to think of other ways. He could let Tony go then, so he can let me go now. Obadiah was startled by the thought, and he spat out the blood in his mouth. He cleared his throat and tried to make his voice sound as gentle as possible. Mr. Fate, please wait a moment, stop fighting, cough cough. Suming was thinking about incorporating Jeet Kune Do into this kind of aerial combat, and for a moment he did not hear Obadiah's call. The punch smashed into Iron Overlord's hard skull, leaving a huge dent. Seeing Iron Overlord spinning and falling downward, Suming finally reacted. Mr. Obadiah, did you speak just now? The dazed Obadiah finally regained control of his body and blinked fiercely. He couldn't tell whether it was Ironmonger's monitor that was broken or his own brain that was broken, because all he could see were golden stars flashing. This damn bounty hunter, if I can beat you, I will definitely kill you. There was resentment in my heart, but I spoke very politely. Yes, Mr. Fate, I want to discuss a business with you. Hearing that there was business to discuss, Suming became slightly interested. It was nothing more than a request to let him go, nothing new, but I could hear his offer. Go ahead. Oh, that's right. Look, as gentlemen, it's really unbecoming for us to fight like this. Why not solve this problem in a way that everyone can enjoy? Obadiah took the initiative to open the mask of the mecha. He could not remember how many years it had been since he spoke so sincerely. Seeing that Suming didn't express his opinion and didn't continue to beat him, Obadiah felt a little confident. 1,000 million. Mr. Bounty Hunter, let me go. This is a figure that no bounty hunter can refuse, Obadiah thought confidently. Suming suspected that he had heard wrongly. How many? 10 million? Haha, I didn't expect that old man Obadiah would be so cruel to himself. Thinking about saving money at the critical moment of life and death. For a moment, Suming was left in a state of confusion by Obadiah's naivete. Seeing that Suming didn't say anything, there was only one reason: he thought it was too little. This greedy guy. Obadiah bit his back teeth, and blood immediately flowed out of his mouth. Hiss, damn it, I need to get some new teeth when I get home. Obadiah hesitated for a moment and then offered a new price. Mr. Fate, let's put it this way, 3,000 million. Let me go. Suming looked at the familiar scene in front of him and smiled silently. Not to mention that Obadiah's starting price was more than one level lower than Tony's, and he was not as happy as Tony to raise the price. Pattern, how can you compare with Tony Stark? You don't have the generosity of capitalists who spend money lavishly. You have no future. Based on this alone, Suming had no interest in the business that Obadiah mentioned. At this moment, Suming suddenly remembered something. MD himself is still high on the hunting list of the Underground Exchange. Even Tony Stark's bounty is only 80. On the way to Osborne, they encountered a wave of assassinations, and they came in a group, which took Suming a lot of effort. It's because this guy Obadiah raised his bounty to 200 million. Make yourself the undisputed number one on the list. I have to settle this account with him. Thinking of this, Suming showed a professional smile, distant yet friendly. This made Tony Stark, who was watching the two of them closely, shudder. Oh no, is there going to be another round of bidding? I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Suming just shook his head slightly. Mr. Obadiah, regarding the reward offered by the Underground Exchange, look. Obadiah suddenly remembered that he had indeed issued a mission to hunt down Fate. When Suming mentioned this, could it be that if the mission was withdrawn, there would be something to talk about? My eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope rose in my heart. Great, I can go back and get my dentures. He understood what Suming meant and contacted the Underground Exchange in front of Suming to cancel the Bounty Hunter, Destiny's mission. After hanging up the phone, Obadiah looked at Suming with hope in his eyes, as if to say, "Are you satisfied now?" Suming saw with his own eyes that the pursuit mission that had been bothering him was finally resolved, and he felt much more refreshed. There is a hint of sincerity in the smile. Very good, Mr. Obadiah. Old Obi recalled Suming's unpredictable methods, and a chill ran down his spine. He once again confirmed that his decision to talk to him was extremely wise. Mr. Fate, can you consider my request now? Tony heard the conversation between the two and stood up involuntarily. A cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes. Obi, come on, who's afraid of who? At worst, we can fight for our fortunes. At the same time, be prepared to call Ms. Pepper for money at any time. Suming heard Obadiah's words clearly, recalled his various behaviors, and knew that the guy in front of him was an ungrateful person who could never be tamed. What kind of good person can be if he is willing to even care about the life of his nephew who he has watched grow up in order to seize the company? The smiling expression gradually faded. With a hint of indifference, Suchin looked at Obadiah with slight disdain. Don't be naive. I don't take every order. Chapter 35. Obadiah Stane, a founding father of Stark Industries, was a friend and business partner of Howard Stark. After Howard's death, he became a mentor to his son Tony Stark. For 30 years, he worked hard and watched Stark Industries grow stronger and stronger, while US dollars flowed into Stark's wallet like water. Not to mention that Time magazine often pulls Tony over to make headlines or cover stories. This guy even took the opportunity to sleep with almost all the cover girls of Maxim magazine. Obadiah's heart gradually lost balance with everything Tony was enjoying now. Page 31. These should all be mine. Mine. An idea gradually emerged in Obadiah's mind to kill Tony and replace him. This idea could no longer be restrained after Tony returned from Alfred and arbitrarily announced the closure of all weapons research and development and sales in Stark Industries. You, Tony Stark, have made a fortune, but now you don't even let people have their soup. Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Obadiah decided to take action. Just when he took great pains to create an invincible armor and was finally about to deal a fatal blow to Tony, he was tragically interfered with by a bounty hunter. The missiles and Gatling guns he was so proud of were useless in front of this man. Even the high-strength armor built with a lot of money was like paper under this man's light fist. I can't beat him. I really can't beat him. I should have killed him when I dug up Tony's reactor. When did they collude? Obadiah, with a bruised face and nose, had no choice but to deal with him, offering a high price and even mercifully canceling the hunting mission previously issued in the Underground Exchange. What else do you want from me? Obadiah's pride and self-esteem were ultimately deeply hurt by Suming's casual rejection. The resentment in his heart turned into a rage that burst out. Are you kidding me? Very well, I'm going to make you pay. With a roar, Obadiah activated the missile system that had been prepared long ago. I saw that multiple missile compartments were lifted up from Iron Overlord's torso and limbs, and dozens of missiles were shot towards Suming from different angles in the flames and thick smoke. The spider sense instantly sounded the alarm, and the feeling of being locked by a missile made Suming's skin tighten. If the deal fails, you're going to flip the table, right? Suming sneered at Obadiah's unplayable behavior. What I hate most is people like you who turn on each other at the slightest disagreement. You have no technical skills at all. There was no pause in his movements, the flying knives swung frequently, and his body flashed in the air, drawing irregular curves. Suming admitted that those missiles had very high technical content. Even though his body movements were as fast as the wind and no trace could be found, more than a dozen missiles could still stick to Suming tightly, and they could even prevent each other from invading each other. The imagined scene of missiles colliding and exploding did not occur. Watching the missile getting closer and closer, Suming thought that he had already given a lot of face by taking a volley of Gatling gunfire, so there was no need for these large-scale things. After all, his dress was already in tatters, and after being bombed by a missile, it is illegal to walk your bird casually in New York. Su-Ming's eyes lit up when he accidentally saw the Stark Industries logo painted on the missile. He was very familiar with this symbol. When he was looting the battlefield, this pattern represented wealth. The system pops up a valuation prompt in time. Griffin missile, launched, estimated value, $30,000. A bold idea appeared in Su-Ming's mind. Su-Ming concentrated and calmed his mind, turned on his spider sense to the maximum, paused slightly, and flashed to the side of the missile. Just when the missile senses the change in target position and is about to make corresponding adjustments, Su-Ming placed his hand on the cold iron sheet of the missile. Exchange. Exchange successful. Plus $30,000. Account balance $224,515,000. The moment the missile in his hand changed direction, it turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Su-Ming exclaimed in excitement and repeated his old tricks, transforming into a dancer on the edge of a knife, flashing back and forth between the remaining missiles. Obadiah seemed to see the most horrifying scene in the world. The expected scene of missile explosions did not appear. The bounty hunter flew around as nimbly as a fly, as if playing with the missiles behind him. This is a missile, Malefak. What's even more outrageous is that the group of missiles he launched disappeared one after another in Su-Ming's hands. This made Obadiah deeply doubt whether the world he lived in still respected science. You are not a human, you are a devil. You ruined everything for me. Obadiah's eyes widened in horror. He couldn't accept what was happening before his eyes. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Ever since he dug out Tony's reactor with his own hands, he has no way out. There must be a result today. Knowing that he had no chance of winning, Obadiah gradually fell into madness, activated the reactor's self-destruct program, turned the thrusters to the maximum, and accelerated towards Su-Ming. Damn bounty hunter, you keep ruining my plans. You must die today. Su-Ming was in high spirits at the moment. Exchanging more than a dozen missiles brought hundreds of thousands of profits to his account. He was intoxicated by the feeling of accepting orders without delaying making money. Suddenly, the spider sense gave a crazy warning. Su-Ming, with his hair standing on end, instantly realized that he was about to face the most serious crisis. But, what is it? In the quiet night sky, there was only a bulky iron overlord flying towards him, grunting and seemingly shouting something. No luck. No worries. There must be a demon in the abnormal situation. Obadiah was afraid to approach me from the beginning, so why is he so aggressive now? Su-Ming's pupils shrank as he glanced at the Iron Overlord's scarred mecha. The originally stable blue arc of the reactor on Ironmonger's chest gradually turned into a violent red. Damn, this old guy is risking his life. Realizing what was happening, Su-Ming did not dare to delay and immediately took off. Obadiah seemed determined to take the demon in front of him away. He used all his energy to fly, and his speed increased steadily, with a tendency to catch up with Su-Ming. Su-Ming was thinking about how to deal with it at this time. Run? Of course. He was confident that Obadiah wouldn't be able to catch up to him before he flew high into the sky and froze, but doing so seemed to lack a lot of fun. There are still many Jeet Kune Do moves that have not been integrated into flying. Or take advantage of this last chance, and give it a try? With Deadpool-level recovery as a backup, the worst that can happen is that the body will shrink and then grow again. But such good sandbags are not easy to find. Just do it. Su-Ming recalled the Jeet Kune Do moves that were suitable for this situation. Suddenly, a classic scene appeared in my mind. Bruce Lee jumped high and smashed the Japanese soldiers with his feet. The most soulful part is the sharp yet unruly sound of Ada. It's too cruel. But I like it. Having made up his mind, Su-Ming changed direction in the air and looked at the Iron Overlord who was still dozens of meters away from him. The energy in his chest grew increasingly violent, looking like it could escape the reactor's control at any moment. Have you ever seen a kick technique that falls from the sky? Close your eyes, quietly recall the picture in your mind, and review the method of using strength over and over again in your mind. Then, Su-Ming moved. His eyes widened, bright as lamps, and a cold light flashed across them. He threw out 3 flying knives in succession, instantly increasing his falling speed to the limit. State. The sound of breaking the sound barrier echoed throughout New York City. His body turned into a stream of light and rushed straight towards Ironmonger. Facing the huge resistance brought by the air, Su-Ming slowly bent his knees and his facial expression became increasingly exaggerated. He was getting into the role. Until the moment of collision with Ironmonger, he suddenly kicked out with both feet. A high-pitched, sharp voice filled with arrogance came from Su-Ming's chest and echoed over the city. Chapter 36 I am Iron Man. Obadiah was determined to die. What is the difference between a capitalist being ruined and dead? Rather than going to jail, it's better to fight him with great fanfare. Looking at the fate that was speeding towards him, a cruel smile appeared on his face. You still dare to come here? That's exactly what I want. Obadiah barely managed to mobilize Iron Overlord's two giant arms, intending to lock Su Ming tightly the moment he approached. Then go to see God with this annoying guy. As Su Ming's exaggerated expression gradually became larger in front of him, Obadiah had even put his arms around Su Ming's back. Ah! Boom! Crack! As if being hit head-on by a train, the iron armor shattered instantly, and Obadiah inside could clearly hear the crisp sound of his bones breaking. Although his hands were still firmly carrying out the task of holding Su Ming, the connection between the mecha had long been broken and could no longer provide him with any amplification. In a flash, Su Ming kicked Iron Overlord's chest with both feet. Suddenly, I heard a voice. What? Obadiah's mind went blank, and he had only one thought at this moment. What does Ada mean? Why are you yelling so excitedly? Are you crazy? Obadiah spurted blood and turned into a meteor with the broken mecha, falling straight towards the huge energy reactor in the center of Stark's workshop. The funny thing is, this reactor was specially developed by Obadiah to provide energy for Ironmonger. However, they lacked the ability to shrink it down to a size that could fit inside the mecha's chest. Clap clap. The reactor became extremely violent with the invasion of foreign objects. Page 32. Huge arcs of electric light continued to destroy various facilities in the laboratory. Obadiah's no longer young body was instantly turned into dust in the torrent of energy, but the Mark II reactor reached the critical point of collapse. A flash of white light appeared. The whole city of New York was as bright as day. Then a mushroom cloud rolled up into the sky, and the huge shock wave pushed everything it touched to the surroundings, destroying everything in its path. The Stark Workshop campus was razed to the ground in just 1 minute. A minute ago, Tony was still watching with relish as Obadiah was ruthlessly crushed. Little did they know that he was on the roof of that big reactor. When I saw the broken Iron Overlord falling into the reactor at a rapid speed, Tony's buttocks tightened. Hori, thank you. Soon he turned into a lump of iron that bumped into walls everywhere in the shock wave. Even with armor protecting the body, there are still very limited things you can do. Tony could only close his mask tightly, firmly protecting his hands that had taken off the armor, curling up his body and letting the shockwave carry him to the sky and into the ground. There's big news again in New York. It was impossible to ignore the white light that illuminated the sky last night, not to mention the huge explosion that followed. Is the end of the world? This is a fantasy. Has the war started? This is the warmongering faction. The reaction of most ordinary people is, Beach Boy, are there earthquakes in New York? In short, the violent explosion in Stark's workshop once again pushed Tony Stark into the forefront of public opinion. At this time, Tony was lying on the bed with gauze wrapped around his body. He had multiple fractures and varying degrees of soft tissue contusions. At the same time, his body was covered in numerous wounds. This was not mainly due to the battle with Ironmonger, but more due to the impact of the explosion. Tony Stark, transformed into a gasping mummy, now has only his eyes moving. He stared blankly at Su Ming in front of him, with a resentful tone. Mr. Silver Jew, thank you. The money will be here soon. Ms. Pepper on the side couldn't help but say, but Tony, the Stark Workshop campus is destroyed. In response, Tony could only smile bitterly. That's right, a mere 2 million is a drop in the bucket compared to the entire Stark Industrial Workshop Park. But if Su Ming had not taken action in time, it would have been difficult for him to pass this level. After all, he had thought of using the reactor to kill Obadiah. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this result. Isn't it just money? When Su Ming saw that the explosion was so large that Tony, who was near the center, was likely to be crushed to pieces, he suddenly remembered that he had not yet paid his bill. That won't do. He turned on his supervision and tried hard to search for Tony. Finally, they found a metallic foot in the ruins and carried Tony back to Stark Tower. Tony was lucky, as Su Ming's eyesight was far superior to that of the search and rescue personnel. If it had been someone else, Tony wouldn't have received treatment so quickly. Before Ms. Pepper came over, Su Ming took a shower at Tony's place, changed into one of Tony's new suits, and threw away the old suit that had long been in tatters and had lost its shape. Hearing what the two said, he shrugged indifferently. Tony, we agreed on 200 million. I'll give you a 99% discount, which means it's 198 million US dollars. You know the account number. Let's go. That's right. The reason Su Ming wanted to see Tony get treated with his own eyes was because he was afraid that no one would pay for his death. After receiving the promise, Su Ming left with peace of mind. After learning that Tony was rescued and not in danger of death, Ms. Pepper's resentment once again took over. Tony, what's with the 2 million? The park has been destroyed, and the funding chain is in danger of being cut off. And now you're telling me you still owe someone 2 million? Potts, let me explain. Manhattan Hotel. When Suming woke up, it was already the next afternoon. Suming casually put on a bathrobe and ate the hearty breakfast brought by Alyssa, then turned on the TV. There was a deluge of coverage surrounding last night's events. Hello, audience friends. I'm sure you're all very concerned about the explosion at Stark Park last night. Please see the detailed report below. The TV replayed the scene of Tony wearing the Iron Man suit and fighting Ironmonger, and even the scene of Tony saving a car of children was played frame by frame. This once again made the people of New York excited, because a new superhero appeared in their city, Iron Man. The ability of media hype is professional. The surveillance footage told everyone that Iron Man was fighting hard to protect their lives even when he was defeated. Although Spider-Man and Scarlet Silver Duke had received everyone's attention before, the sudden appearance of Iron Man satisfied all the science and engineering men's desire for mecha. The support for Iron Man among the people has skyrocketed, and his popularity has grown rapidly, making him the most talked-about figure after Scarlet Silver Goblet. That's right, the Scarlet Silver Duke only covered half of his face after all, and he was still very handsome. In comparison, although Iron Man is also very handsome, he does not quite conform to the aesthetic tastes of most women. In the superhero popularity ranking, Suming still ranks first. 1 week later, Stark Industries press conference. James Rhodes, dressed in a neat Air Force uniform, was reporting on the industrial accident in Stark at the microphone. Unconfirmed reports indicate that a prototype robot malfunctioned, severely damaging the reactor. Fortunately, as the official answer played on TV, Ms. Pepper adjusted Tony's tie and removed the last band-aid from his nose. At this time, Agent Phil handed Tony an alibi. You were on a yacht. We have port reports proving you were at the Avalon all night, and we have testimonies from 50 of your guests. In order to protect Tony, SHIELD is against Tony revealing his identity. Not only did he prepare an alibi for Tony, but he also made Obadiah's whereabouts clear. Holding S.H.I.E.L.D. speech, Tony Stark stood on the podium, looking at the dense crowd of reporters and the numerous cameras below. When he tried to convince the media that Iron Man was just a bodyguard in a suit, journalist Kristen Elliott, who knew Tony well, questioned him. I'm not cut out to be a hero. Rhodes heard something wrong and quietly reminded Tony to read from the script. Oh, okay. Facing the reporters and media again, a light appeared in Tony's eyes. In fact, I am Iron Man. The audience was instantly boiling. Chapter 37 Man of Steel. The New York crowd was given unprecedented satisfaction in just a few days. The shocking explosion in Stark's workshop brought a mysterious hero in armor into the public eye. At the subsequent press conference, Tony Stark loudly declared that he was Iron Man. This surprised everyone, but they also agreed with it. After all, when people have a lot of money, they always like to do something new and exciting. Stark Industries' stock price soared after Tony revealed his identity. The losses from the destruction of the workshop park were recovered in just 1 day, and the stock price even continued to hit the daily limit. This made Ms. Pepper Potts look at Tony with new eyes. Tony is indeed worthy of being here. He always comes to the rescue at the crucial moment. But this was not what Tony Stark expected. His original intention was to show off in front of everyone. He had worked so hard to develop such an awesome battle suit, but if he couldn't wear it or use it whenever he wanted, what was the difference between that and having a beautiful woman but not being able to touch her? As for whether the company's business and stocks would be affected by his willfulness, he didn't consider it at all. But that's often the case, good and bad go hand in hand. Just when Tony turned away the media that was chasing him madly and concentrated on developing a new battle suit, he came up with a brilliant idea to pack the suitcase. I'm such a genius. Regardless of the fact that Tony was busy developing a new battle suit, Stark's stock was on the rise. Suming soon received Tony's transfer, $2 million US. We agreed to give me a 99% discount, but you insisted on making it an even number for me. I want to feel like I have plenty of money. Suming recalled his previous battle with Iron Overlord. Deadpool-level recovery is very strong, even to the point of being abnormal. But there are still shortcomings. After all, no matter how fast the body recovers, it will still get injured. How can I avoid getting hurt? With this question in mind, Suming flipped through the pages of the system mall. He already had the answer. When it comes to staying safe, you have to rely on Superman's iron body. In fact, Suming was also very curious about why there were superhuman talents in the system even though he came to the Marvel world. It seems that Superman and Marvel are not from the same family. When Suming saw several other familiar talents in the system mall, he was instantly relieved. Devil Fruit Random Effect. $100 billion. Page 33. Killing Curse Avada Kedavra. $50 billion. Spiritual Fist Spiritual Light Wave Fist. $20 billion. Pirates? Harry? Yu Yu Hakusho. After recognizing the origins of several talents, Su-Ming immediately had no objections. Okay, I was naive. Although those famous talents made Su-Ming salivate, there was still the same problem, not enough money. Let's continue researching the Man of Steel. Superman Man of Steel. $1 million. Why is it so cheap? No matter what, let's take it first. Exchange. $1 million US dollars, talent exchange successful. Account balance for 0.34555700 US dollars. Su-Ming finally understood when he suddenly discovered that the iron body could also be upgraded. Oh, so it's cheap because it's too low grade. Looking at the upgrade interface of Man of Steel. Steelman LV1, cold weapon resistance. Steelman LV2, small caliber weapon resistance. $8,000 million. Steelman LV2, small caliber weapon resistance. Steelman LV3, large caliber weapon resistance. $1 million. Man of Steel LV3, large caliber weapon resistance. Man of Steel LV4, heavy weapon resistance. $5 million. Man of Steel LV4, heavy weapons resistance. Man of Steel LV5, strategic weapons resistance. $50 billion. Directly choose to upgrade the Iron Man. Upgrade. $1.8 million, talent exchange successful. Account balance $223,455,700. After waiting for a long time, I didn't feel anything. Su-Ming picked up the fruit knife on the table and slashed it hard on his palm. Dang. The fruit knife broke with a sound. He let out a long "oh," and it really became hard. Watching the fruit knife's blade curl and then break, Su-Ming personally felt what it meant to be invulnerable to swords and guns. Su-Ming could feel that his skin was still very soft, but there was an invisible force preventing the fruit knife from cutting it. Is this the Man of Steel? A glint of interest flashed in his eyes. Try it again. After a little preparation, he opened the window, stood on the balcony, and looking at the height of more than 10 floors above the ground, Su-Ming stepped directly out of the windowsill. He jumped off the building, feeling the sound of the wind in his ears. To be honest, Su-Ming, who was experiencing jumping off a building for the first time, felt a little nervous. He instinctively wanted to throw out a flying knife to cushion the impact, but in order to better test the effect of the iron body, Su-Ming restrained the idea of self-protection and let gravity smash him to the ground. Boom! Landing steadily, Su-Ming in the big pit felt nothing but vibrations, without even a tingling sensation in his feet, as if he had stepped down a staircase. Sure. Pulling his 2 feet out of the soil, Su-Ming walked to the corner behind the building, took out the pistol he borrowed from Alyssa, and fired a burst of bullets at his chest. Bang, bang, dang, dang dang. In the enhanced vision, the bullet rushed out of the flaming gun barrel, and the moment it hit the body, it first turned into a small discus and then shattered into pieces. Apart from a few holes on his t-shirt, his body was unharmed. Looking at the balcony of his room upstairs, Su-Ming wanted to fly up. It's inappropriate for someone to have a body of steel and still not be able to fly. Go away. With a strong jump of his legs, Su-Ming rushed into the sky. Su-Ming, who was rising continuously, felt the feeling of flying again. Just when he was wondering how to change direction, the body's upward momentum gradually subsides until it stops, and then it begins to descend. Su-Ming fell to the ground and looked at the sky depressedly. He couldn't even fly. I just jumped a little higher relying solely on my physical strength. No wonder I can't turn. Damn. He returned to his room feeling a bit depressed and threw the rag-like t-shirt aside. Unwilling to give up, Su-Ming continued to study the system mall until he saw Superman Eye of Energy, $8 million. Superman Eyes of Perspective, $5 million. Superman Biological Position, $200 billion. It turns out that the Man of Steel he exchanged for is just the one with the lowest starting price among Superman's many abilities. Looking at the biological position at the bottom of a series of superhuman talents, Su-Ming suddenly realized. This price is too outrageous. Forget it, I only have a little over 2 million left. Everything looks good, but I just can't afford it. I might as well get something that's within my reach. Now that he has a body of steel, his physical strength must be able to keep up. It would be nice to have a low-profile version of Superman who can walk on land. Looking at the upgrade interface of Physical Enhancement. Physical Enhancement LV2 Physical Enhancement LV3, permanently increases physical fitness by 200 points. $2,000 million. Physical Enhancement LV3 Physical Enhancement LV4, permanently increases physical fitness by 2,000 points. $2 million. Su-Ming started burning money. Upgrade. $2.2 million, talent upgrade successful, account balance, 3455700. Open the properties panel. Name, Suming, age, 28. Physical fitness, 2,235. Current account, $3,455,700. LV.2 LV4 LV1 LV2 LV3. Why is there no LV5 for physical enhancement? Suming, who was confused, soon ran into trouble. Because the power increase is so great, even the slightest movement can cause damage to the surrounding facilities. Want to drink a glass of water, crush the glass. Want to open a door, crush the handle. Even the simple act of sitting down will flatten the sofa into a flat shape. Thinking about how much he had spent on compensation to the hotel over the past few days, Suming smiled bitterly. Oh no, it seems too strong. Chapter 38. What a pitfall, Mr. Silverdew. A month later, Suming finally adapted to the changes in his body, but during this period he damaged many of the hotel's facilities. Lost a lot of money. Through the upgrade, Suming's body was instantly elevated to an unprecedented level, which seriously affected his daily life. But the effect is significant. He can now easily lift a steel roll weighing about 20 tons with one hand, and he even goes to Tony's weapons production workshop to practice with a brand new tank. Suming could lift a tank weighing more than 60 tons without much effort. He also secretly went to New York Harbor at night to test the waters with various types of cargo ships. I found that I could easily push a small freighter in the water, and as for a large freighter, I could make it move with a little effort. You know, even when floating in the water, the weight of a large cargo ship starts at 10 tons. This made Suming very excited. It is worth mentioning that when Suming was trying to adapt to his body, Spider-Man Peter Parker came to see him several times. Peter always came to invite Suming to join him with great enthusiasm. Peter happily uses his spare time to help the New York police fight crime. Since Inspector George Stacy recognized Spider-Man, he would inadvertently reveal information about difficult cases to him, which made Peter feel an unprecedented sense of identity and mission. But recently Peter discovered a strange person. It was a man riding a flying vehicle, wearing green armor and a demon mask. He only exchanged a few moves with Peter and then left without any other excessive behavior, which made Peter very confused. Peter's spider sense told him that this person was very dangerous, so since then, the green figure has been lingering in Peter's mind. Suming once again rejected Spider-Man's invitation to join a team, saying that he would never be able to do something as selfless and dedicated as Peter in his lifetime. As a bounty hunter, making money is the only real thing. Suming's rejection left a cold impression on Spider-Man, and the ideal image of a great and glorious man was now tarnished with a small black spot. In the hotel, Suming recalled what he had just done. Luckily, I was smart and jumped to go up and down the stairs. Otherwise, if I accidentally broke the elevator, I would have a hard time paying for it with my current balance. But this is not a long-term solution. We have to hurry up and make money. Looking at the $1 million or so US dollars in his account balance, Suming wailed, "I'm so broke." At this moment, the phone rang. "Hi, Mr. Silverdew. It's Tony Stark." Suming was very surprised when he received Tony's call. Wasn't he in seclusion researching a new battle suit? How could he have finished it so quickly? Tony's slightly arrogant voice sounded on the phone. "Mr. Inju, I suddenly remembered that I have an appointment with you. It's time to set off." Suming's eyes lit up, and he recalled that Tony had invited him to a place. Page 34. Las Vegas? Let's go. Tony's cheerful voice came from the phone. Tony Stark is very happy lately. Since he announced that he is Iron Man, he has become a national idol in a short period of time. Yes, who can resist the charm of mecha? Tony thought proudly. What made Tony even happier was that the development of the new mecha was successfully completed. He had reason to believe that when he took out the new battlesuit, it would shock everyone. Too handsome is not enough to describe that feeling. Recalling the moment when the experiment was successful, even Tony himself was amazed by his own invention. It's time to relax. As a genius, Tony is not a hardworking person. When he achieves short-term results, he must enjoy it. Recalling the Scarlet Silver Duke's superb card skills, Tony's eyes flashed with a gleam of greed. "Isn't it Las Vegas? All the losses before don't count. This time I will bring you nightmares." The card master, Mr. Crimson Silver Duke. Yes, Tony had visited the luxurious casinos in Las Vegas more than once, but after just a few visits he was labeled a fat sheep. Science and engineering men can never remain rational in the face of probability. What's more, there are special skills and tough jobs. Tony sent a car to pick up Suming at the Manhattan Hotel, and the two of them took Tony's private plane to Las Vegas, the paradise for gamblers all over the world. 3 days later. "Oh, God, Pris, God, oh, God, please, my God." Tony now deeply regrets bringing Su-Ming to Las Vegas to gamble. What made him regret even more was the ambitious promise he had made to Su-Ming on the private plane: if he won, he would split the profits in half, and if he lost, he would pay for it all. 3 days, just 3 days, Tony lost a full $5 million. US dollars, $5 million. Tony had the impression that anyone who could use playing cards as weapons and do it so skillfully must be a gambling master, but this time Tony was wrong. Su-Ming was like a layman. With just a heroic courage, he dares to follow any card and look at any card. This made Tony's little heart almost push the reactor in his chest off. Tony initially thought that Su-Ming was pretending to be stupid in order to mess with his mentality, and that he would win it all back at the last critical moment. The result was unexpected. Su-Ming was not only bad, he couldn't even play. Brother, why didn't you just say you didn't know how to play? Why did you look so sure of winning? I believed it. Regardless of the fact that Tony Stark was nearly vomiting blood due to depression, Su-Ming thoroughly enjoyed being a father. At first, everyone gave him a place at the gambling table for Tony Stark's sake. Later, when Su-Ming found out that Tony always followed his opinions, his salary increased sharply. Bunny girls hugging him from left to right, wine, fruit, and cigars offered to him. The envious gazes of countless successful upper-class people, the ambiguous eyes of the dealer. As a paradise for gamblers all over the world, Las Vegas has grasped the mentality of gamblers to the extreme. When Su-Ming repeatedly confirmed that Tony would pay for him, the last bit of hesitation in his heart was completely released. Just do it. As a result, the beautiful dealer's eyes turned from ambiguity to joy when she looked at Su-Ming, and then from joy to attachment. Darling, don't go, it's been a long time since I met such an easy-to-catch fat sheep. Piles of chips disappeared in front of Su-Ming. Of the $5 million Tony lost, $4 million was due to Su-Ming. This made Tony Stark say that he had made a mistake. 5 million is 5 million. After all, money is just a number. Although he was a little unhappy, Tony always had a way to comfort himself. Tony was almost about to put on his new battle suit before he reluctantly dragged Su-Ming, who was still reluctant to leave the casino. He seemed to see the money in his wallet saying to him, "Thank you, Tony, for keeping me here in time." On a private jet, Tony looked at Su-Ming with a complicated expression. What a trap. Mr. Silver Jew, you've reached this level in playing poker, and you're not going to tell me you don't know how to gamble. Looking back, I lost so much money to Tony, it was a complete waste, and I was really short of money at that time. But the layout of the world's top casinos in Las Vegas, from color to personnel, from temperature to fragrance, all-round stimulation encourages the wealthy who participate in gambling to continue playing. These people are experts in applied science. Su-Ming, who had come to his senses, lamented the horrors of the casino while helplessly answering Tony's question. "Oh Tony, who told you I would gamble?" As he savored Su-Ming's words, he realized that this was all just a natural fantasy of his. Who is Tony? As long as you have fun, what's the harm in spending some money? He instantly forgot about the unhappiness of losing money, and thought of something, and suggested enthusiastically, "Don't talk about those unhappy things. I heard there's a great racetrack in Morocco. Let's go there." Chapter 39. 5 million, I will help you. Stark private jet. After a few glasses of brandy, Tony Stark lay down on the sofa for a nap. Su-Ming was admiring the luxurious private jet in front of him. He had just quietly activated the system's valuation function and learned the price of the plane. Converted private jet estimated value, $4 million. Su-Ming, who was short of money, wanted to just throw Tony's plane to the system. At his richest, he only had more than $4 million US dollars. But he can't. On the one hand, the owner of the plane was right in front of him, and Tony had no intention of giving or lending the plane to Su-Ming. On the other hand, since we are flying at high altitude, even if we can exchange it, the people on the plane will surely die miserably. This is not what Su-Ming wants to see. Maybe it was a good opportunity to make money in Las Vegas before, but the balance in his account was not enough to exchange for gambling skills. Su-Ming once considered borrowing some money from Tony first, exchanging it for a powerful gambling talent, and then he would dominate the world and sweep across Las Vegas. But looking at Tony's arrogant face, Su-Ming couldn't open his mouth at all. Ever since I met Tony, I have never let him gain any advantage over me. It is always Tony who begs me to do things. Borrowing money is impossible. Tony said that if we lose, it's all his. This kind of psychological game between men, maybe not many people understand it. Watching Tony break down again is one of the few pleasures Su-Ming has besides making money. Let Alyssa continue investigating a Fuhan. Or, maybe a trip to Somalia? Colombia is also a good option. Just as Su-Ming was thinking about his next plan to make money, Tony tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Because he knew he probably wouldn't live long. Just as Tony Stark was concentrating on developing a new battlesuit, he accidentally discovered that the level of palladium in his body had risen sharply. The core energy source of the armor is the reactor in the chest, and the core energy source of the reactor is the palladium element inside. The missile debris residue in his body has not been completely removed, and the electromagnetic force provided by the reactor can hold them tightly. In other words, he cannot escape from the reactor and survive in the short term. Palladium is a toxic substance to the human body. Tony has kept this substance in his body for a long time, which has caused his body to be harmed by toxins. In just 1 month, the toxin level in the blood soared to 53%. The main purpose of installing a reactor is to save lives, and secondly to provide energy for the armor. But now the reactor is going to kill me? This is a deadly game. What the fuck? Tony didn't want his company to be ruined because of his physical changes, so before leaving, he handed over the position of company president to Ms. Pepper Potts. A legal advisor was also hired to carry out the legal handover. To be honest, Ms. Natalie Rushman is a real beauty. But since when can even a legal advisor easily kill the president's bodyguard? Her chief bodyguard, Mr. Happy Hogan, was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Ms. Natalie. Is this scientific? Thinking back to his newly developed battlesuit, another question came to Tony's mind. Do I need a bodyguard? Monte Carlo Circuit. Tony Stark, dressed in a handsome blue racing suit, was delighted to discover another thing that Mr. Silver was not good at: racing. He frequently invited Su Ming to personally experience the thrill of racing, and his attitude was extremely attentive. How could Su Ming not see Tony's little thoughts? He just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Go ahead and show off. When I make enough money, I can easily exchange it for a Schumacher-level driving skill and show it off to you. Yes, and Gao Jin's gambling skills, or maybe it's enough to fight the tiger tonight. When Tony turned around and prepared to get in the car, Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he suddenly noticed a black spot on Tony's skin. It was a bluish-black color that came from the inside out, which was obviously a sign of poisoning. Su Ming suddenly realized. How long has it been? Are the symptoms of Tony's poisoning visible to the naked eye? Page 35. My eyes lit up and an idea of making money appeared in my mind. That is to intercept the box that can inspire Tony to develop a new type of reactor, left by Tony's father. As for where to go, Tony had already told him the answer. On the plane, Tony mentioned the legal advisor named Natalie Rushman more than once and was obviously very interested in her. As soon as he heard the name, Su Ming knew who she was. The famous Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Straightforward, well-proportioned, and highly skilled in martial arts. The chief female agent of SHIELD. This also brought back Su Ming's memories. SHIELD has preserved the research results left by Tony's father to this day, and finally gave them to Tony to help him develop a new reactor element. Su Ming, having made up his mind, called Tony aside and whispered, "5 million, I'll help you." Tony Stark was confused by Mr. Silver's incoherent words. What 5 million? How can you help me? Su Ming gave a professional smile, and Tony's body instinctively trembled when he saw this smile. The feeling of heavy bleeding is getting stronger and stronger. He looked at Su Ming with suspicion and caution, waiting for his explanation. Su Ming sighed when he saw this. It feels really bad to actively solicit business. It's a waste of time and people may not even accept it. Didn't you see that Tony is now guarding against himself like he is guarding against a wolf? Thinking back to his previous attempts to attract business which had not been very successful, Su Ming had a feeling that Tony might not believe him this time. With a try-it-out attitude, he said, "Poisoned, huh, Tony?" Tony Stark's expression froze. He looked at Su Ming with some surprise, his eyes moving rapidly, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. Su Ming continued in a low voice, "Tony, I know the palladium in your chest reactor is corroding your body. I can help you solve this problem." Extending a hand, the professional smile becomes more friendly. "Only 5 million. Listening to Su Ming's words, Tony's expression changed from surprise to shock to disbelief. Finally, he chuckled and shook his head helplessly. "Mr. Silverjew, I don't think you can help me with this matter. But your observation skills are really admirable. Please keep it a secret from me for now. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll bring you a trophy." After saying that, Tony took off his glasses, gave Su Ming a confident smile, put on his helmet, and walked towards the blue and white racing car with the Stark logo painted on it. The outstretched palm was still suspended in mid-air, and Su Ming watched Tony jump nimbly into the narrow racing car cockpit. As the green light came on, dozens of racing cars turned into streams of light of different colors and rushed into the distance. The loud roar of various racing engines in his ears reminded Su Ming. Another active attempt to solicit business failed. With a hint of doubt in his heart, Su Ming came to the spectator seats. Is this what the old saying means, it's not a good deal if you chase after someone? Thinking back to the conversation with Tony just now, Suming didn't think there was anything wrong with him. He could indeed get the key props to help Tony out of trouble. But unfortunately, Tony didn't believe it at all. What Suming didn't know was that Tony had fully learned the lessons from Las Vegas. That is to stop believing anything other than Suming's combat ability. At this time, a strange man dressed in staff clothes appeared on the racetrack. After a flash of lightning, the figure's upper body clothes were instantly burned to ashes, revealing the high-tech equipment inside. On his chest was a reactor almost identical to Tony's, radiating several flashing electric lines that wrapped around the man's upper body and arms. Two long whips hung on the ground, and with the irregular jumping of electric light, they cut grooves on the originally flat track. Suming, who was standing outside the guardrail, instantly recognized this person. Hey, isn't this that person? Chapter 40, Turbulence on the Field. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations around the bustling stadium. The staff shouted loudly, trying to stop the guy who dared to enter the track. The man opened his shirt, revealing the same reactor as Iron Man on his chest. Stretch out your hands and the electric knife effect of your weapon will be maximized. Suming couldn't help but sigh. This way of appearance was really domineering. This man is Ivan Vanko. His father, Anton Vanko, once worked with Howard Stark, Tony's father, to develop the arc reactor technology. He was later expelled by Howard for arms smuggling. Before his death, Anton Vanko held his son Ivan's hand and said that Stark was a thief who stole his technology and everything that technology brought. Everything Tony Stark owns now should have belonged to Ivan Vanko. Apparently, another Obadiah. From then on, Ivan firmly believed that the Stark family had stolen his father's research results and was determined to take revenge. He made his own improved reactor and electric whip weapons, which finally gave him the chance to start his revenge plan at the racetrack. He whipped the oncoming speeding car into two pieces with one whip. The sparks flying in the sky and the lifted car body stunned the audience. At this moment, Tony's racing car drove over. The man waved the electric whip again and instantly split Tony's car in half. Seeing Tony's car flip over and hit the ground with huge inertia, Suming dodged and came to the side of the broken car body. He raised his hand gently and turned the car over again. After all, Tony has been the one who has been taking him flying these days, and Suming will not just watch Tony fail, but that's all. If you act on his behalf, that's a different price. Oh my god, what happened? Tony struggled out of the cockpit. Suming looked at Whipso, who was striding towards him with a look of confidence, and kindly reminded him, Tony, this person seems to be coming for you. What? Before he could finish his words, a whip flashing with lightning came lashing at Tony on the head. Tony, with his bare hands, was no match for him. After a few moves, Tony was exhausted. After all, the car could be easily cut into weapons, and his body would be cut in half if it touched. In a hurry, Tony yelled, Mr. Silver Jew, help me. It seemed that the whipping maniac's only target was Tony, which gave Suming the opportunity to do something else. Just as he was helping Tony turn the car around, a system prompt appeared in his eyes. Damaged Formula One car estimated value, $210 million. Looking at the wreckage of the racing car that was split in half and emitting thick smoke, Suming exclaimed in surprise. As expected of an F1, it's still so valuable even after being split in half. Then he looked up at another racing car that was torn in half, and the driver had just struggled to escape. He looked at the audience again. Faced with the sudden change, everyone turned into a skilled escapee, only concerned with escaping from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. No one paid any attention to the track. Exchange. Plus 210 million, exchange successful, account balance, $4,155,000. Not bad. Suming trotted straight towards the car accident that was about to explode. Damaged Formula One car estimated value, $180 million. Exchange. Plus 180 million, exchange successful, account balance, $5,955,000. Seeing the account balance instantly reach $500 million US, Suming felt a little more secure. If we continue to be so poor, we won't even be able to pay Alyssa's salary. Suddenly hearing Tony's cry for help, Suming's eyes lit up. It has to be you. My wallet. Recalling the information of the person in front of me. This is not a small role, the price should not be too low. After thinking for a moment, he said aloud, Tony, you seem to have forgotten my identity. Please respect my profession, thank you. Tony, who was fleeing for his life, was not surprised by Suming's reaction, but he still cursed. At this time, are you still asking for more? Damn it, I really still hate this guy. If I had my newly developed battlesuit, would I still have to endure your bullshit? If I had known, I wouldn't have come out with pots behind his back. And there's also Silver Duke. MD, this ungrateful bastard who can't be dealt with, only cares about money. Even though Tony was cursing, when he was about to give Suming a quote, the whip with crackling electric light came at him again. Oh my god. Tony used his hands and feet to barely avoid the whip. At this moment, Happy drove Tony's Rolls-Royce onto the track and slammed Ivan into the fence. Boom. Tony's eyes lit up and he quickly walked to the car. You came just in time. Sizzle. As soon as Tony opened the car door, a flash of lightning split the door in two. Suming, watching from the side, understood clearly that hundreds of thousands of dollars were gone in a flash, and he cried out that it was a waste. Happy was furious. His big Rolls-Royce, which he cared about maintaining every day and didn't want to leave even a scratch on, was shaved off half of its door by you in one stroke. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rammed into the person madly. Not satisfied with just one hit, he wanted to hit him a few more times. The Rolls-Royce just swayed in front of Tony. In the car, Miss Pepper couldn't hand over the suitcase containing the armor, and she felt more and more nauseous and wanted to vomit. She was carsick. This made Tony very anxious. Page 36. At least give me the battlesuit first. Oh. After two more collisions, the steering wheel airbag popped out and hit Happy in the face. At this moment, Ivan waved his right hand, and the electric whip swept across the car body, cutting off almost half of the car body. The Rolls-Royce was destroyed. What a waste. Suming looked at the Rolls-Royce with a distressed look on his face. Although the car body became semi-open, Pepper was finally able to throw the box in her hand to Tony. I was able to breathe a little, and I almost vomited. Next, the exciting moment arrived. Tony placed a foot on the center of the suitcase and activated the switch. Two handles suddenly emerged from the box. As Tony grabbed the handles and pushed and pulled them, a brand new set of iron armor quickly covered Tony's entire body. This is the result of Tony's nearly 1 month of closed-door development. Handsome in one word. After putting on his battle suit, Tony has the strength to fight against Ivan. It's my turn. Tony kicked the car far away, keeping Happy and Pepper away from the battle area. Without any worries, he can fight the enemy with all his strength. He raised his arm to fire a charged shot, but Ivan interrupted his attack with a whip. After a few whips, Tony's proud new armor was seriously damaged, but he was not afraid at all. I've been poisoned and won't live much longer. I sneaked out to play for 2 days, and you still disturbed me. Damn it. The more Tony thought about it, the angrier he became. He endured the damage, held the electric whip tightly, and wrapped the whip around his body in circles. He also took the opportunity to get closer to Ivan. Without the whip, Ivan naturally lost his attack power. After a few punches, he saw stars. With the last shoulder throw, Tony knocked off the reactor on Ivan's chest. The sparks from the electric whip disappeared instantly after losing its energy supply. Jarvis displayed the structure of the reactor in his hand on the screen. Tony couldn't believe that someone had built a reactor like his. The police arrived late and took away Ivan Banco, who was causing a disturbance at the stadium. Regardless of the fact that Tony saw the reactor in someone else's hands, it aroused great curiosity in him. Suming was inspired after watching the battle. Empty promises are hard to believe. Why don't you get the goods first and then negotiate the price with Tony? I believe that time will come. Tony would be happy to sit down and have a good talk with me. Thinking of this, Suming said goodbye to Tony, who looked worried, and boarded a plane to Washington. Thinking back to the SHIELD headquarters located on a small island between Washington, D.C. and Virginia, Suming was somewhat looking forward to it. The Triskelion building? This time I can appreciate it up close. Chapter 41, Suspicious Eagle Eyes. Unlike cool New York, Washington is more sultry, but the oppressive heat found some relief near the water. After nearly 9 hours of flight, Suming finally arrived at the headquarters of SHIELD. At this time, Suming was wearing a scarlet suit and a mask. Although Nick Fury knew him, they might not welcome what he was going to do this time. To be safe, it's better to be low-key. Looking at the majestic building standing in front of him in the sunset, a thought flashed through Suming's mind. This is the Triskelion building. Why does it look more and more like a bunker? Shaking his head slightly to dispel his chaotic thoughts, Suming felt a little conflicted. Is it stealing, or robbing? The box Howard Stark left behind should be here, but it would be difficult to find an ordinary box in the whole building. The box might be in the archives or warehouse or something like that, but he had never been in there, let alone looked for something. Suming felt that the current situation was somewhat familiar. I suddenly recalled how this was different from the situation I was hesitating in downstairs of Stark building. Forget it, don't worry about it. Suming pushed hard with his feet, aimed at a platform near the roof and jumped up. After strengthening his body, Suming could easily jump to a height of 200 or 300 meters, and several floors were no problem. Let's go in first. Hawkeye, Clint Barton has been in a good mood recently. After a period of hard work, he has now become one of the top agents of SHIELD. He had just taught some lawbreakers a lesson and was about to go back to headquarters to adjust his compound bow. Suddenly, a sudden red color appeared in the dynamic field of vision. Hawkeye looked intently and saw a black-haired man in a scarlet suit and a sterling silver mask rushing towards the director's office at an extremely fast speed. It's him? Clint instinctively drew his bow and aimed. He wasn't sure if Su Ming was a friend or foe, but seeing as he was about to force his way into the building, obviously an uninvited guest. Ever since Su Ming was exposed in the live media broadcast on the night when the Lizardmen attacked the Osborne building, few people could not recognize his classic outfit. What a show-off. Hawkeye Clint certainly saw Su Ming's appearance. He couldn't understand why someone who looked good would have to be so fancy, like a monkey in costume at a circus. But you say he is high profile and wears a mask, refusing to show his true face. What a complicated guy. His thoughts were scattered, but his hands moved without mercy. Whoosh! The bow and arrow with an alloy steel arrowhead turned into a stream of light and flew straight towards Su Ming's chest. Let me warn you first, this is not how you enter the headquarters building. Just as he was about to land on the spacious balcony, Su Ming's spider sense suddenly issued a warning. Bow and arrow? The arrow that was coming at them with a whistling sound suddenly slowed down in the field of vision. Su Ming raised his arm slightly and blocked the point where the arrow was about to land with his palm. From a distance, it looked like he was waving and greeting the other party. Dang! The alloy steel arrowhead instantly twisted and deformed in his palm, and the arrow shaft bent and bounced to the side. Tread. Landing steadily on the spacious balcony, looking down. Hey, isn't this Hawkeye? His short, slightly messy blonde hair gave him the aura of a capable secret agent, and his sharp light blue eyes matched the focused nature of a top shooter. He is of medium build and has lean muscles, not to mention the compound bow in his hand. He is obviously an agile hero. Su Ming suddenly realized that what he had just casually blocked was the arrow shot by Hawkeye below. Is this considered a greeting? He waved casually to Hawkeye and prepared to turn and walk into the building to continue searching for the target box. The eagle-eyed man downstairs clearly saw that his powerful attack was easily blocked by the opponent with his palm. Stunned in place. What the FK? He clearly hit the target. How could it not work? I haven't heard that he has an invisible shield. Clint had good eyesight and saw the whole process clearly, but his brain was unable to understand the information conveyed by his eyes for a while. Seeing that the other party actually ignored him and waved his hand provocatively, Hawkeye refused to give in and drew his bow and shot an arrow again. You still dare to go in? Stop right there. Whoosh, whoosh. This time it was a bow and arrow equipped with smoke bomb arrows and micro-explosive arrows. Although Hawkeye is an archer, he can change the effect of his attack by changing the arrows carried by the bow, which is why he is flexible and changeable in combat. Sizzle, bang. The smoke bomb released a large amount of choking smoke, and the subsequent microbombs pushed the smoke in all directions. You have to suffer a little to learn what courtesy is. Clint thought that the combination of his smoke bombs and explosive arrows should not cause much damage to the opponent, but as long as he tasted the spicy taste of the smoke bombs, the purpose of imposing a small punishment on yourself has been achieved. Su Ming was a little annoyed by Hawkeye. He held two arrows in his hands, one was still smoking, and the other had exploded and was completely silent. Su Ming took a deep breath. Call. The air accumulated in the chest was blown out violently, forming a strong wind. The remaining smoke on the platform was instantly blown away by the strong wind. Looking at his palms that were blackened by the explosion, Su Ming decided to go down and talk to Hawkeye. What are you doing? Arrow after arrow shot towards me. It's annoying, okay? When Su Ming's figure fell straight to Clint's side like a cannonball, Hawkeye was stunned. Page 37. The balcony of the director's office was at least 10 stories above the ground, and this guy just jumped down like that? You know, I'm on the other side of the artificial lake now. 10 floors, an artificial lake. Big brother, you came over in just one step. Did I just shoot an arrow at him? And he ejaculated twice? What am I doing? Am I going to die? Su Ming looked at Hawkeye, who was standing there in a daze, raised his hand and patted his shoulder, wiping the gunpowder off his hands. Hello? Is it Hawkeye? I have something urgent to do inside. Stop making trouble. Just as Hawkeye was still recovering from the shock, the phone rang. Clint subconsciously turned on the call button on the headset. Hey Agent Barton, thank you for bringing my guest here. Clint looked around, but didn't react. Who? Which guest? Nick Fury in the office looked at the red figure downstairs from the huge French window and smiled happily. Of course it's Mr. Crimson Silver Duke beside you. Nick Fury was sitting peacefully in his office when he was startled by a sudden explosion above his head. My goodness, who dares to touch the taboo? I stood up and walked to the French window, only to see a figure flying down in front of me with a whoosh. Old Nick took a closer look with his only remaining eye and was immediately surprised. Isn't this Su Ming, Mr. Crimson Silver Duke? He watched as Su Ming jumped over his head and landed on the shore opposite the artificial lake. Nick Fury looked incredulous. Omega, how did he do that? What other abilities does this Su Ming have that I don't know about? I remembered the plan that General Ross had discussed with me before. Nick Fury's eyes lit up, and he took out his phone and called Clint. Before the call was connected, Nick Fury thought, "You have to know that Clint is a rare genius. He has displayed extraordinary abilities not long after joining SHIELD. His ability to adapt to changing circumstances is outstanding, and he can always achieve his goals accurately in complex tasks." Gradually he became one of his most trusted agents. The other one is Natasha Romanoff. I don't know how her investigation with Tony Stark is going. Chapter 42 The Shield Deal. Oh, what brings you here, Scarlet Silver Duke, or Mr. Su Ming? Or have you already thought it through and decided to join my plan? Nick Fury looked at Su Ming, who was wearing a red dress, with a friendly expression. Su Ming's initiative to come to him was undoubtedly good news for him. His plan was lacking a powerful superhero like Su Ming. Taking the coffee handed to him by Agent Hill, Su Ming thanked him softly and fell into a brief thought. I originally wanted to sneak into the village without firing a gun. Unexpectedly, he met Hawkeye by chance, which caused quite a stir and even alarmed the director of SHIELD. If he hadn't wanted to get me involved in that plan, his attitude wouldn't have been so friendly. However, if he wants to get the box from Tony's father, it seems that having a good talk with Director Fury is a good idea. Looking at Su Ming, who was thinking, Agent Maria Hill's eyes flashed slightly. I had only seen him display his mighty power on TV before. This was the first time he had such close contact. Agent Hill admired Su Ming's exquisitely crafted dress and the mask covered with carvings, nodding secretly. As expected of the most popular superhero, at least his aesthetic taste is above average. Not to mention Agent Hill, who secretly commented on Su Ming. Su Ming thought it was better for him to speak directly, as beating around the bush was not in line with his personality. Mr. Director, I came here to ask you for something. Oh. Although Nick Fury did not hear the ideal answer, his curiosity was aroused. What on earth was it that made Su Ming willingly break into the SHIELD headquarters to get it? Looking at Su Ming quietly, waiting for his explanation. It's a relic of Tony Stark's father, a box. Su Ming generously stated the purpose of this trip. Director Nick Fury's eyes flashed, and he was puzzled. Why did Su Ming want to get Tony's father's things? How did he know it was a box? Is there something I'm missing here? Natasha's previous report mentioned that Tony seemed to be in danger of palladium poisoning. I have also arranged for a team of experts to study Howard Stark's relics from inside and out, but nothing was found. Could it be that Su Ming knows something? What do you want this for? Nick Fury directly expressed the doubts in his heart. Su Ming observed Nick Fury's reaction after hearing about Stark's relic and found that there was nothing special about it. He guessed that they had not yet discovered the true value of this relic. It's impossible to say. It doesn't matter what I'm going to do. I hope Director Nick can give me the thing. At least I can guarantee that it will play its role. Su Ming is full of confidence. Just kidding, Stark and his son are both geniuses among geniuses. The riddles left by Elder Stark can only be solved by younger Stark. You may have started researching this a long time ago, but I'm afraid there hasn't been much progress. Nick Fury rolled his one eye, thinking about Su Ming's words. He found an opportunity before him, an opportunity to negotiate with Su Ming. The chips are Stark's relics. Thinking of this, Nick Fury made up his mind. Mr. Inju, I can give you the things, but... Listening to the old black man's malicious long tone, Su Ming said to himself that it was not unexpected. None of the leaders of these forces are easy to deal with. As long as they get the chance, they will definitely put forward their demands. Thinking of this, Su Ming said, Director Fury, I have no intention of joining your plan. You want me to take action? Old rules, you have to place an order. Nick Fury nodded in understanding and waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. To be honest, other than you, no one else is really suitable for this matter. Su Ming was disdainful in his heart. These old foxes were already very skilled in making empty promises and praising others. Their comments had no reference value at all. When Nick finally told Su Ming what he wanted him to do, he suddenly understood. It turned out that it was not a commission from SHIELD, but an order from the military. General Ross is carrying out a secret plan, but a researcher escapes and his serum sample is very important to the military's plan. Nick Fury once recommended Su Ming, a bounty hunter with extraordinary abilities, to General Ross, but General Ross did not make a clear statement at the time. Only shortly after the conversation did someone find Nick Fury. He said that if the serum sample could be successfully retrieved, the military would provide SHIELD with a scientific research fund. In other words, the military will not collude with bounty hunters, but SHIELD is different. 100 million, Mr. Silver Jew. As agreed, I officially entrust you with the task of recovering the serum. I also promise that upon completion of the mission, I will not only pay you the commission, but also give you all the Stark relics you desire. Su-Ming digested Nick Fury's words over and over again. Even though he was being very rigorous, General Ross, military plans, and scientific researchers. Just tell me Bruce Banner's ID number. Isn't it just the super soldier plan that is being kept secret? The target this time is actually the Hulk. In the past, Su-Ming would not even dare to think about this task. After all, Hulk is almost invincible in the Marvel world. But since his body was strengthened, even Su-Ming didn't know where his limit was, so even if his opponent this time was Hulk, Su-Ming had no worries. There's even a little bit of anticipation. Maybe I can explore my limits this time. But even if he was happy to have a duel with the Hulk, he couldn't show that he was particularly happy. These old hands can see a lot of things from various clues. After hesitating for a while, Su-Ming reluctantly agreed. This made director Nick Fury very happy. General Ross is a very important figure in the military, and there are even signs of further development. If I get his support, my plan will be better promoted. After finalizing some details, leaving Agent Hill's contact information, and declining Nick Fury's invitation to dinner, Su-Ming left the Triskelion building. Are you kidding? I didn't even think twice about all the people who spent money to have dinner with me, let alone you, an old black man. What he didn't know was that the person who contacted Alyssa and said he wanted to pay for dinner with Su-Ming was also an agent of SHIELD. Now he is diligently guarding the door of the New York branch of SHIELD, Manhattan Hotel. When Su-Ming finally lay comfortably on the bed, ready to have a good sleep, a familiar figure rushed in through the window. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. His mask was broken, revealing half of his face, and he was covered in wounds. After crossing the windowsill, he fell weakly to the ground. Su-Ming quickly helped Peter up and gently placed him on the sofa. Page 38. I don't think Peter has ever been treated so badly. Could it be? Just as Su-Ming was gradually recalling some of the Spider-Man plots, a question popped up in his mind. Are there any overlapping plots in these different versions of Spider-Man? Just as Su-Ming was wondering how the plots of the different versions of the original novel were self-consistent, Spider-Man spoke. Mr. Inju, I killed someone. Su-Ming's attention was attracted by Peter's words. Do you remember Spider-Man having such an explosive plot? Why can't I remember it? He said. Peter, don't be anxious. Take a break and talk slowly. Don't be afraid. It's safe here. Peter grabbed Su-Ming's arm, stared at him with two red eyes, and the corners of his mouth trembled. Sir, I killed my best friend's father. Chapter 43 Comforting Spider-Man. General Ross is not the only one among the top military officials who is secretly promoting the plan to strengthen the military. One of his rivals, a general, commissioned Osborne Industries to develop super weapons in an attempt to create an ultramodern steel core. But Norman Osborn's ambitions go far beyond developing high-tech weapons. Weapons have their limits, but the potential of the human body is unlimited. He had long been secretly supporting research on genetic modification within the company. The research direction of Dr. Connors, the Lizard Man, is a branch of this project. Research and development has achieved phased results. But before the physical enhancement serum passed the final test, Norman couldn't wait to inject himself with the serum. He still couldn't forget the pleasure of kicking the scientific researcher away. The serum greatly enhanced Norman's strength, speed and endurance, but severely damaged his nervous system, causing him to develop a second personality, a violent, paranoid Green Goblin full of destructive desires. When he learned that other senior directors of Oscorp, the company he founded, were trying to bypass him and sell the company at a low price, Norman Osborn exacts his revenge. Just when Su-Ming and Tony were spending lavishly in Las Vegas, Osborne Industries' annual celebration day opened grandly in New York. Celebrities, company executives and all employees enjoyed fine wine and delicious food at the event venue. Peter Parker also attended the event as a part-time photographer. There was laughter and joy in the venue. Just as people were happily sharing their joy, Peter Parker's spider sense sounded an emergency alarm. It's him again. A green figure appeared above everyone's head on a flying vehicle. Peter was no stranger to this man in green armor and a demon mask. He once invited Spider-Man to work with him to create a great cause, and Peter Parker still remembers his ambitious and murderous look. Norman Osborn wore a full set of combat equipment developed by the company, locked the location of the company's senior executives, and threw a pumpkin bomb. Want to steal my hard work? Die. There was a flash of explosion. Almost all the company executives were reduced to complete skeletons scattered on the ground. The pumpkin bomb instantly took away all their flesh and blood and their lives. This scene scared everyone present. Just as people were fleeing in panic, Peter Parker ran to the corner, changed into his spider suit, and appeared in time to fight the Green Goblin. At this point he didn't know who this person was. Peter Parker couldn't sit idly by while the Green Goblin wantonly killed civilians. Peter was in a difficult situation for a while. Norman Osborn, enhanced by the serum, is violent, powerful, and has an endless supply of high-tech equipment. Peter's nearly shattered mask is the effect of a pumpkin bomb. Norman certainly knows that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. He had discovered Peter's secret when he attended a family gathering earlier. The wound on Peter's arm was caused by his own tracking dart. At first, he wanted to pull Spider-Man, who also had an extraordinary physique like him, to conspire for his great cause. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. But this little thing's frequent obstruction of his actions completely angered Norman's second personality. He vowed to remove all obstacles in front of him. When he took the initiative in the battle, he made a common mistake among villains, talking too much. Peter was furious when he heard the Green Goblin threaten to kill his aunt and Gwen. The Green Goblin was knocked dizzy with just a few moves. It was not until Norman took off his mask that Peter was shocked to find out, wasn't this the father of his best friend Harry Osborn? While Peter was stunned, Norman secretly controlled the aircraft to eject the blade and stabbed Peter's back at high speed. But he was discovered by the spider sense and avoided the fatal blow. Who would have thought that the blade would pierce straight into Norman's body? At the last moment, Norman Osborn returned with good intentions and told Peter, "Don't tell Harry." But when Peter was sending Norman's body back to his home, he was seen by his good friend Harry. From then on, Harry also regarded Spider-Man as the murderer of his father, mortal enemy. Peter was in great pain. On the one hand, he had never killed anyone, and facing death made him very uneasy. On the one hand, the person who died was the father of his good friend, whom he had called uncle since he was a child. He couldn't accept that his big boss, Uncle Norman, who always smiled at him in his memory, would die in front of him, and even because of him. He didn't know how to face his good friend Harry Osborn who had lost his father. "I don't even know how to adjust my anxious mentality." Peter, feeling confused, thought of Su Ming and somehow came to his room, trying to find a little peace of mind. Listening to Peter Parker's whispered narration, Su Ming sighed. "I didn't expect so many things to happen in just a few days." Looking at Peter's distraught look at this moment, Su Ming sighed again. He is still young. After thinking for a while, he said, "Peter, congratulations." Spider-Man was confused by Su Ming's incoherent words. "You can see how upset and conflicted the other person is right now, so why are you still saying such things? Are you the devil?" But thinking that Su Ming is older and more experienced, he might have a different opinion. Quietly waiting for Su Ming's next words, and Su Ming now regretted saying this casually, because he knows that Spider-Man can only truly grow up after encountering various setbacks, misunderstandings and even the departure of loved ones. "But many things haven't happened yet, and I can't tell him that this is how the plot is arranged, right? Are you even secretly happy that Gwen's father didn't die because of your appearance? Is it possible to let him know about this kind of thing?" No, Peter Parker is still a student, and it will take some time for him to grow mentally. Leading him astray would be a serious sin. Thinking of this, Su Ming said gently, "Yes, Peter, congratulations, you have successfully passed another test of fate." The little spider listened to Su Ming's words and seemed to be thinking about something. Su Ming then began his deceptive tactics, filling Peter's young mind with a large bowl of chicken soup. In short, Peter did not kill anyone, and the Green Goblin got what he deserved. Moreover, if Peter had not acted in time, more victims and families would have been plunged into grief. What is the saying? If you do too much evil, you will perish by yourself. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He who wears the crown must bear its weight, etc., etc. To be honest, after Su Ming's brainwashing, Peter's mental state improved visibly. In fact, Peter knew in his heart that what Su Ming said was right, even though the Green Goblin who treated human life as worthless was the father of his best friend. There's no getting away from the fact that he's a serial killer. Looking at Su Ming, who was patiently trying to comfort him, Peter remembered his profit-seeking style, and a question popped up in his mind. "Sir, you clearly understand so many principles, so why do you choose a path full of money?" Then he expressed his doubts. This question really hit Su Ming's heart. "MD, if I don't focus on making money, I'll be dead in the first episode, okay?" Thinking back to the words I just used to comfort Peter, they were all the hard-earned knowledge gained from the 9 years of compulsory education, including the comprehensive cultivation of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, as well as the harsh beatings of society. They are all high-level mental methods, just go and learn them. Don't worry, when I make enough money, I'll become a superhero and save the world with you. Peter Parker's face was filled with excitement when he heard this. He knew that Mr. Silver Goblet would definitely embark on this glorious path. Oh my God, how does he know so much? My originally tangled mood suddenly became clear after his few words. Peter had to look at the man in front of him with a new perspective, strong, sensible, calm and wise. I must become a man like him, Peter said to himself again in his heart. Su Ming comforted Peter with a kind expression, but in his heart he was screaming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You can never make enough money." Page 39. What kind of superhero? I can never be one in my lifetime. Chapter 44 Arrival in Brazil. Harry Osborn's carefree childhood is over. His father Norman Osborn was ruthlessly killed by Spider-Man, and he had to take over the responsibility of CEO of Osborn Industries at a young age. His father once told him that the Osborn family suffered from an extremely special family genetic disease, and when they reached a certain age, the disease would break out and they would die painfully. Peter's father once developed the technology of gene fusion, and Spider-Man is the product of this technology. This technology can completely cure the genetic disease in your family. Harry thought that his father must want to get Spider-Man's blood sample for him and clear all obstacles in the company before he fell ill. Who knew he was no match for Spider-Man? "You're my hero, Dad." Then he remembered Spider-Man's hidden look and clenched his fists tightly. "Spider-Man, just wait." After waking up, Su Ming and Alyssa enjoyed breakfast comfortably. Su Ming was a little absent-minded, recalling the joy and anticipation in Spider-Man's eyes last night when he heard his bold statement, "Once we make enough money, we will team up to save the world." Su Ming felt that he was deeply sinful. Children are so gullible. Just then, the phone rang. Su Ming picked it up and saw that it was Agent Hill. Bruce Banner is a biological scientist and also a poor loser. However, in a military super soldier program, Banner was injected with a super soldier serum and his body was accidentally exposed to a huge amount of gamma radiation, causing his genes to mutate and he became a terrifying green monster. There is a detail here. Banner was injected with an early unstable version of the same super serum as Captain America, but Banner was also exposed to gamma rays. The unconscious Banner not only destroyed the laboratory, but also accidentally injured his girlfriend Betty Ross and her father, General Ross. After regaining his sanity, Banner looked at his injured girlfriend lying on the hospital bed and felt extremely remorseful. In order to prevent this from happening again, and also to avoid being hunted by the military, Bruce Banner hid in a slum in Brazil and Sinha, living a secluded life with his dog. In addition to his daily commute, he would go to a dilapidated factory and learn jiu-jitsu from a local Brazilian jiu-jitsu master. Try to control your anger by regulating your body. The angry Hulk inside Banner will appear when his heart rate exceeds 200, and then he will destroy everything in front of him by instinct. After a period of learning, Banner has been able to simply control his anger. As long as it's under 200, it's fine. Looking at the heart rate monitor on his wrist, Banner breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Banner also met a scientist named Mr. Blue on the internet. He has been helping Banner and suggests that there is a special flower that can eliminate the green cells in his body. Through his own experiments, Banner discovered that at first his blood cells could turn back to red smoothly, but in the blink of an eye, it ended in failure. Mr. Blue said he needed Banner's blood sample to help Banner continue researching how to cure his mutated body. Banner's eyes lit up. If there's one more person working with me on a method to eliminate the mutation, the speed will undoubtedly double. He sent out a large tube of his blood with great anticipation. Little did he know that this blood sample would create a powerful enemy for him in the future. One day, Banner accidentally cut his finger while working at the soda factory and a drop of blood spurted out. Although he searched and wiped it carefully, he did not notice that half a drop of blood had already dripped into an empty soda bottle. The soda was sold to the United States, and the elderly who drank it died suddenly under the influence of Banner's strong genes. Through investigation, the military detected Banner's genes in the soda, and Banner's location was exposed. General Ross never gave up on Banner as an experimental subject. After seeing how powerful Banner was after his transformation, he wanted to use Banner's genes to create more super soldiers. "After more than half a year, I finally found you, Banner." Excitement flashed across General Ross's eyes, but he knew very well how terrifying Banner would be after his transformation, so he assembled an elite team to prepare for the capture operation, and specially invited an elite among the elites, Colonel Emil Brinsky. Looking at the elite team armed to the teeth in front of him, General Ross had an idea and turned to order his secretary to inform SHIELD of the discovery. "What kind of thing are bounty hunters? Can they be compared to the army? Since you mentioned it specifically, I'll give you this favor. Thinking of Nick Fury, General Ross did not forget to take care of this old comrade. Then he personally led the team to Brazil. Nick Fury received a notification from General Ross's secretary that they had found the target person's whereabouts. Immediately arranged for Agent Hill to contact Su Ming and ask him to take S.H.I.E.L.D.'s special plane to Brazil. Su Ming is still wondering whether what S.H.I.E.L.D. promised is reliable. If I delay any longer, Tony will die from the poison, and how will I make money? At this moment, Agent Hill called and told him to get ready, as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s special plane would take him to Brazil. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This S.H.I.E.L.D. is really efficient. When Alyssa heard that Su Ming seemed to be going to Brazil, she had been bored at home recently and strongly requested to go with Su Ming. Boss, shopping and beauty routines are so boring, take me with you. Su Ming looked at Alyssa, whose skin had obviously improved, and rolled his eyes silently. This is the life every woman dreams of, and you are still not satisfied. Influenced by his past life experiences, Su Ming knew how important a good boss was, so even though he only had Alyssa as an employee, he was very generous to her. When there was no task requiring her help, he would give her tens of thousands of pocket money. Those who didn't know would think that Alyssa was being kept by him. Okay, to prevent others from saying that I'm supporting you, go pack your things immediately. Alyssa screamed excitedly and ran back to the room. When Su Ming and the others arrived in Brazil, the elite team had already started fighting with the Hulk. The factory was left in ruins by the Hulk's rampage. Colonel Emile fired a burst of accurate shots at the Hulk with his automatic rifle, but the bullets could not penetrate the thick skin. Su Ming searched along the way and did not rush to take action. Looking at the large dose of anesthetic bullets with flat needles scattered all over the floor, he curled his lips. Thinking about using this thing to knock down Hulk? You're still a little naive. Alyssa, wearing a tight combat uniform, looked at this rare spectacle with curious eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my God, boss, what kind of monster is that?" The light was dim, and Alyssa could only vaguely see a huge figure running back and forth between various large equipment. Listening to Alyssa's words, Su Ming smiled slightly. This is a tough guy. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier who looked like an adjutant came to Su Ming's side with an arrogant expression. Fate, right? The general asked me to ask you why you didn't go after the target with the combat team. I finally got you here, Su Ming said to himself. Although Nick Fury had negotiated terms with him, this was a military mission after all, and they were the ones who would go back on their word. Su Ming would never act rashly without negotiating a price with their general in person. I'm not a fighting maniac. I'm only here to make money and complete Nick Fury's deal. He looked at the adjutant calmly and found that he was currently blocked in front of him by a pile of chaotic steel falling from the ceiling. Su Ming walked towards the adjutant and gently pushed aside the steel obstacle weighing several tons in front of his shocked gaze. Wow. The adjutant subconsciously took a step back, his arrogant expression had long disappeared, and he looked at Su Ming in surprise. Su Ming smiled politely. I want to see your general. Lead the way. Chapter 45 Thunder Rose. Emil Brinsky suffered the first setback in his career. As a colonel in the British Royal Marines, he is a decorated, ruthless, and experienced soldier. Ever since Brinsky was recruited by U.S. General Thaddeus Ross to join the hunt for Bruce Banner, his heart has been restless. Recalling what happened in Brazil during the pursuit team he led, the high-dose anesthetic bullets were unable to penetrate the monster's skin at all when they switched to live ammunition and continued shooting. Not only did they fail to injure them at all, but one of their team members was killed in return. Bronsky threw a high-explosive grenade, which landed accurately at the monster's feet, thinking that I could finally inflict damage on this monster this time. But after a burst of explosions, the target that everyone thought had been dealt with actually pushed a large beverage can weighing dozens of tons and rushed straight towards them like a wild horse. The two team members were instantly crushed into twists under the huge iron can. This scene made Bronsky, who was used to seeing life and death, sigh with emotion. How tragic. The big iron can was still flying towards Bronsky at a high speed. He could only use all his strength to jump to the side and dodge as much as possible. Two giant beverage cans collided with a loud bang. The drink splashed and soaked Colonel Emile's entire body. The sweet fruity smell of soda filled Brown's nostrils, but it could not relieve the depression in his heart. Brown originally thought that this mission was just a simple hunting game, but now it seems that he has become the prey. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He kept shooting at the monster, and he also saw a scene he would never forget. It was a face filled with extreme anger, and the dark green pupils were chilling. Just as he was stunned, Hulk lifted the forklift and threw it at him. Bronsky couldn't believe his eyes. The huge forklift was thrown towards him like a ball. Page 40. But the whistling sound caused by the flying forklift made Bronsky dare not stay where he was. He once again used all his strength to run for his life and finally avoided the attack of the forklift. Once again, Brown escaped being reduced to a pulp. Hulk didn't continue to chase, but instead broke through the wall and ran away, leaving behind only a roar that resounded throughout the forest. Colonel Emil Brinsky, exhausted from escaping, realized that he was finally out of danger. He took a moment to catch his breath, suppressing his anger at the mission failure. Damn it, Ross actually concealed information. He decided to go to the general to find out. Walking behind the adjutant, Su-Ming was recalling the general he was about to meet, Thaddeus Thunder Ross. This is a very important figure in the Marvel world. Ross took the lead in restarting this super soldier project, trying to replicate Captain America's serum during World War II and wanting to build a super army with superpowers. He recruited Banner to participate in the research of gamma radiation, but an experimental accident caused Banner to mutate. Ross always believed that Banner was the property of the army and that Banner's blood was the key material for making biological weapons. He is a politician who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals by launching a global manhunt. Finally arriving at a temporary command post, Su-Ming snorted softly as he watched the busy soldiers not daring to breathe in front of General Ross. Tisk power. Look at Ross again. His facial lines are hard, his cheekbones are high, and his jaw is angular, highlighting the unique perseverance and coldness of a soldier. His eyes are as sharp as an eagle's, and are often filled with scrutiny and suspicion, as if he is constantly measuring the value and threat of his opponent. His brows were habitually furrowed, forming distinct wrinkles. His skin was dark, with a rough, sun-worn look, and his graying hair was sparse but meticulously combed. He is a strong and sturdy man, and although he is a little hunched over with age, he still maintains the straight and upright posture of a soldier. Su-Ming thought to himself, this old guy is quite energetic. The adjutant whispered a few words to General Ross, and the energetic general finally looked at Su-Ming, frowning as if he was a little disgusted. But when the adjutant said that Su-Ming easily moved several tons of steel, the old general's eyes flashed, and there was more curiosity in his eyes when he looked at Su-Ming. After the adjutant left, General Ross glanced at the slim Alyssa with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then looked up and down at Su-Ming. You're the bounty hunter Fury mentioned, what's his name? General Ross's authoritative voice sounded, and the command post suddenly became quieter, as if afraid of disturbing the general's conversation. Destiny. General Ross looked at the oriental face in front of him with outstanding temperament, and remembered that he was also a tough and handsome boy in his youth. He snorted coldly. Why didn't you take action when you saw your target? That's not the way Nick Fury described you. General Ross leaned his hands on the table and stared at Su-Ming closely. The aura of a superior was fully unleashed, and the command post suddenly fell into silence. Su-Ming had briefly come into contact with some superiors once in a while, such as delivering takeout to them. This group of people all have one problem, which is that they are conceited and look down on others, which translates to pretentious. But he was no longer a slave at the bottom of society. Even though General Ross's aura had intimidated Alyssa beside him, Su-Ming's calm expression remained unchanged. General, there's no rush. Let's talk about the price first. He spoke softly. General Ross seemed to have heard something funny and showed a hint of disdain. How dare you talk business with me directly? Who do you think you are? Who do you think I am? But remembering the adjutant's report just now, Ross knew that the man in front of him seemed to be very skilled and bold, so the adjutant did not dare to lie. Without responding, he just walked out of his seat and looked down at Su-Ming. Prove it to me. He would never waste any time on a loser. Su-Ming knew that the old man in front of him would not show his eagle until he saw the rabbit, but why should he show it to you? That's another price. Isn't the recommendation of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., enough to prove the point? At this moment, Emil Brinsky, looking disheveled, strode into the command post, followed by a sentence. General, you never told me there was such a monster around Banner. I need an explanation. Brinsky was very upset about the failure of the operation. He was full of resentment and confusion, and attributed all the responsibility to General Ross who concealed the intelligence. The excited Brown completely ignored the fact that General Ross seemed to have two guests in front of him. In his opinion, if the general had not deliberately concealed the truth, his comrades would not have died in vain. If Banner knows what that monster is, I will catch him and make him tell me who that monster is. That's Banner. General Ross ignored Su-Ming and the other two. In his eyes, Colonel Brinsky was more important. He was his vanguard and he deserved his own explanation. Brinsky's expression froze. He originally thought that the mysterious power came from Banner's accomplices, but the general's explanation shocked him. Bronsky looked down at the new automatic rifle in his hand, thinking that the weapon he had relied on for many years on the battlefield was of no use this time. He raised his arm, intending to throw the rifle to the ground to vent his intense indignation. What's the use of you? But when the rifle fell into the air, it stopped. It was Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming steadily caught the weapon that was about to be thrown to the ground by Bronsky. "Sir, it's not a good habit to litter everywhere." After saying that, he picked up the rifle, held it in his hand a few times, and threw it accurately into the trash can a few meters away. The automatic rifle made of composite steel was like a piece of wasted letter paper in Su Ming's hand, and it was crumpled into a ball the size of a coffee cup in a few seconds. It was not until it fell into the trash can with a loud bang that the people present realized that the object was actually a gun. What the FK? Chapter 46, Selling Blood at a High Price. Alyssa subconsciously raised her hand to cover her mouth, which was wide open in shock. "Oh my god. Unbelievable. Cool." Seeing the boss easily shocking everyone in the command center, it was the first time that Alyssa witnessed the boss's ability at such a close distance. After the shock, a deep feeling of pride gushed out from my heart. Seeing Su Ming's hands behind his back after throwing away the garbage, Alyssa couldn't help but reach out and grab them. "Okay." Su Ming frowned and felt the touch of his fingers. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What is this little girl doing at this time? His face remained unfathomable, but he gently shook his fingers behind his back, signaling Alyssa to stop making trouble. Alyssa seemed to have found something interesting. She playfully grabbed Su Ming's fingers from behind with one hand and refused to let go no matter how he struggled. At the same time, in order not to embarrass her boss, she maintained a nonchalant expression on her face, but the occasional smirk on her face betrayed her. The soldiers in the command post were stunned. Just now, they witnessed an incredible scene with their own eyes. An FN Scar automatic rifle was like clay in this person's hands. He just threw it away like garbage. The throw is quite accurate. All the soldiers looked at Su Ming as if he were a monster. Brinsky stared blankly at the still shaking trash can, recalling what had just happened. "You've got to be kidding me." Brown felt that in just a few days, God had played several excessive jokes on him, so much so that he even wondered if he was still dreaming. "Hiss. I secretly touched the wound on my leg. It hurts. It's not a dream. So how did this person do it? Can I be as strong as him?" Speaking of powerful, the mutated banner seems to be even more powerful. The desire to become stronger burned in Brown's heart like a flame. He decided to go back and talk it over with the general. If there was any way to allow him to have that kind of power, Brown would do it without hesitation. General Thunder Ross admitted that he had underestimated the bounty hunter in front of him. "Fate, huh?" Looking at the rifle destroyed by Su Ming with his bare hands, General Ross's eyes lit up. "Isn't this the effect I'm pursuing? The reason why I have been working so hard to promote the research and development of Super Soldier Serum is to one day transform each of my loyal soldiers into someone as powerful as the destiny in front of him. What makes him so strong? If there were no special means, Ross would never accept the idea of innate supernatural powers. That's right, the rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. No one succeeds easily." General Ross, who had experienced countless storms, was not moved by the powerful strength that Su Ming inadvertently displayed. "But I came up with a better idea. The body of the bounty hunter in front of him can help him improve the scientific research team's research on Super Soldier Serum." Thinking of this, General Ross smiled kindly at Su Ming. "Mr. Fate, I heard Fury say that as long as you pay, he can make you do anything." Su Ming was not at all surprised by Ross's change of attitude. It would be strange if it didn't change. Since they had entered the pleasant business negotiation stage, Su Ming was still willing to listen to what this old guy was planning. "Not anything, General." Responding modestly, General Ross certainly knew that even if he offered Fate a lot of money, there would be things he wouldn't accept. However, the idea that just popped up in his mind didn't seem excessive. "Mr. Fate, 1 million, give me a sample of your blood." The implication is, look, I still remember your rules. I'm giving you so much face, but why don't you just agree to it? Ross directly expressed his thoughts. He wanted Banner's blood sample, and he wanted Su Ming's too. Page 41. As long as he can speed up the completion of the Super Soldier Serum plan, he will have enough political capital to move to the next level. Power, what a wonderful feeling. With a slight smile on his face, General Ross seemed very sincere at the moment. "Huh, what?" Su Ming didn't expect that this old guy actually set his sights on him. He was surprised and started to think at the same time. "Even if I want to give it to you, you still have to have the ability to take it. Do you think the Man of Steel is playing a joke on you? Even I can't think of any good way to make myself bleed, and you old man really dare to think of it. He can easily make some money again, but how can you just agree without bargaining?" Thinking of this, Su Ming smiled. "I thought it was something difficult, but it's just a blood sample. Since the general thinks highly of me, 5 million, take it." How dare he? General Ross is indeed a veteran in the political arena. Even though he wanted to greet Su Ming's entire family, he still looked amiable. 200 million, no more, Mr. Fate. 4, 2 million. 3, 2 million. After some attempts, Su Ming looked at General Ross, who had unwaveringly insisted on a price of 2 million. He smiled bitterly. When it came to bargaining, he really couldn't keep up with the officials. Mr. Fate, 2 million is already a very, very high price. Your rule is to start at 100 million, but in order to make friends with you, I will double the price. This is my sincerity, so don't be too greedy. A magical image appeared in General Ross's mind, Banner's blood in his left hand, Destiny's blood in his right hand, and a clap of his hands, as many super soldiers as he wanted. It's simply perfect. Thinking of this, he actually started to explain to Su Ming. Bronsky has made up his mind that when he returns, he will ask the general to give him some technology and hard work so that he can become bigger, stronger and tougher. Hearing the general negotiating with the bounty hunter, and knowing that this was related to the general's research, he did not interrupt, but looked at Su Ming with burning eyes, waiting for his answer. At this time, the hand that Alyssa was holding Su Ming's had already been grabbed by Su Ming. This time it was her turn to struggle, but she couldn't get free, so she simply let Su Ming hold her hand. But when Alyssa heard that the business that General Ross was discussing with the boss would start with 100 million, she seemed to be in a hallucination. When did the boss's ability to make money reach sky-high levels? What? Is selling blood for money shameful? Is it a loss of status? What a joke. It's just a little blood. I bleed so much every month and I don't even earn a penny more. What's more, this is 100 million. A full 100 million. Oh my god. When the general raised the price to 2 million, Alyssa's soul left her body and she was numb. Su Ming let go of Alyssa's hand, which had finally stopped misbehaving, and looked very reluctant. General, I admit you are right, I was greedy. I accept your proposal, but, you have to pay first. Of course. Haha. Not to mention that the staff who were taking Su Ming's blood couldn't pierce Su Ming's skin to collect the blood sample after trying all kinds of methods, and they were extremely anxious. When Bruce Banner regained consciousness, he was already deep in the mountains. I learned from passersby that this is Guatemala. I didn't expect that I would run 1.5 miles overnight, but now is not the time to be shocked. We must get the information as soon as possible. There might be a way to break the curse on me hidden there. He then took a ride to a nearby town. He was penniless and could only walk barefoot on the gravel road. When I feel sleepy, I just find a place to lean on. Occasionally, I wake up from a nightmare in which I accidentally injure my girlfriend and cause her death. When you are hungry, go to the vegetable market and pick some vegetable leaves. The once favored child of heaven is now naked, and a passing little boy mistook him for a beggar and put a few coins in his hand. What an irony. But Banner is not a pretentious person. He used the money to buy a pair of pants in the largest size. Chapter 47. 2 Conditions. Bruce Banner never gave up hope. He walked towards his destination, a distance of 1,600 kilometers, which took him less than 17 days. Banner thought of Mr. Blue, where there was also information about his genetic mutation. At the same time, the only person she could trust, Betty Ross, was also there. Banner sneaks into the school to reunite with his girlfriend. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had seen Betty's face since he accidentally injured his girlfriend and fled. Without any warning, Betty unexpectedly appeared in Banner's sight. My girlfriend, whom I haven't seen for a long time, is still as graceful and radiant as ever. Just as he was about to go up and say hello, he was shocked to find that she already had a new partner. At this moment, Banner felt heartbroken. He understood that he was no longer qualified to disturb her life. Perhaps leaving quietly was his last act of kindness. With a broken heart, Banner came to his old friend's pizza shop. This is his only safe haven. His old friend's unconditional trust and support made him feel the long-lost warmth. Taking advantage of the opportunity to deliver takeout, Banner sneaked into the campus again. He successfully bribed the security guard with a meager monthly salary with a box of pizza and sneaked into his former laboratory. He looked for experimental data about himself with Hope, FK. But the military had already destroyed all his information, and Banner didn't find any useful clues. This made Banner feel hopeless, and he had no choice but to continue fleeing. He packed his bags and prepared to say goodbye to his old friend, but was unexpectedly discovered by his girlfriend. But Banner didn't dare to recognize her. Even though Betty's cries echoed throughout the street, Banner could only hide in the corner behind the trash can and grieve alone. Walking in the pouring rain, Banner felt a chill in his heart. Passing vehicles thought he was a lunatic and gave way to him. But at this moment a car stopped silently behind him. It was Betty. Looking at the familiar figure, Betty ran towards Banner despite being soaked by the heavy rain. Don't go, don't go. The emotions that the two had suppressed for so long finally found an outlet at this moment, and they hugged each other tightly. When Betty learned that Banner was looking for their experimental data, she took Banner back home and took out an exquisite storage box and gave it to Banner. Inside was a USB drive where Betty had secretly backed up all her experimental data. This data was like a life-saving straw, giving Banner hope of recovery. Perhaps you can continue to seek help from the military. Betty thought that General Ross was her biological father after all, and he should treat Banner well for her sake. But Banner knew General Ross's ambitions well. No, he just wants to dissect me and weaponize the mutated cells. This is absolutely unacceptable to him. I have another friend. Banner thought of his friend Mr. Blue, whom he met during his escape. New York. Just when General Ross's scientific research team was still worrying about how to get a blood sample from Su Ming, Brinsky found General Ross. Since the failure of his last plan to capture Banner, Brinsky has become more and more interested in Hulk, and General Ross was also keenly aware of his desire for power, so the general decided to tell Brinsky all the secrets of the experiment on Banner. Banner's experiments have only reached a very preliminary stage and are not yet applicable. He thought he was researching ways to combat radiation, and I never told him the truth. He was so aggressive that he performed human experiments on himself, with disastrous results. Or, a lucky coincidence? General Ross put the blame on Banner in front of Brinsky. Led by the general, Brinsky came to the sealed warehouse and took out a can of blue serum. This serum is based on the serum injected into Captain America during World War II. It was not until this moment that Brinsky realized that General Ross wanted to restart the super soldier program during World War II. Screw his ambition. I just want to become stronger. Looking at the blue serum, Brinsky's eyes gleamed dangerously. Although General Ross repeatedly reminded him that there were huge risks in injecting this serum, it was uncertain whether he could gain unknown powers. But if it fails, the person being injected will die. Brinsky didn't care about these things. His inner desire for power made him almost crazy. Finally, with the help of the two doctors, the blue serum was injected into Brinsky's body. Oh, God, please, oh my God. Watching the new type of injection needle with the highest hardness break on Su Ming's arm, the scientist responsible for collecting Su Ming's blood sample finally broke down. He couldn't understand why an action that any nurse could easily complete became a world-class problem in his hands. Page 42. It's just a blood draw, what are you doing? General Ross couldn't understand why this annoying bounty hunter was still hanging around in front of him even though he was back in New York. Yes, since agreeing to the deal with General Ross, Su Ming and Alyssa followed General Ross's scientific research team from Brazil to the United States. They were provided with good food and drink along the way, but not a drop of blood was taken out of their bodies. The scientist reported to General Ross with a bitter face about the mission that had tormented him for several days. The needle broke when they took Su Ming's blood for the first time. Until now, hundreds of needles have been used and dozens of methods have been employed, but Su Ming's skin has still not been broken. Su Ming was very cooperative and would do whatever he was asked to do as long as it was for blood collection. You can't use a crusher just to get a blood sample. Frequently frustrated scientists even thought of extreme methods. General Ross was also stunned when he tried to figure out the situation. No, I spent $2 million. It's been several days, and now you tell me I can't get blood? In this regard, scientists can only helplessly say that they can't get even a little bit. General Ross sucked his teeth in pain. He had to admit that although he was experienced in fighting, he seemed to be stumped this time. Isn't this fate a monster? Gradually, I began to have the idea of giving up, because the power that cannot be replicated is worthless to me. Su Ming and Alyssa were in a really good mood these days as they were treated as VIPs by the military. Eat well, sleep well, visit the US military's secret base for free, not to mention being able to admire the constipated expressions of those people who can't do anything about you every day. He earned $2 million with just a few words. Su Ming himself was also curious about what the military would do when facing the steel body that was not yet complete. In the past few days, Su Ming happily cooperated with the military's scientific research team and launched a full-scale attempt on how to draw some blood from himself. Without a doubt, they all ended in failure. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Su Ming, biting a toothpick, glanced at Alyssa, who looked well-behaved, and thought to himself. At this time, General Ross shamelessly found Su Ming. Fate, my friend. To be honest, I've never encountered anything like this before, but since I can't draw blood, then our deal. Understanding General Ross's implication, Su Ming politely said, I can cooperate with you, but I can't refund the money. General Ross obviously anticipated Su Ming's attitude, and he didn't hold out any hope of getting the money back. It would be impossible for me to just give up the $2 million I have earned. After the refund proposal was rejected, Ross made another suggestion. In that case, Mr. Fate, Can you count this money as commission for your next commission? You want to take advantage of me? That's wishful thinking, General Ross thought bitterly. Su-Ming thought for a moment and agreed to General Ross's proposal. After all, the money came too easily. But, two conditions. Stretching out two fingers, Su-Ming looked at General Ross and smiled like a fox. Contact Nick Fury immediately and tell him I have completed my commission from the military. In addition, this money can only be regarded as a deposit for the next commission, and the specific price will depend on the content of the task. Click. A piece of General Ross's newly restored back molar was bitten off. Chapter 48, Asking for Money. Su-Ming was escorted out of the U.S. military base by soldiers driving a Humvee, feeling refreshed. He watched as the soldiers, who were avoiding him as if they were the plague, disappeared into the distance after he got off the car. Su-Ming laughed out loud. The laughter woke up Alyssa, who was beside Su-Ming. Accompanying Su-Ming on the trip to Brazil had a strong impact on Alyssa's worldview, not to mention seeing the green giant that was capable of destroying the world. The boss has never shied away from his dealings with the military. 2 million. OMG, I couldn't help but recall the scene when I blocked my boss for $2,000. How dare you, Alyssa? My body shuddered unconsciously. Fortunately, my boss showed mercy, otherwise. I once watched the military taking blood from my boss. The sharp needle seemed to turn into noodles in front of my boss's skin and could not penetrate the seemingly soft skin at all. The boss seems to be stronger than before. Recalling the scene of herself kicking Su-Ming's arm and breaking it, Alyssa fell into deep thought. This is also the reason why she has been becoming more and more well-behaved in front of Su-Ming recently. Su-Ming's suffocating strength made Alyssa feel like she was looking up to a mountain, but also a little alienated. Does she still have the courage to tease her boss like she did before? Alyssa was deeply skeptical. Let's go. At this moment, Su-Ming's cheerful voice sounded from the side, and Alyssa seemed to wake up from a dream. The boss will take you for a stroll in Washington. Listening to Su-Ming's kind tone and recalling how Su-Ming took care of her, Alyssa smiled widely. No matter how strong you are, the boss is still the boss. Happy face. Triskelion Building, Washington. National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. This time, Su-Ming contacted Nick Fury in advance, so the embarrassing situation of breaking into the SHIELD headquarters and causing a stress reaction among the agents was avoided. Nick Fury looked at Su-Ming, who looked calm in front of him, with a complicated expression and sighed heavily. General Ross had called him a while ago. Although he informed himself that Su-Ming had successfully completed the military's commission, he was unwilling to transfer the previously agreed scientific research funds. He also stated that SHIELD would no longer be needed as a liaison between the military and Su-Ming. I've already spent the money, so of course I have to cut out the middleman. I'll contact them myself from now on. Humph. General Ross considered his operation routine. This completely thwarted Nick Fury's plan to make a profit. So I'm the only one who not only lost Stark's relics but also got nothing. In fact, not only did old Nick get nothing, but even General Ross, who took advantage of the situation, got nothing and lost 2 million. Looking at Nick Fury, who looked troubled, Su-Ming smiled. Director Fury, it's time to fulfill your promise. Nick Fury had no choice but to wave his hand helplessly and asked his subordinates to go to the warehouse to bring all of Howard Stark's belongings to Su-Ming. Seeing the box next to him that looked familiar in color and style, Su-Ming knew that as the leader of a faction, Nick Fury would not fail to keep his promise. Thinking of something, he reminded, there seems to be more to the promise than just that. The inner one. Recalling his solemn promise of 1 million yuan in commission, Nick Fury put on a mask of pain. Why doesn't General Ross play by the rules? Although the higher-ups have invested a lot of money in their department, they are not a giant like the military after all, and they cannot just take out 1 or 200 million yuan. Fury, whose plan failed, was not a person who would give in to the dilemma. He knew Su-Ming's strength very well, and he must not create a strong enemy for the entire department because of a momentary mistake. Grit your teeth. The money will arrive as promised. Downstairs, Alyssa, who was pulling the suitcase, felt her heart getting stronger and stronger. Once again, she witnessed her boss extorting hundreds of millions of dollars with just a few casual words. No, he was extorting hundreds of millions of dollars. If she had said OMG when she saw Su-Ming earning 2 million yuan in anger before, now seeing the big man promise to transfer $1 million to Su-Ming, she just wanted to say, oh, only 1 million. It's not that Alyssa is greedy for money, but she is counting on how much money Su-Ming can give her. Su-Ming was very kind to her and his salary was enough for his own expenses. Just the feeling of seeing the world made Alyssa feel very excited. At this moment, she looked at Su-Ming with shining eyes, expecting her boss to take her somewhere to reap another wave of profits. Su-Ming looked at the sky which was gradually darkening and said casually, "Alyssa, take your things and go get a room." "What?" Hearing Su-Ming's words, Alyssa's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes were like water, not daring to look at Su-Ming. A faint expectation in my heart. "Boss, finally figured it out?" Tony Stark has been feeling a bit tired lately. He had just finished his game with the top military brass. Senior military officials held a hearing and asked him to hand over the Iron Man suit and related technologies on the grounds of better protecting public safety. But the smart Tony didn't buy it at all and said it would take at least 20 years for the country to master this technology. Finally, he directly responded, "I am Iron Man, the suit and I are one. Handing over the Iron Man suit means handing over myself." Are you kidding? Tony knew exactly what those politicians were planning. He couldn't just give away the armor technology that had helped him resolve crises time and time again. Tony thought of the man who developed a reactor similar to his own. He once attacked him on the racetrack with a powerful lightning whip, but was defeated by his new armor. I need to ask clearly. When he arrived at the prison, Tony was curious and wanted to know why the other party attacked him. After listening to Ivan Vanko's story, Tony learned about the feud between the two families of the previous generation. Tony, feeling somewhat guilty, kindly reminded Ivan how to improve the reactor before leaving. Page 43. This is actually Tony's behavior as a descendant of the Stark family to demonstrate his superior scientific research ability. By evening, the toxin level in Tony's blood had reached a terrifying 89%. Seeing that there was no hope, Tony simply let himself go. He threw a party because he felt it might be his last. Yes, just for fun. At the party, Tony not only danced in the armor, but also showed everyone how to go to the toilet in the armor. In order to enhance the atmosphere, Tony even fired palm cannons to add to the fun. But Pepper and Rhodes, who were unaware of Tony's poisoning, were both very angry after seeing this scene. Rhodes simply put on Mark II to stop Tony's impulsive behavior, and facing this final carnival, Tony had no intention of stopping. The two men immediately began fighting, all the way from the bottom to the top. It looked like they were demolishing the house, and the California Bay Villa was reduced to a rough shell in a short time. Finally, the farce ended with the clash of laser cannons in the palms of the two men. An angry Rhodes left Tony, who was slumped on the ground, and flew to the Air Force Base on his own and decided to modify the armor. They found Hanemo to upgrade the armor's weapons. The next day, Tony was planning to stroll around in his armor. He wouldn't live for many days anyway, so why not enjoy the smoothness? Tony, wearing armor, was holding a piece of fried chicken and had his eyes fixed on a huge donut not far away. He was planning to lie down in the hole and enjoy the food. Jarvis suddenly prompted Su-Ming to call. "Hey Tony, you're not dead yet?" Su-Ming's cheerful voice rang out from the helmet of his battlesuit. "Disgusting guy," Tony snorted disdainfully. "Obviously not, I'm so happy. What can I do for you, Mr. Silver Jew? Remember what I told you about? It was about helping you deal with the poisoning." Tony still didn't think Su-Ming could help him, until he heard Su-Ming's next words. "I have some of your father's, Howard Stark's, belongings here. I'm sure there's something you want in there. The price is negotiable." Tony was startled and the fried chicken in his hand fell to the ground. The eyes that had originally seen through life and death suddenly burst into the light of survival. Chapter 49, Collect Another Billion. Tony's home in California. Although Tony didn't know where Su-Ming got his father's belongings, he was still skeptical about whether these belongings could help him overcome the difficulties. This suspicion grew as Tony looked through the daily belongings left by his father. It seems there's nothing useful. This made Tony's mood gradually sink, and he unconsciously looked at Su-Ming who was sitting at ease beside him. What makes him so confident in this relic? I really have decided not to trust this bounty hunter in anything other than fighting. Even so, who cannot grasp any hope in desperate situation? At this moment, Tony's father Howard Stark shouted to the camera on the projector screen. "Tony." This attracted the attention of Tony and Su-Ming. For some reason, Alyssa did not come with Su-Ming. Howard Stark said seriously in the picture, "You are still young. Everything I do is to pave the way for your future." Howard said that the level of technology in his time was simply not capable of innovating the future of mankind. "The map I left behind will bring you new discoveries. Only you can change the future of humanity." Hearing this, Tony immediately found the map left by his father. It is worth mentioning that Su-Ming only took away a small part of Stark's relics from S.H.I.E.L.D. The large map models were loaded onto a truck and Su-Ming asked him to deliver them directly to Tony's house. Damn, I remembered it wrong. Su-Ming looked at the open box on the ground. He thought the important things were in the box, but it turned out that the only useful thing in it was a videotape. What really brings hope to Tony is what is hidden in the map model. Su-Ming looked at the model that was half the height of the wall and thought to himself, "That's it." Tony keenly noticed that there seemed to be something different hidden on this map. As if the doubts in my heart were cleared up, I quickly moved the model to the studio for study. With the help of Jarvis, he discovered that an unremarkable sphere contained an elemental structure he had never seen before. Through analysis, he was surprised to find that this new element could not only remove palladium but also serve as the new core of the reactor. I knew only new elements could help me. To detoxify, Tony had tried various combinations of elements known to science, but none of them worked. This is also what makes him desperate. This is forcing me to develop new elements. Tony actually thought about developing new elements, but time simply did not allow it. The emergence of the new elemental structure dispelled the dark cloud that had been weighing on Tony's heart for many days. Tony finally smiled happily. Tony? At this time, Su-Ming spoke and brought the happy Tony back to reality. Tony turned to look at Su-Ming, who was confident in his plan, and secretly praised him. What a guy who can surprise me. Tony remembered that Su-Ming had keenly noticed his predicament long before and offered to help him solve it, but he was dismissive at the time. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Su-Ming actually got something that changed his destiny. There's something about this bounty hunter. Although he seemed to want to kill me when we first met, he is a reasonable person. Tony felt that it was totally worth it to buy his life for only 5,000 million. Recalling the past with Su-Ming, he had saved her more than once, but in the end he just took some money and left. Tony has never met such a good person in his life. Although driven by a competitive spirit, I used to dislike him in every way. But Mr. Inju is like a timely rain, always appearing in time when I am in trouble. What a lovely guy. Although I, Tony Stark, have never been submissive to anyone, but for a player like Mr. Silver, who only wants money for doing good things, how can anyone not like him? Tony forgot that Su-Ming's offer was not low, but he just didn't care. From this moment on, Tony, who had always been arrogant, had a good impression of Su-Ming. Just as I was about to say something, a wave of pain hit me, and the symptoms of palladium poisoning worsened. Tony groaned, and the gray-black stripes on his neck became visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Su-Ming quickly injected some medicine into Tony's neck. By the way, Director Nick Fury of SHIELD asked me to convey his regards. If Tony hadn't been poisoned, Su-Ming would have almost forgotten that before leaving SHIELD, Nick Fury had given him a syringe containing a drug that could delay the symptoms of palladium poisoning. Nick Fury originally wanted to communicate with Tony himself, help him overcome the poisoning crisis, and then impress Tony to join the Avengers plan. However, he had already given the most important Stark relic to Su-Ming as a bargaining chip. He also wanted to get both Su-Ming and Tony to join his plan, so he generously gave the potion to Su-Ming. After all, it is not an antidote. This drug can only relieve the symptoms of palladium poisoning for a short time, so in Nick Fury's eyes, his value is far less than Su-Ming and Tony. What is this? Feeling the severe pain in the neck, followed by a cool feeling, relieved the recent symptoms of stuffiness. Tony couldn't help but wonder. Su-Ming was a little scared, but fortunately Tony's poison attack in front of him reminded him, otherwise he would have really forgotten to inject the medicine into Tony. If Tony suddenly died while developing the new element, I would be guilty of a great crime. Thinking of this, Su-Ming was also very realistic. Tony, this is a medicine specially developed by SHIELD for you to relieve the symptoms of palladium poisoning. I think this potion should be able to help you survive until the new element is successfully developed. I almost forgot, hee. Tony touched his neck and felt the strange bump slowly subsiding. He knew that what Su-Ming injected into him could indeed help him delay the symptoms. I feel relieved but also have some opinions. Why didn't you take out this good thing earlier? It made me suffer for so many days. But he actually saved his life and ensured that he had time to study new elements. Tony will not ignore this favor. Mr. Inju, I know your rules, 5 million, all given. Stop. Su-Ming raised his hand and looked at Tony in surprise. What's going on? When I offered 5 million yuan, you didn't agree. As a result, I flew back and forth between Brazil and Washington and finally got the thing. You've confirmed that the product works, but you're still thinking of getting it at the original price? Where does this good thing come from? Can the price of a pre-sale property be the same as that of an existing property? Tony, I have to remind you that that was the original price. Tony Stark looked at Su-Ming with a professional smile, knowing his style well. Don't worry. It's just money, no big deal. But how could the arrogant Tony be passionate about a man? Page 44. Thinking of this, Tony snorted coldly. I'll give you double, 1 billion. At the same time, his eyes kept glancing at the new element structure diagram, and he couldn't wait to dive in. Su-Ming looked at the generous Tony and knew that he was anxious to develop new elements. Since he had already offered double the price, it would undoubtedly be annoying to continue bargaining at this juncture. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Not hypocritical. Make a deal. As soon as the voice fell, the phone rang, and Alyssa's slightly hoarse voice came. Boss, the military called with a commission. Su-Ming left Tony's house without even saying goodbye. At this time, Tony made a phone call. He knew that it would take a huge amount of energy to create this new element. It is simply impossible to complete it with his current small workshop. On the phone, he arranged to purchase a set of ion emission components worth tens of billions, and then picked up a sledgehammer to start renovating the mansion worth hundreds of millions. If Su-Ming, who left in a hurry, knew that Tony spent tens of billions just on purchasing equipment, I don't know if I'll regret leaving so abruptly. Chapter 50 Hulk shows his power. Alyssa finally got what she wanted, but she had no idea that such huge energy was contained in Su-Ming's streamlined body. She even thought she was going to die. It's already noon and I still stay in bed. Even though the body was about to fall apart, it still didn't want to move at all despite the urge of hunger. She now felt a little regretful for teasing Su-Ming last night. She thought he would continue to uphold the usual politeness and restraint of Oriental men. Unexpectedly, the boss got serious and transformed himself into a wolf, treating himself as a delicious meal and eating him with relish. Although she readily accepted this result and had even been looking forward to it for a long time, the problem was that she had never thought about it. Su-Ming had unlimited physical strength. This is really hard for Alyssa. The pinnacle of happiness is pain, but she had long since lost the ability to tell whether she was happy or in pain. The result is obvious, the voice is hoarse and the body is useless. If the military hadn't called to inform my boss that there was a new mission, I wouldn't have wanted to get up anyway. Help me lock the joint, I'll be right there. Have a good rest. Listening to the boss's energetic voice and arranging her work, Alyssa angrily threw away the towel in her hand. Have you ever let me rest? Limping to the desk, he turned on the computer and started typing away on the keyboard. Su-Ming received the location information from Alyssa, followed by an expression of "so sleepy." Thinking back to what happened last night, I shook my head in amusement. Let you play with fire. If Alyssa hadn't cried and begged for mercy in the end, Su-Ming would have stayed with her to the end. According to the location information sent by Alyssa, Su-Ming came to a secluded street, got on the Hummer sent by General Ross to pick him up, and headed straight for the command center. After getting the data from Betty, Banner prepared to go to New York to seek help from Mr. Blue. However, he didn't know that he had been targeted by the military. Fully armed soldiers surrounded him, and Humvees were chasing him. When he realized that the situation was not good, he ran away. But how could two legs outrun a four-wheeled car? What does it take for General Ross to let me go? Banner was anxious. He just wanted to be an ordinary biologist, but the military's pursuit and blockade made him feel suffocated. With nowhere else to go, he could only flee into the campus to find a hiding place. However, the soldiers soon caught up with him and forced him onto the covered bridge. General Ross sneered upon seeing this. You can't run away. He ordered the blockade of both sides of the covered bridge and launched tear gas into the bridge in an attempt to force Banner out. Seeing this, Betty rushed forward desperately to save him, but was knocked to the ground by the soldiers behind her. General Ross didn't care about this. But this scene completely enraged Banner on the bridge. Under the stimulation of tear gas, his body size grew rapidly and his skin color turned green. The clothes on his body shattered, leaving only the largest size pants still on his body. General Ross looked at the angry Hulk, thought of his daughter with unique vision, and murmured, "She'll see the truth." That's right, who would want their daughter to be in love with a monster? Hulk stomped the window of the covered bridge with one foot, jumped off the bridge with a roar, and vowed to teach these soldiers who bullied honest people a lesson. The organized troops opened fire directly. Both heavy machine guns and artillery seemed so powerless under Hulk's powerful strength. He easily knocked over the armored vehicle, picked up the vehicle and smashed it at the soldiers nearby. The heavy Humvee armored vehicle was thrown around like a toy in front of Hulk. The soldiers were routed by the Hulk's terrifying power. The so-called industrial civilization seemed so fragile at this moment. Seeing that the situation was not good, General Ross immediately sent out Bronsky, who had just received serum enhancement. It's finally my turn. Bronsky, armed with a howitzer, rushed towards Hulk alone. It is worth mentioning that after being strengthened with the serum, Bronsky's physical fitness has far exceeded that of ordinary people. When he was chasing Banner just now, he ran at a speed no less than a chariot with his legs, and his strength was greatly enhanced. Hulk picked up two deformed armored vehicle doors as weapons and tried to smash the little bugs jumping in front of him. Cool, that's the feeling. Bronsky dodged the attack deftly. General Ross was in disbelief when he saw the scene. He thought it was a miracle that Bronsky was still alive after taking the serum, and never imagined that he would actually become stronger. Oh my god. He really has become stronger. Bronski used his enhanced body to move around Hulk, trying to find a flaw, but he ignored Hulk's almost impenetrable defense. Apparently, General Ross, the commander, also discovered this problem. Suddenly, the general's loud reminder came from the headset: lead him to the sonic cannon. After several rounds of confrontation, Bronski had no choice but to fight and retreat, leading Hulk into the sonic weapon area that had been arranged in advance. This sonic weapon was actually borrowed by the general from Tony. The powerful sound wave instantly knocked Bronski over and suppressed Hulk's actions. Hulk covered his head in pain and seemed to be greatly affected. However, after a temporary adaptation, Hulk stood up with difficulty and used the shield in his hand to block part of the sonic attack. He threw an armored vehicle door with his backhand, cutting a tank in half, and then jumped again to destroy another one. Bronski saw this and stepped forward, challenging him. Is this all you have? As a result, under Hulk's angry roar, Bronski was kicked and flew away. He bounced several times on the ground and hit a tree. The body was twisted to an incredible angle. It was obvious that he was going to fail. Seeing that the ground troops were helpless, General Ross called for support from armed helicopters, thinking that he would end Hulk here even if it meant destroying the school. However, what General Ross did not realize was that his daughter Betty had quietly walked up to Hulk, trying to awaken his hidden reason. But at this time, the strafing fire from the armed helicopters was falling like raindrops. Hulk throws out the last piece of car door armor and destroys the helicopter. The crashed fighter plane erupted in flames that instantly engulfed the surroundings, and Hulk immediately held Betty tightly in his arms. After the explosion, Hulk gave General Ross a warning roar, then slowly disappeared into the billowing smoke while holding Betty. General Ross, who had nearly lost his daughter, was now at his wits' end. He frowned and ordered his secretary to contact Fate. It was 3 days later when General Ross saw Suming again. Although something very unexpected happened to him in the past few days, Bronski was revived with full health. He didn't expect that Bronski, whose bones were broken all over his body, could recover as before in just 2.5 days. This made him more determined to get Banner. Recalling Hulk's powerful strength, the military's methods seemed to have no effect on him. Even though Brown Sky became powerful after being injected with serum, it's still not enough in front of Hulk. So he thought of his fate, the bounty hunter who still owed him a 2 million order. After listening to General Ross's explanation, Suming knew that Banner had once again transformed into the Hulk and escaped the military's encirclement. Really, there weren't any surprises. Suming knew that Hulk's combat power was at the top level even in the entire Marvel world. The main thing is that his strength can continue to increase with the anger value, and the most fatal thing is that there is no upper limit. Suming vaguely remembered that Hulk seemed to have eaten something in the early days and his strength was restricted, which made it difficult for him to fight against Abomination. Looking at Bronski, who looked eager to fight, Suming sighed inwardly. This battle maniac, I'm afraid he'll be bigger and uglier when we meet again. It seems that it was Tony who personally found General Ross and stopped the military's plan to let Abomination join SHIELD. How could a madman who blindly pursues power be allowed to join a place like SHIELD? While power is important, making money is more practical. Chapter 51 The Magnetic King. Plus 10 billion, account balance, 130,312 million US dollars. The system prompt sounded, and Tony's transfer arrived as promised. Looking at the more than 1.3 billion US dollars on the account, a smile appeared in Suming's eyes. Not bad, all this running around has finally paid off. Page 45. At this time, the military had tracked Betty's mobile phone and bank card records, and also followed the clues to monitor Mr. Land's email address. General Ross knew that if Banner wanted to heal himself, he would definitely contact Mr. Blue again. As expected, the email sent by Banner was intercepted by the military, and they locked on Mr. Land's location. A carefully laid trap is quietly unfolded. General Ross asked Suming to be on standby at all times and to provide assistance when they were ready to close the net. Suming did not comment on this. He watched the military's battle video and saw the mighty Hulk. Suming had a question in his mind. Can I fight against the Incredible Hulk in my current state? Suming was not very sure about this. After all, his low-level steel body and Deadpool-level recovery could only ensure that he would be difficult to die, not that he could not die. With so many players with strange and unpredictable abilities yet to appear, Suming still dared not to be blindly optimistic. After all, staying alive is the most basic principle for a time traveler. The immortality in the system mall costs 50 billion, which is not enough to redeem it at the moment. Lying in the lounge provided by the military, Suming planned to use this long-lost quiet time to study the system mall and improve his strength. In this ever-changing Marvel world, personal strength is the foundation of everything. Even if you have an immortal body, being exiled to the edge of the universe or the cracks of the microscopic world will make you feel as uncomfortable as if you were dead. Su-Ming decided to upgrade his iron body first. After all, a body that cannot withstand heavy weapons is not really an iron body. Upgrade. -5 million, upgrade successful. Account balance $80,312 million US. Feeling the subtle changes in his body, Su-Ming remembered one thing: flying. Although flying is possible now, it is equivalent to throwing yourself out every time. The disadvantages of this method were exposed as Su-Ming used it many times. That is too inconvenient in battle. Thinking back to when I was fighting Ironmonger in the air, every time I changed my position or accelerated, I had to throw the throwing knife and use its inertia to achieve it. It's too troublesome. Is there any way to stop flying so strenuously? With this question in mind, Su-Ming looked through the system mall. Superman's biological stance is undoubtedly the best choice, but it's expensive. I can't afford it. Like Tony's way of using technology to fly, like giving himself a pair of wings, or a rocket device. This falls into the category of technology. It's not available in the system mall. It can only be exchanged for talent-related abilities. He does have a talent that allows him to grow wings. Vampire bat. $3 million. But, imagining himself transforming into a bat called Pura Pura and flying around, Su-Ming shook his head decisively. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that this ability is very stealthy. Besides, how fast can a bat fly? How can it fight after transforming? Pass. Flying magic broom, $8 million. Riding a broom? Su-Ming imagined himself flying in the sky on a broom, and compared it with the way Tony flew in his iron armor. It was so weak. It's even worse than throwing a flying knife. Forget about the broom. Doctor Who time vortex travel, $200 billion. This seems very powerful, but not only can I not afford it, it seems that this is a skill that is more in the direction of the prophet. Wrong direction. Pass. Su-Ming calmed down and thought carefully about what other ways he could fly calmly besides the superhuman biological stance. With a thought, Su-Ming saw a talent. Magnetic control, $2 million. His eyes lit up, and Su-Ming remembered the old man with a strong aura. It seemed as if he could also move freely in the air. Yeah, if you think about it from a different angle, it will work. If I could always have a foothold and a point of force in the air just like on the ground. Isn't it that the sky is flat ground? It's it. Exchange. $2 million US. Obtain the talent of magnetic control level 1, 999 milligrams of magnetism. Account balance $78,312 million US. Looking at the upgrade interface of magnetic control, Su-Ming said to himself, as expected. How could a mere 20 million be enough to take down Magneto's means of becoming king? Magnetic control LV2, 999G magnetic force, $8,000 million. Magnetic control level 3, 999 kilograms of magnetic force, $2 million. Magnetic control level 4, 999 tons of magnetic force, $5 million. Magnetic control level 5, 999 kilotons of magnetic force, $50 billion. Magnetic control is also divided into levels, but Su-Ming said that it is a great deal to be able to obtain it by spending money. After looking at other talents, it seems that upgrading magnetism is more cost-effective. Upgrade. $7.8 million, talent upgrade successful. Account balance, $312 million. Open the properties panel. Name, Su-Ming. Age, 28. Physical fitness, 2,255. Current account, $312 million. LV.2 LV4 LV1 LV2 LV4 LV4. Seeing that he had accumulated 9 talents without realizing it, Su-Ming deeply realized what was more precious than money. These are all my capital for making my way in the world in the future. Try using magnetic control. The steel bars were suddenly peeled out from the walls around the lounge, as if they were connected and lined up. Boom. Without the support of steel bars, the roof of the lounge collapsed easily like a child's building blocks. Brush. Su-Ming quickly stepped outside and looked at the military building that he had accidentally collapsed. He stuck out his tongue silently. Magneto is indeed a big boss. His ability is too incredible. Only 999 tons of magnetic force can only be considered 100 magnetic force at best. Xiao Wang, even so, the destructive power is too astonishing. How much strength did Magneto need to easily lift the cruise ship from the sea? What happened? Enemy attack? Where's my gun? A group of soldiers rushed out of the house, looking around in panic. The loud noise of collapsed houses made them think the base was under attack. General Ross was slapped with ash as soon as he left the command center. He coughed a few times and looked at the collapsed buildings with an angry frown. Damn it, the shoddy workmanship has even been committed by my military? Looking at the panicked soldiers, he was so angry that he shouted. It's just a collapsed house, why are you panicking? Go do what you need to do, get out of here. Then he called his adjutant. Go, bring back all the people who built this house. I'm going to punish them severely. The adjutant received the order and ran off to trouble those innocent architects. General Ross took the towel handed to him by his secretary, wiped the dust off his face, and walked to Su Ming. Mr. Fate, that seems to be where you just rested. Are you okay? Just as he was about to say a greeting, he paused when he saw Su Ming, dressed neatly and clean. Thinking back to his abnormal body, General Ross thought to himself, I'm so stupid. He wouldn't be in any trouble even if the whole base died. He glanced at the collapsed house again, snorted coldly, and turned back to the command center. Su Ming looked at what was happening in front of him with amusement, knowing that General Ross had misunderstood. Although he sympathized with architects whose futures were uncertain, he had no intention of explaining things for them. Silently looking at his hands, Su Ming sighed. It seems I'll need to get used to this newfound ability for a while. Chapter 52 appears. Abomination. Accompanied by Betty, Banner found Mr. Blue, with whom he had known each other for a long time. Mr. Lon, a PhD in biology, also owns his own laboratory in Harlem, New York. Banner looked at Mr. Lon, who was amazed at his bizarre experience and kept talking, and remained silent for a long time. If it were you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be so excited. Combining the experimental data brought by Banner, Mr. Lon said that he had found a way to suppress Hulk. Banner, why don't you hurry up? Mr. Lon poured a can of purple liquid into the operating table, asked Banner to lie on the table and fixed his body. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the antidote, Mr. Lon plans to give Banner some stimulation, electrotherapy, a method of removing internet addiction. A strong stimulation instantly swept through Banner's whole body, his heart rate soared to the extreme, and the power of Hulk was stirring in his body, as if it would break out of his body at any time. Banner's skin gradually turned dark green, and his bones made crackling sounds, looking like they were about to fall apart. At this critical moment, Betty bravely climbed onto Hulk's huge body and awakened a bit of Hulk's reason. Page 46. Her action bought Mr. Lon a precious opportunity to inject the antidote. As the purple liquid flowed in, Hulk gradually calmed down until he fell into a coma, and his body slowly turned back into Banner's appearance. The experiment was successful. Mr. Lon bluntly stated that he could not ensure that Hulk would be permanently erased or temporarily suppressed. Just in case, he secretly copied a large number of Banner's blood samples and planned to continue his research. But what he didn't know was what kind of crisis his actions would bring to the world. Just as Banner and Mr. Blue were arguing about destroying the samples immediately, the army had surrounded them. The sniper received the order to shoot, and accurately injected the anesthetic into Banner's body from a distance. Brinsky took the opportunity to rush into the laboratory, grabbed Banner and questioned him. Where is he? Papa. A few slaps couldn't make Hulk show up, which made Bronsky extremely frustrated. He had dreamed several times that he could fight Hulk for hundreds of rounds until he defeated him, but now the person was right in front of him, but he was not the one he wanted to see, which made Bronsky almost crazy. Soon Banner was taken away by the military, leaving Mr. Lon alone to face the questioning of military scientists. At this time, Bronsky knocked the scientist unconscious from behind. His goal is not to save Mr. Blue, but to have the power of Hulk. The scene in Mr. Land's laboratory gave him a glimmer of hope. Maybe I can become stronger. Bronsky pointed the gun at Mr. Land's head. You can suppress him, but you can certainly create him. Bronsky knew that even after being transformed by the enhanced serum, he still could not compete with Hulk on his own. I want what you extracted from Banner's body. Oh, looks like you were injected with something too. Mr. Lon believes that Banner's mutation is a gift from nature, and he wants to continue this research. The person in front of him seems to have the same idea as him. So, Bronsky and Mr. Blue hit it off and decided to use gamma rays again to inject Banner's blood into Bronsky's body. Sure enough, under the irradiation of huge amounts of gamma rays, Bronsky's body swelled rapidly and became extremely terrifying. Hatred was born. Mr. Lon looked at the violent and evil abomination and realized that something was wrong, so he spoke out to stop it. I can heal you. But what he got in return was a wave of disgust. The huge force caused Mr. Lon to hit the wall and fall to the ground. At this time, a drop of Hulk's blood dripped onto Mr. Land's wound. Regardless of the fact that Mr. Land's head was infected with Banner's blood and mutated, it completely changed his own destiny. Brinsky, having gained the power of terror, transformed into abomination, wreaking havoc in the streets of Harlem. Haha, this is the power I want. The military had never seen this new monster before, so they attacked him to protect the people. But the rocket was like a toy in his hands and had no effect at all. Give me a stronger opponent. Abomination roared as he slaughtered soldiers and civilians. At this time, Su-Ming was sitting in the corner of General Ross's command plane, watching Banner being successfully captured by the military. He thought it was not his turn to take action, but he did not expect that another giant abomination appeared out of nowhere, giving General Ross a headache. Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry. It's not a good deal if you rush. Su-Ming gave up the idea of soliciting business because every time he took the initiative to solicit business, he did not get satisfactory results. So I plan to continue to wait and see. At this moment, General Ross felt like a herd of alpacas were running in his mind. He didn't expect that after successfully capturing Banner, another monster would appear. General Ross, who once commanded troops to fight against Hulk, knew deeply that the army was no match for such a monster. Moreover, he was still in the streets of New York. If thousands of innocent people were to be put in danger due to his own mistakes, then his career as a general would be over. Unconsciously, he looked towards the fate behind him. This abominable guy didn't react at all, as if he didn't care at all about the innocent people wailing in pain under the monster's rampage. He still owes himself a commission of 2 million. Just as General Ross was about to ask Su-Ming to take action, Banner, who had been awake for a long time, spoke up. Let me try. Banner couldn't bear to see so many innocent people die at the hands of the brutal monster, and it seemed that his transformed Hulk could stop his destruction. After a battle between man and nature, Banner felt for the first time that the Hulk in his body did not seem so unacceptable. But Betty held him back. She knew that Banner had just been injected with the antidote, and it was still unknown whether the Hulk could be awakened again. What was the difference between rushing forward at this time and committing suicide? But at this time, Banner believed that no one except himself could solve the problem at hand. He resolutely kissed Betty goodbye and jumped out of the plane door. Banner, who was falling rapidly, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt something was wrong because his body did not show any changes at all. Oh shit. That's right, he's about to fall to his death. Just when everyone thought Banner was in great danger, a huge fist suddenly stretched out from the ground, and then Hulk broke out of the ground. The thrill of near-death experience successfully awakened Hulk's consciousness, and Banner saved his life. Abomination also felt Hulk's breath and rushed towards Hulk, vowing to avenge his previous humiliation. The two giants leaped into the air almost at the same time and started a fierce battle. However, due to the suppression of the serum, Hulk's strength was greatly reduced, and he was thrown out by the Abomination after just one encounter. Even though Hulk launched a counterattack, Abomination easily took it and kicked Hulk away. It is obvious that Hulk is in a passive situation of being beaten. The antidote just injected seems to have a much stronger effect on Hulk's strength than expected. Watching Hulk's tenacious fight on the surveillance footage, Betty shed tears of heartache. But that wasn't what General Ross was thinking about. I thought that Banner, who had successfully transformed, would be able to deal with the new monster. After all, I had personally experienced his abnormal strength. But looking at the Abomination, whose strength was obviously stronger than Hulk, his years of experience in commanding battles told him that now was not the time to hide his cards. If one Hulk isn't enough, what about adding another destiny? General Ross finally turned his gaze to Su-Ming. At this time, Su-Ming was already drowsy, as if the changes in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Hey Mr. Fate, do you remember our agreement regarding the commission? Su-Ming came back to his senses and saw General Ross looking at him seriously. Did he just say something to me? That's right, Su-Ming really fell asleep just now. Looking at Su-Ming's bewildered eyes, General Ross spoke again. Mr. Fate, it's your turn. Chapter 53 Ross's Regret. What? Oh, wait a minute, Mr. General. Su-Ming knew that the current stage was still the early stages of the awakening of various superheroes. Although the Abomination below looks intimidating, it is actually at most an elite monster in the early stage, not even a boss. Any of the later Hulk, Thor, or Tony in his technologically mature form could easily handle this. Now that he has mastered 999 tons of magnetic force, it shouldn't be a problem for him to arrange an Abomination or an early Hulk with reduced abilities. When he saw the hatred running rampant in the streets, he had already made a plan. If the general brings it up, make it clear first, each has his own price. Only then did he close his eyes for a while with relief. You know what, the swaying of the helicopter is quite hypnotic. Su-Ming knew that even if he didn't take action, Banner would stand up for him. This was the climax of the original work. The reason why he followed here was because neither Abomination nor Hulk were tough guys that the military could deal with. While fulfilling the 200 million deposit agreement, he was also thinking about whether he could find an opportunity to fleece the military again. Just then, General Ross, who had been watching the battle for a long time, gradually lost confidence in Hulk-killing Abomination, and went to find Su Ming. Su Ming then asked the general to wait. But what General Ross couldn't understand was, what does wait mean? The people down there have had their heads beaten to pieces, and the death toll is skyrocketing. How long do I have to wait? Could it be that this damn bounty hunter saw that the opponent below was too strong and was worried that he was no match for the opponent and was planning to default on his promise? The slightly respectful expression gradually turned cold, and he narrowed his eyes. Fate, are you going to default on your debt? Su Ming was stunned. He looked at General Ross, who was about to explode, and then glanced at the Hulk, who was being beaten by the hateful C on the monitor. Only then did he realize that General Ross seemed to be worried that he would desert the battlefield. Shaking his head speechlessly, "General, you misunderstood. I want to ask, which of the two guys below do you want to deal with? Or, kill them all?" General Ross's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this, his serious expression vanishing in a look of disbelief. "How dare you?" He understood what Su Ming said but couldn't comprehend him. This bounty hunter was so shameless as to place the two horrific monsters in front of him like commodities. "Is there still a choice for me? Hulk's fist is not strong enough. Or is it that the bone spur of hatred is no longer sharp? Or is it that the special body that you are destined to be born with is actually supported by a defective brain?" In General Ross's eyes, Su Ming's words had far exceeded the scope of bragging. They were simply nonsense. Ross didn't know where Su Ming got his confidence from, but looking at the doomsday-like scene in the streets below, he had to do something as a high-ranking military official, otherwise he would be held accountable. Not to mention stepping into the core of power. With the idea of giving it a try, I said to Su Ming, "Whatever it takes, stop this farce." Page 47. Am I understanding this correctly? This time, the commission is to take care of the big gray guy down there. Su Ming was thoughtful and determined the mission objectives for General Ross. Yes. Ross no longer cared about his super soldier plan. The speed at which the situation escalated was beyond his control and imagination. He just hoped to put an end to this farce as soon as possible. $5 million, General. Including the previous $2 million, it only costs $3 million to meet your requirements. Don't miss this offer, sir. Su Ming smiled and said something that made General Ross go crazy instantly. "Over my dead body. No way, unless I die." General Ross turned around angrily, no longer paying attention to Su Ming, the guy who took advantage of the situation, and loudly ordered his subordinates to shoot at the target. Fire. Crack. The bolt was pulled, the onboard Gatling gun loaded, aimed at the abomination on the ground, and fired. The gunfire was over a meter long. Boom 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 boom. The abomination in battle is intoxicated by its current power. Oh, so cars are so light and airy? It seems like artillery is just a noise. Looking at the soldier who shot at him but was flattened by the swung truck, a sense of arrogant pleasure bubbled up in his gray chest. They're all ants. Unlike the angry Hulk after transformation, Abomination, despite his huge size, still maintains a clear mind. Recalling the pain of having his entire body shattered by a kick from Hulk, Abomination prepared to give Hulk a ruthless blow next. Suddenly, fierce shooting from the helicopter interrupted the rhythm of the Abomination's attack. The large-caliber bullet apparently did not cause him any trauma. The moment he turned his head, he saw a familiar figure, General Ross. The cruel smile made the hideous face of the Abomination even more terrifying. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. He swiftly climbed to the roof and leaped with all his might, hanging onto the plane with one hand. "Now, I'm the apex predator." The huge weight caused the helicopter to shake violently. The pilot shouted a warning. "Prepare for forced landing." Su Ming, whose negotiations with Ross broke down, wanted to continue sleeping, but the roaring machine guns, the roaring giants and the cursing Ross made him very irritated. Until the violent shaking made his idea of continuing to sleep completely shattered, Su Ming finally got angry. "Stop it." With a wave of his hands, the magnetic control suddenly opened. Quiet. Unlike the noise of the previous moment, the helicopter fell into silence at this moment. Even the sound of the engine stopped abruptly. The rotating propeller wings stopped in midair. The bullet fired by the Gatling gun stopped in midair. Even the plane that lost power stopped in midair. Everyone on the plane, including Abomination and Hulk hanging below, witnessed the magical scene together, as if time had stopped. In fact, people were just stunned by surprise. "Didn't you see that disgusting body still swaying under the plane due to inertia? I just hated that heavy body that could no longer make the plane shake at all." It was Su Ming who activated the magnetic force to control and fix all the metal around him. "Go ahead and fight." With a raise of his hand, the bullets in the air and countless metals on the nearby rooftops flew up one after another, transforming and reorganizing in the air into a giant iron plate that was larger than the abomination. Su Ming was a little unhappy because the new order negotiations broke down. Snapped. With an impatient wave of his hand, like shooing away a few flies, the large iron plate in midair swatted the two big green bean flies of abomination and Hulk away like a fly swatter. They fell far into the ground, creating two large craters and sending up billowing clouds of dust. Silence. Everyone stared at Su Ming in a daze, not knowing what means he had used to achieve such a goal. But Su Ming's feeling at this moment was, the cat finally quieted down and he wasn't sleepy anymore. I wonder if anyone understands this feeling. General Ross had just determined that Su Ming was a swindler who relied on his special physique to extort money. It was not until he saw the scene in front of him that the old heart of Thunderbolt General Ross twitched twice. Is this something a human can do? Then he stared at Su Ming with a resentful look in his eyes. If I had known you were so powerful, would I be so passive now? At this moment, Black Sauce Egg, who was far away in Washington, had an idea. General Ross wouldn't think Su Ming is a loser, would he? That's completely blind. General Ross came to his senses and shouted inwardly, I'm completely blind. Since this destiny was recommended to me personally by the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., it must have its own unique features. Recalling what Nick Fury said to him, General, this is not an ordinary bounty hunter. General Ross was a little crazy. Why the hell could you have told me he was so strong earlier? What do we do now? Thinking back to how he had just rejected Su Ming's proposal without hesitation, General Ross, I regret. Chapter 50 For a little test of skills. Fighter pilots had never seen anything so amazing. He was flying a plane, but was attacked by a giant monster. But what shocked him the most was that even under the shaking of the giant, the plane only shook for a moment before it stopped in midair. I swear to God, I didn't do this. The pilot would repeat this sentence every time he recalled it later. Indeed, when the plane is fixed in the air, who else can control the entire fuselage except the pilot? This is an absolutely common sense inference. But something that was contrary to common sense happened. The pilot clearly saw on the instrument panel that the plane's engine suddenly shut down, which meant that they would be forced to land. The pilot, who had received systematic training, quickly reviewed the operating procedures in his mind, but when he wanted to perform certain operations, he was stunned again. The altimeter showed that the aircraft's altitude had not changed. His physical sense even told him that the plane was now as stable as if it were parked on land. But looking at the instrument panel with even the emergency lights off, the pilot really wanted to say, unless it's a miracle, I can't believe what's happening. Even an Apache helicopter loaded with weapons and combat command modules weighs no more than 10 tons. This weight was like a toy under Su Ming's level 4 magnetic control, but fortunately he did not do anything else and just kept the plane fixed in midair. With Su Ming's current level of control over magnetism, it would be difficult for him to perform other more delicate operations. General Ross is worthy of being an old man who has been in politics for many years. Even Su Ming admires him for his thick skin. The old man came to Su Ming attentively and said kindly, Mr. Fate, I may not have expressed my thoughts clearly just now, because I'm wondering if 5 million is worth your personal investment. How about this? I'll make a little profit, still 5 million. Take care of that big gray guy. In addition, I will personally appoint you as a special advisor to the United States Army. The military will prioritize working with you on anything. The price is negotiable. Su Ming looked at General Ross in surprise. His attitude was completely different from before, the change was so smooth. I even wanted to take the opportunity to raise the price but didn't get a word in. Although I didn't get any profit, I still got orders and made money, and I was able to connect with the military, which was not short of money. It was also a good result. Su Ming stood up and stretched his body. Kaka kaka. The sound of bones colliding echoed in the plane. It's my honor, Mr. General. Just as Su Ming was searching for the hatred and preparing to rush towards him, General Ross whispered in Su Ming's ear, Mr. Fate, Banner, Hulk, can you help me catch him back? Yo, this old man is very bad. Banner just chose to jump out of a plane alone to help you and fight against Abomination, and now you are thinking of bringing him back to continue your research? It seems that Ross still hasn't given up on his plan. Su Ming heard this and smiled politely. Sorry General, that's a different price. After saying this, he locked his gaze with hatred, leaped off the plane. Not long after Su Ming left the plane, something unexpected happened. The reason was simple, the person controlling the plane to float in the air had left, the plane's engine had stalled, and repeated attempts to restart it failed. The plane began to free fall. Everyone subconsciously exclaimed. Su Ming, who was flying towards the hatred, heard a panicked cry behind him. He suddenly remembered that he was in control of the plane, and quickly turned several throwing knives into a rough platform for himself to stand on. He raised his hand and remotely controlled the plane's descent, which became slower and slower until it landed unsteadily on the roof. Bang! Page 48. Su Ming's unfamiliarity with magnetic control caused the plane to lose control nearly 5 meters away from the roof and crash down. Fortunately, no casualties were reported. After fixing the plane, Su Ming finally had time to turn his gaze back to the huge gray-white figure, Hatred. At this time, Hulk was still fighting with Abomination with punches and kicks, but he was always at a disadvantage. Yes, Hulk's Achilles heel, Betty Ross protected herself very well and did not arouse Hulk's desire to protect and fight in critical moments at all. It was good enough that she could hold on until now. Hulk aside, the target of the commission is Abomination. This guy is very strong and has a strong recovery ability. He is like an enhanced version of Iron Man. This made Su Ming want to practice again. Su Ming jumped off the metal plate and planned to test the water first. After being blown away by the big iron plate, Abomination was shocked, suspicious and excited. Where did this mysterious master come from? Although the big iron plate did not cause any harm to him, the huge force was real, which aroused his desire to fight. Unlike Hulk's angry fighting instincts, Abomination possesses Brinsky's rationality. With his confidence swelled, he has already set his sights on Su Ming as his new target to defeat. He wants to defeat this mysterious strong man. He wants to prove that he is the strongest. But the Hulk that kept charging at him annoyed him. You are no longer my opponent. Kick Hulk away. Where are you? The guy controlling the plane. I want to challenge you. At this moment, a figure rushed towards the Abomination. I heard you were looking for me. Before he finished speaking, Su Ming's punch from the sky with great power hit the chest of Hate. Boom! The Abomination's massive body transformed into a cannonball, being sent flying backwards for nearly 2 blocks before coming to a stop, piercing countless walls. Su Ming looked intently, his superb vision quickly zooming in on the image of Abomination's chest. On the disheveled body, a fist hole was bleeding profusely, and the hole was surrounded by a circular fist pit about half a meter in size, which was now recovering visibly with the naked eye. Su Ming didn't expect that with his current body, even using 5% of his strength could only cause him minor injuries. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world. As soon as he thought of this, Su Ming pulled out a flying knife, gathered all his strength, turned around and threw it out. Use 8% of your strength. He had tried it before, but the throwing knife would break when he threw it with all his strength. Whoosh dash. The flying knife, with huge kinetic energy, pierced through 3 layers of air barriers and flew towards the target at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. The blade consumed energy rapidly during its rapid flight, until it pierced the Abomination's shoulder, bringing out a large amount of blood. Just as the Abomination's chest recovered, his shoulder was instantly pierced by a red and broken flying knife. The subsequent force pushed the Abomination back dozens of steps. Finally, more than a dozen large holes were created on the ground, and the Abomination was able to completely withstand the force of the flying knife. But the transparent hole left by the flying knife on the shoulder of the Abomination soon recovered visibly. This made Su Ming sigh. It's really high defense, thick blood and fast recovery. Thinking of this, Su Ming stopped using the flying knife. He was ready to test the hardness of his steel body. So he stood still, not moving, and waited quietly for the Abomination to attack. The Abomination was thrown into a state of extreme disarray by the sudden attack. He rolled over for several hundred meters in a daze and was ambushed just as he stood up. Fortunately, although this attack was fierce, it did not hit the vital points, and his recovery ability was also very good. This made the Abomination feel a lot more at ease. How could a battle maniac like him be willing to just take a beating without fighting back? He started running a few hundred meters away, and when he arrived in front of Su Ming, he was like a high-speed train. Dang! Abomination swung his fist and hit Su Ming's upper body directly, making a loud sound of metal colliding. Su Ming, who took a punch head-on, was pushed straight back by the huge kinetic energy, and his feet plowed deep grooves on the ground. Something exciting. Feeling the obvious impact on his body, Su Ming nodded slightly to acknowledge the power of hatred, and the Abomination looked at the monster with his eyes, because his hand bones were just shattered by the impact of this punch. Until he saw the figure he had knocked far away, his pupils shrank suddenly in disgust. It's him. Chapter 55, a big one. When Disgusted saw Su Ming's appearance clearly, his eyes showed a look of surprise and suspicion. Before he became Abomination, Bronsky had witnessed Su Ming's abnormal physique. He originally thought that his characteristic was just being tough, and he always believed that Hulk was stronger. No one would have thought that Su Ming, whose body was no different from that of an ordinary person, actually had such powerful strength. He was beaten away as soon as he met her. And there was this unknown thing that pierced his body, and his attacks didn't seem to have any effect. How can this be? He was astonished at Su Ming's strength, but how could the newly reborn hatred be willing to be inferior to a yellow monkey? You know, Brinsky, who was a military elite, actually looked down on people of other skin colors in his heart. The unwillingness to admit defeat in my heart instantly filled my hateful thoughts. Now he had only one idea, which was to tear to pieces all the enemies in front of him. I am the strongest. He roared and ran towards Su Ming, turned around and punched him with a whip. The bone spurs on the back of his arm grew violently with the wind of the punch, vowing to smash everything he touched and make several holes in it. On the other hand, Su Ming, with his supervision and spider sense, knew that more and more fearless reporters and media were approaching the core area of the battle. Is it necessary to risk so much just to get some first-hand information? While sighing, he put on the mask. He didn't want to be like Tony, whose identity was known to everyone. In an instant, the whole temperament changed dramatically. At this moment, the abomination's attack roared towards him. Su Ming ducked to avoid it and then used his uppercut to strike the abomination's chin. Due to the huge height difference, Su Ming maintained the uppercut action and had to jump high to reach the hateful man's head. Sure you can. Bang! There was a dull thud as the fist hit the chin, and the entire body of abomination was lifted off the ground by the huge force, blasting through the wall of the office building next door. Boom, crash. General Ross had already arranged for the soldiers to resume the broadcast of the battle footage, and saw that Su Ming's appearance had completely changed just by putting on the mask. Suddenly realized, it turns out to be him. He slapped his thigh and then complained, if Nick Fury had told me my destiny was the Crimson Silver Duke, things wouldn't have developed to this point. Damn it. Not to mention that General Ross recognized Su Ming as the famous Mr. Silver Jew. After being hit by Su Ming's rising dragon punch, Abomination crawled up with stars in his eyes. This guy's strength doesn't seem to be as strong as his hardness. As a battle maniac, Abomination constantly analyzes all kinds of intelligence discovered during battle. At this moment, he discovered that compared with his abnormal body hardness, Su Ming's strength did not seem to be particularly outstanding. It's about the same as Hulk. This discovery shocked the Abomination. When talking about Hulk, everyone can't help but ask, where did this guy go? Yes, he did run away. Seeing Su Ming join the battle forcefully and gain the upper hand, Hulk's desire to fight plummeted. He is a peace-loving person by nature. Hulk tried to stop Abomination when he climbed onto the plane. Betty is on the plane. If anything happens to her, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Hulk finally let go of his worry until he and Abomination were blown away by a large iron plate and away from Betty. Banner in Hulk form is still unable to maintain sufficient rationality, and there is only one thing in his head, to protect Betty. He knew that if he continued to stay here, he would probably be targeted again, or cause more trouble for Betty. Looking at the hatred that was suppressed in front of Su Ming, Hulk turned around and ran, and the green figure disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. No one knows where he went. The scene changes. When Abomination discovered that Su Ming's strength was far less abnormal than the hardness of his body, he couldn't help but feel more confident. He recalled the scene when he surrounded Hulk, and imitated Hulk to tear a military armored vehicle in half. The armor pieces were then held in their hands as both weapons and shields. His eyes flashed and locked onto Su Ming's figure. Who's this guy in the mask? His thoughts raced, and when he saw the familiar clothes on the body beneath the mask, he finally reacted. If we're going to fight, why wear a mask? After confirming the target, he rushed over, but at the same time, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Why does this mask feel familiar? Locking onto the figure that was getting closer and closer, hatred cleared away all distracting thoughts, raised the armor in his hand high, and with a powerful move, he vowed to cut Su Ming in half. Looking at the armored steel sheet coming straight towards him, Su Ming only wanted to say one thing. Page 49. Why a piece of iron when there are so many other options? As Su Ming's eyes changed inexplicably, a ripple invisible to the naked eye surged out from Su Ming's body. Certainly. Pointing at the two pieces of armor, Su Ming blurted out the ding formula. Ripples flashed, and the armor piece in the Abomination's hand suddenly stopped in midair. What just happened on the plane happened again. The armor in his hand suddenly stopped, causing the Abomination to almost fall over. After stabilizing his body, Abomination looked at his palm in disbelief, then raised his head to look at the armor piece floating in the air. Senseless. How is this going? He was wondering just now that the Apache's load capacity would not exceed 10 tons. Hulk and I just climbed up, why didn't the plane crash? Not only did it not crash, it remained in the air as steady as the ground, just like the two pieces of armor in front of you, firmly suspended in the air. This phenomenon is beyond the comprehension of Abomination. At this time, Su Ming was actually using the battle to familiarize himself with his newly acquired talent, magnetic control. Whether it is an airplane or a deck, it is very easy to keep them in the air. But achieving the same flexibility and versatility in controlling metal as Magneto is Su Ming's next task. It feels like, holding the same pen, others can write all kinds of calligraphy and art, but you can only write cursive script. Su Ming subconsciously raised his hand and aimed at the huge armor pieces in the air, imagining turning them into the shape in his head. The huge armor plates of the armored vehicles were deforming irregularly in the air. Abomination suddenly realized at this moment that the other party's attention was focused elsewhere, and standing still was a good opportunity for him to launch an attack. You're not the only one who can use weapons. He picked up the car on the side of the road and threw it hard at Su Ming, wanting to flatten this annoying guy. 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, several cars of different models were thrown over Su Ming's head. Among them was a garbage truck that emitted a strong sour smell. Su Ming was thinking about pinching the armor pieces into a huge Fong Tian Huaji, imagining the magnificent picture in his mind like the Dharma realm of heaven and earth. That must be a very good move. But looking at the cars flying towards him, Su Ming raised his other hand and pointed casually, "Let's decide." The cars thrown by the hatred suddenly stopped in midair and did not move. Wow. Although the car was stopped in midair, the garbage in the garbage truck was scattered all over the ground, and the foul-smelling slop was everywhere, even splashing onto Su Ming's legs. This made Su Ming's eyes twitch unconsciously. Damn it, don't foreigners care about garbage sorting? Su Ming, who had wanted to make a cool weapon, got angry. Since I can't make a handsome one, I'll just make a big one. With a clasp of his hands, the vehicles in the air, which were still increasing in number, instantly gathered into a group. In a blink of an eye, it turned into an irregularly shaped hammer, and under Su Ming's control, it roared and smashed towards the hatred. Abomination was still diligently driving the car when he suddenly noticed a dark shadow gradually covering his body. What the FK? The car he had just thrown out suddenly deformed violently in the air and gathered into the huge stick-like object. Make it thicker and bigger. When I saw the iron tower that was 3 stories high crashing towards me, there was only one voice in the abomination's head. Run. Chapter 56, Freedom of Flight. The streets of Hamlet were now deserted. Only the camera hidden in the dark occasionally emitted a few dazzling white lights. The giant, with a gray body and a ferocious face, roared angrily, and if you listened carefully, you could make out a hint of panic. Dozens of media reporters hiding in the corner captured a scene that they will never forget. A strangely shaped but huge metal fusion object smashed down from the air towards the culprit who had caused the street to be in a mess. Abomination. Under the powerful influence of Su Ming's magnetic control, more than a dozen cars were squeezed into a huge hammer. One end was big and the other end was small, and the shape was extremely irregular. He smashed towards the hatred with the momentum of a mountain. I told you not to litter. As Su Ming's arm fell heavily, the huge metal tower suddenly accelerated, covering the figure of the abomination who was trying to escape. Boom! The ground shook violently, and people hiding in their homes hugged each other, trembling and asking God for forgiveness. Did the military use missiles? People who didn't understand the situation were speculating wildly about the cause of the tremors. The smoke cleared. On the wide road, a large and ugly unidentified object was deeply embedded in the ground, with only a small part exposed. If you look closely, you can see that it is made up of various compressed and deformed cars. It was the first time for Su Ming to control so much metal, and it was obvious that he handled it very roughly. The chaotic streets have now returned to silence. The adjutant, who was watching the battle from afar, saw that the fighting had stopped and threw a walkie-talkie to Su Ming. Fate, oh my God, you should have told me you were Mr. Silver Jew. General Ross's frustrated voice came from the intercom. Nick Fury didn't tell you. Su Ming realized that General Ross had not known his identity from the beginning, and secretly gave Nick Fury a thumbs up. Brother Black sautéed egg, okay, we can get along. General Ross seemed to have been reminded of something sad, and muttered something that Su Ming couldn't hear clearly. I wish he had told me that from the beginning. Then he asked about the battle situation. How's it going? Is it done? Su Ming didn't know how effective this impromptu ultimate move was, so he didn't answer the general's question and reached out to the metal mixture on the ground. As the ability was activated, the huge iron block firmly embedded in the ground vibrated and slowly rose into the air, revealing the scenery underground. The sewer pipes and communication cables were broken into pieces by the giant, some spraying water and some emitting sparks. After searching for a while, Su Ming finally saw the hateful figure. A bit miserable. At this time, the abomination's huge body was firmly embedded in the ground in an irregular shape, and the bone spurs behind its elbow even pierced into its body. People usually call this state flop. Looking at the face, the out-of-focus eyes were still trying to stay open, but the wide-open mouth and the white foam around the mouth reduced the disgusting majesty. The soldiers stepped forward at the general's command to confirm the target's status. Report to the general, the target is not dead, but temporarily in a coma. The soldier reported loudly, and General Ross finally felt relieved by this result. The media reporters around gathered around with a buzzing sound like flies discovering rotten meat. Cameras of various models flashed back and forth in front of General Ross and Su Ming's faces, mainly on Su Ming's side. After all, people haven't seen Mr. Silver Jew in the public eye for a long time. They naturally wanted to ask Su Ming a question. Where is your scarlet suit? Someone actually asked Su Ming a question loudly, and there was more than one person. Su Ming looked at the army training uniform he was wearing, which was provided by the military but had no insignia on it, and shook his head. Of course, if you accept orders from the military, you have to use military skins. That's the only way to show respect. In fact, General Ross did that on purpose regarding Su Ming's attire. He wanted to let everyone know that even if there were some minor changes in the implementation of the plan, but in the end, it was still the military who solved the problem. That's right, Mr. Inju is our military's specially appointed consultant. General Ross accepted the media interview with a formal expression, but after a few brief words, he waved his hand and asked the orderly to disperse the media. The reason was to clean up the scene. Just kidding, if you want to take pictures, you have to wait until the surrounding area is almost cleaned up. The situation is so chaotic now that people and higher-ups who don't know would think the military is so incompetent. General Ross thought so. Su Ming, who was standing aside, obviously did not expect that the far-sighted General Ross had unknowingly pulled him into the military camp, which made him feel a little unhappy. You old fox. He whispered in General Ross's ear. General, helping the military with interviews, that's another price. How could Ross not know that his actions undoubtedly gave Silver Duke a military background? Ever since he witnessed his powerful strength, General Ross had set his sights on him. We must hold our destiny firmly in our hands. Hearing Su Ming's words, the general readily agreed. No problem, Mr. Silver Jew. Seeing Ross readily agree to pay, Su Ming's heart moved. Since this old guy is so straightforward, I must have suffered a loss in some way. These damn politicians, they have dirty hearts. Stay away from them from now on. When the soldier drove away the media reporters and onlookers with a serious face, and turned around to look at Su Ming, his serious expression instantly turned into deep admiration. At General Ross's request, Su Ming reprocessed the big guy that knocked the abomination unconscious, otherwise the military would not be able to handle such a big thing. Bang bang. The giant iron tower in the air disintegrated under Su Ming's control, turning into 1 meter square iron lumps after another, which fell to the ground and formed a rectangular formation. Clapping his hands, Su Ming smiled slightly at General Ross's surprised expression. General, 3 million for dealing with hatred, 2 million for interviews and post-processing. Thank you for your review. Page 50. After saying that, his figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. General Ross, who was surprised by Su Ming's unpredictable ability a second ago, felt a buzzing in his head after hearing Su Ming's words. The interviews and cleanup you do with the push of a button, it costs $2 million? Do I look like such a sucker? Ross didn't know that this was Su Ming's small revenge for dragging him into the military without his permission. Yahoo! Feeling the wind whistling in his ears, Su Ming shouted happily. He finally didn't have to struggle with throwing his flying knife to achieve flight. Just now, when cleaning up the mess, Su Ming chose a piece of metal fragments with good texture and appearance from among the countless pieces and quietly held it in his hand. The sudden flight away was also the effect achieved by Su Ming controlling the metal in his hand to fly. When I have time, I'll practice with this piece of iron and make something like a glove. Then I'll be able to move freely in the air. Regardless of the fact that Su Ming returned to his residence and began to seriously practice how to manipulate metal, Tony Stark finally assembled the particle accelerator, using a spirit level to do the final check. Phil Coulson's eyes were drawn to a strange object, and he quickly recognized it. It's a round metal object with half a white 5-pointed star in the center. This thing was just thrown here like this? Why is this thing here? Tony stared at what Agent Phil was holding, his gaze lingering for a moment. That's it. Give it to me. Agent Phil looked at Tony and asked uncertainly, do you know what this is? He took a light step and gently handed the thing to Tony. This is what I need to succeed. Tony asked Agent Phil to lift the coil, while he placed the disc in his hand under the coil. I took a level and measured it, it was perfectly level. Chapter 57 Ivan's Plan. As a Level 8 agent of SHIELD, Phil Coulson was commissioned by Director Nick Fury to form a scientific research team to study Howard Stark's relics. The medicine that was able to suppress Tony's palladium poisoning symptoms was developed by the scientific research team he formed. Agent Coulson is intimately familiar with Howard Stark's legacy. He knew that the round piece of metal in front of him was accidentally synthesized by Howard Stark. The research team named it sound-absorbing steel. This sound-absorbing steel is crafted from a blend of precious vibranium and raw adamantium. Its hardness and shock resistance are unparalleled, and SHIELD has not been able to decipher its craftsmanship to this day. The sound-absorbing steel was handed over to Agent Phil by Director Fury as a bargaining chip, which made Agent Phil feel very sorry. Such a priceless thing was now being used by Tony to pad the coil, and he even helped him. This opened Agent Phil's eyes. As expected of Tony, the one who is truly rich. "I'm quite busy, what can I do for you?" After confirming that the coil was level, Tony couldn't wait to start the particle accelerator, but Agent Phil was still standing there, so he asked casually out of politeness. I thought to myself that no matter what happened to him, he had to stay aside until I developed a new element. Coulson then remembered that he would be sent to New Mexico, and he came here to say goodbye to Tony. He knew that Tony Stark and his Iron Man armor were an indispensable part of Director Fury's Avengers plan, so I wanted to try to win over Tony one last time before leaving. "We need you." Yes, you need me desperately," Tony responded casually. "It's not really necessary." Tony's arrogance made Agent Coulson shake his head and leave. After absent-mindedly sending Agent Coulson away, Tony was finally able to focus on developing new elements. The reaction coil of the particle accelerator is already in place. All Tony needs to do is inject the huge energy into the carrier of the new element, a special triangular coil. Tony inserted the last prism into the device and turned on the switch. The ions are infinitely accelerated in a huge coil to form a beam of energy. When Jarvis prompts, "near maximum power," Tony immediately picked up a large wrench and adjusted the angle of the prism. As the arm holding the wrench continued to exert force, the muscles bulged. The energy beam left its original trajectory, and wherever it passed, all walls and objects were cut in half, until the light beams converged on the triangular carrier coil, emitting a dazzling light. Ding! Powerful energy fills and remains stably in the coil, forming a stable state, and the triangle emits a faint light. "It's easy." Ignoring the mansion that was almost cut in half, Tony sighed. "Congratulations, sir. You have created a new element." Jarvis congratulated Tony intelligently. Gently placed the new element into the microreactor. Tony stared at the reactor nervously to see if it could accept the new core smoothly. The scene changes. Ivan Vanko is debugging his newly developed improved reactor in a laboratory. It is worth mentioning that Tony told him about this improvement in person while he was in prison. Some people may ask, wasn't Ivan in prison? How could he be doing research and development here so freely? In fact, it was Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Group, who saw Ivan's talent and found someone to rescue him. That's right, capitalist countries are so willful. Ever since Stark Industries announced the suspension of its weapons development project, Hammer Group has been planning to take its place. However, they lack R&D talents as outstanding as Tony. The emergence of Ivan Vank just fills the gap in this aspect of Hanmo Group. Justin Hammer's dream is to build an iron army composed purely of robot warriors, and then sell them to the military at a high price, thereby establishing his unshakable position in the business world. He once boasted to Ivan, "As long as you help me build the Iron Legion, I will give you everything you want." Little did he know that in Ivan's eyes, Han Emo was just a fool who talked about ideals but nothing. His ambitions were worthless in front of Ivan, who had the reactor technology. Ivan's goal has always been to take revenge on Stark and avenge his father. Han Mo's appearance only accelerated his plan. "At your service, my friend." Seeing Han Mo's confident look, Ivan chuckled and agreed. However, Ivan had a secret plan. He used the resources of the Hanmo Group to create a more powerful lightning whip, and even buried backup plans deep within the systems of all combat robots. This also includes the Mark II suit that Rhodes took from Tony, allowing him to upgrade and modify his weapons. He can use the background to control all of the above mechas at any time. Now he finally has the strength to challenge Tony head-on. This made Ivan confident and arrogant, so he called Tony. "Everything your father did to my family, I will repay in full within 40 minutes. The call sounded the alarm for Tony, as phone tracking showed the call was from Manhattan. This guy is going to cause trouble. At the same time, I noticed that Justin Hammer was about to hold a press conference. It's there. Tony directly slapped the reactor carrying the new element core, which had not yet completed testing, against his chest. As the energy surged, the light on Tony's chest became brighter and brighter. He simply ignored Jarvis's reminder. "Oh, a smell of coconut, and metallic." The television report about the hate-fueled riots in Harlem was quickly replaced by another story. Justin Hammer spent a lot of money to buy the broadcasting channels of mainstream media and held a grand launch ceremony to introduce the advanced weapons system to the public in a high-profile manner. Seeing the logo of Hanmo Group on all the channels, Alyssa snorted disdainfully. The boss dealt with the abomination and saved so many people, but now it's gone just like that in the report. There's something fishy going on. Su Ming, sitting on the sofa, controlled a piece of metal in his hand, which was suspended in midair. Sometimes it transformed into Sun Wukong, sometimes into Neza, and sometimes into Yang Jian. The small metal statue is lifelike, like an exquisite figurine without any painting. I didn't expect that the sketching mastery I exchanged for so casually would actually come in handy here. After a period of practice, Su Ming was able to easily control the deformation of metal into the shape he imagined. This has a lot to do with the sketching proficiency he exchanged for. After all, sculpture is also a kind of fine art. Listening to Alyssa's complaints, Su Ming remained silent. The thing he regretted most now was that he believed General Ross's words, changed into military uniform and exposed himself in front of the camera. The overwhelming reports before were all proclaiming that Scarlet Silver Duke had become the military's lackey. This made Su Ming somewhat dissatisfied. Fortunately, General Ross was sensible and the $5 million arrived in his account soon. For the sake of money, I won't bother with you this time. But a mere $5 million is still not enough to further improve one's strength. Su Ming, who was thinking about where to make money next, saw Justin Hammer's high-profile launch ceremony on TV. Thinking back to what Alyssa had just said, his eyes gradually lit up. What did you say? Su Ming seemed not to hear clearly.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.